right? We had 5 players returning from TBC, 1 person among the top seeds of ranked ladder, which was perhaps the most surprising to me personally. And then in the cups, we saw, 3 people from each cup. So generally speaking, pretty even. You could say that the cups had slightly more success rate, and certainly higher success rate than I was expecting, but a higher success rate than the rest of the qualification methods.
And certainly higher than last set. I think that's probably the biggest note is ranked ladder did fantastic last time around. Now the Tacticians Cup players really showing up and showing that, hey, tournament results do matter more than we think they do. And so going into this week, it's very interesting because there's not a specific group of players that we're looking at, like the ranked ladder players, and saying, hey, these guys are the people to really look out for. It's a whole field, and it's very individual this time around, as we're all fighting for the slots in the Tactician's Crown, because that is what the regional finals is all about. We are now on week 2, where 32 players are competing to go to that Tactician's Crown. We have already seen people qualify for the Set 17 Pro Circuit. That is every player that's playing this weekend. So it's kind of the first Tier 1 tournament for Set 17 as far as the players go, and now they get to face off against each other for the first time.
That's a cool way to frame it, because for even the players who don't qualify to the Tactician's Crown, it is what you're saying as like it's a taste of what's to come. I think that even the players who would be considered underdogs going into this event, they have the opportunity right now to kind of set the pace of what we should be expecting from them in tournaments to come. So of course, every player that's in this weekend of competition is playing to qualify into the Tactician's Crown. Personally speaking, when I'm watching this event, I actually don't think that all of these players need to make TAC Crown in order to progress their story. There's a lot of players going into this event that even a top 16, a top 12, going 9th or 10th does a lot to showcase who they are and set expectations of what next set will look like from these players.
And the unique part is, you said that everyone's playing for the Tactician's Crown, but that's not necessarily true, because we do have a few players in the Americas specifically that have already qualified. That would be Wajan Iverson and Darth Noob, who had to go across the seas to the EMEA Cup to get a slot, because Wajan was stealing them all from the Americas, which makes this whole situation going into this weekend very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, every other region has 2 to 3. Actually, I think, does every other region have straight up 3 representatives solidified already? We might be the only region that only has 2, which you would think is a bad thing, but like you're saying, is actually a reflection of just how dominant Wajan Iverson has been this set. We don't need to harp on it too much right now, because we're going to talk about it later, and I think everyone else has kind of done a great job explaining that. There are a lot of players on this list, though, that have very interesting stories that I think are paramount to the big story of TFT. The only player I want to give a little bit of attention to, I know this is the Americas, but I just want to give a quick nod to Li Tuchuan, coming in from CN, who I think as we ramp up towards Tactician Crown, he's going to become a more primary character. And so I just want to plant those seeds right now. As enjoy regionals, enjoy the America's regional finals right now. In a few weeks, though, this is one of the players that I'm telling you, you've got to have your eyes on, because he's going to make a deep run at TAC Crown. I can feel it. He's due for a win.
100%. Also due for a win is the perennial APAC qualifiers, Ironbog and YBY1. Yeah. We'll talk a lot more about those as we get closer to the Tactician's Crown, but these are the current players that have already qualified for Tactician's Crown, where there are 40 slots total up for grabs, and now this weekend is full of other people qualifying through different methods. The unique part is, with 32 players competing this weekend, there will be 10 Americas players in the Tactician's Crown this set. 2 being Wajan Iverson and Darth Noob, and then 8 slots up for grab in the regional finals because of Wajan's domestic dominance that moved all of these slots over to the regional finals. And this is a peak of the TFT Pro Circuit for next set, but also included in here is specifically the Americas, which are the 32 players competing this weekend.
Yeah, and I want to just call out so much turnover, right, in the Americas. We lost a lot of players out of this current TPC, and it made room for I would say I don't know if unknown is the right word, because there are some players who have a history in the game, but I would say generally maybe like underrated players or players who aren't really considered favorites in the field. You can really see it on like the bottom half of that second column. Players like Kai Wang, Millennium Fox, Reddy, Bruh, all these players who are coming in as new threats for the TPC next set. I think our players were, like I said it earlier, their journey starts with this weekend. So I think I'm going to be keeping my eye on them personally.
Yeah, I think some unproven characters coming back as well. I think of specifically Brosif and JRC, who had been in the TPC, got kicked out, now requalified for the TPC, which is a good feat. I think of people like Josue Deleted, who had a bad performance in TPC this set, but showed up in regionals when it mattered most. And then I think of someone like Crazy Cat, who didn't even know they were in TPC last set until it happened, and now they showed up once again to qualify back and put on a pretty dominant performance, specifically on day 2. And so there's so many of these players I'm excited to see more of, and we're going to see a lot of them this weekend because we have more games to go, and that means more format. Gangly, do you love format?
I think I didn't used to consider myself someone who paid that much attention to format. What I will say is, in the last few sets, when they started introducing what we're doing now, it kind of opened my eyes to like, oh, wait. Like, these formats, they kind of go deep. I love our current format. I think both week 1 and week 2 showcases a super exciting format that not only does reduce variance, for the most part, playing is, maybe the exception there. But there's a lot to be said about the consistency that's rewarded over our current format.
100%. Well, let's get into the format where we have 32 players enter week 2, specifically day 1. And on this day 1, we're going to play 6 games together. And after just 6 games of playing, after reshuffling every 2 games, we will already eliminate 8. 2 will advance to day number 2, much like it was on day 2 of week 1, where all players face off against each other, have a cut at the bottom, and then day 2 is where it gets really interesting. 24 players. Moving on, play 2 games, and after just 2 games, guess what? Another 8 are eliminated. Reminder, we only have 8 slots left on the final day, and so there's very few people promoted and much more eliminations happening. So 8 more get cut, so we're down to 16. 16 players will play 2 games, but after these 2 games, 4 players advance to the final lobby, and in this case will be the Tactician's crown, because we'll talk about the checkmate format for the final day in a second, but they will advance to the Tactician's crown, giving themselves both that slot and now the chance to be the regional champion, and 4 will be eliminated, leading to a final game with just 2 more games to send 4 more and eliminate 4 more.
This current format already raises the stake of every game, right? There's always something to play for. But the fact that top 8 qualifies you into the Tactician's crown because of what Wage and Iverson did in the regular season means that game 3 and 4 of day 2 are already going to be international stakes at play. It's going to be, in the words of my good friend, an electric day of competition, even on that day 2.
Here's the other part also. It could be more than 8. If Darth Noob and or Wasian make it to the final lobby, which it is more than likely that 1 or 2 of them will, it moves down to 9th or 10th place, not even making the final lobby, but still going to the Tactician's crown. And so this day 2, you have to be glued to the action, because every placement, every point matters, every tiebreaker matters, and we know how important those are. The final day, 8 players enter. Classic checkmate format for this. If you watch any of the TPC things, you'll know that, hey, we get to 20 points overall, which can happen in a minimum 3 games. You go through, get 20 points, and after you get 20 points, you must win the game to become the regional finals champion. And now, for many of our players, they're playing for a Tactician's crown spot. That is exactly what they are playing for. But there is a lot of pride and that comes with being the regional finals champion, especially going into international competition.
And prize money, right? Let's not pretend like there's not money at stake here. All these players, of course, the higher it is that you place on that final day, the more money you make. And I don't think that anyone is going to be happy with making final day and bustering out and limping into the Tactician's crown, right? And it also kind of pairs with this idea of momentum, which is a real facet of TFT. We talked a little bit about this on the AMER primer, if anyone watched that there is something about just believing in yourself. When things are aligned, it's easier to play like yourself. So I would expect that like any of the competitors who make it into the finals and then do bust route and go 7th, 8th, they're not going to be happy about their performance, even though they're still qualifying to the Tactician's crown. These players are real competitors. They want to win.
Well, let's talk about the players, because I think this is where it gets super interesting. Just like last week, we're going to talk about the player buckets, putting players into categories, not necessarily in tier list order, but of what we expect from them. And so with 31% of the field going to the Tactician's crown this set, we have expectations very much around who we expect to make it out as favorites, who are elite players and contenders that will shoot for those spots, and who's a little bit of those underdogs and maybe a bit of dark horses to be able to challenge for those positions. So, Gangly, without further ado, let's jump into Wajan Iverson, because this guy took all of the cups, so he's already qualified. But he's going for something special.
We put him in this tier, right? Golden Road, because that's what he's chasing. The Golden Road, the perfect set. In set 10, when Malala won the Vegas Open, went on to have a phenomenal regular season, tied for first and then lost on tiebreakers to go second regional finals, and then won the Tactician's crown, we thought it was a set that would never be beaten, no matter how long TFT went on. And Wajan Iverson has actually found himself in a position to break that record. Now, what breaks that record is up for debate. All we really know is that right now, Wajan Iverson is in a spot where he might walk away from set 16 as the greatest set of competitive TFT in the history of the game. I don't think that someone can get as good as Wajan is at the game without still feeling some level of determination that comes from within, right? That ambition, that self-starter in him that doesn't need to rely on the external pressure to perform. I believe truly that Wajan is going to come to the regional finals with as much prep as he's going to go to the Tactician's crown with. And so I cannot wait to see if he's going to be able to continue on this golden road.
We were able to have him as a guest on the broadcast for one of the games, and we asked him the question. We were like, what are your expectations for yourself? Like, are you trying to win this one? Because his main goal is to take a crown for himself, but he said it's usually a similar patch, so my prep has started for the Tactician's crown, and this tournament is very much indicative of my form. And so if his form this set is any indication of how he's going to perform, not only do I expect him to be in the final lobby, I expect him to win the final lobby. He already has won regionals 2 times in his career. He knows how to do it. He's played against these players all set. There's no reason he shouldn't, right?
I mean, that's another thing, too, is that winning this regionals would make him the sole title carrier of most regional finals won. Right now, he is tied with Robin Songs for that accolade. And so this would push him over Robin, and he would be undisputed #1 in domestic success.
It would be incredible to watch, but there are some big names that are going to fight him for that, specifically our favorites tier. And in this tier, we have Setsuko, Dishsoap, Chunnington, and Michael.
You know, a couple sets ago, you would think of this. We talk about the big three. The North America big three is generally speaking a tier of players that has been considered above pretty much every other player, even in the Americas at large, expanding to LATAM and Brazil. But here we actually find Chunnington and Michael here in this category alongside Setsuko and Dishsoap. And my personal take on this, and Jack, I'm actually curious to hear your opinion, but this is more a reflection of recent success. Obviously, Michael, there's an asterisk there because he's been who he is for so long. But I personally feel like Michael's recent success has been greater than his past performances have ever shown.
I think specifically in this set, there is some sort of merit to this is the best set of all time, in a lot of people's opinion, including mine. And it is a very hard set. I think there's a lot of knowledge gap that goes along with it. And so the success that people have had this set should not be discounted. And Chunnington and Michael are consistently some of the best in the world. They have the most pro points in the world outside of Wajan Iverson. And so to put them any less than favorites would be a disservice to them. But also on the flip side, you have Dishsoap and Setsuko. Dishsoap being the 2-time Tactician's crown winner. He is the GOAT currently in the conversation because of all of his success. And I don't think there's many in the world anywhere that can beat him when he is really locked in and really enjoying what he's doing. So I have high expectations. Setsuko, on the other hand, Gangly, why don't you tell us why we have him in the favorites with the little bit of lack of success, at least to his standards, this set?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it on our personal podcast. If you guys want to hear more at length, you're always free to listen to those. Setsuko has had a good set, right? 3 top 16 finishes, a top 8. Setsuko, I think there's two things at play. Number one, when we're talking about the domestic success that Wage and Iverson is showing this set, that's kind of what Setsuko's claim to fame was, right? He still, to this day, is the player with the best AVP stretch that we've ever seen. He averaged a sub 3.5 AVP over the course of 2 straight sets, qualifying to the Tactician's crown in the process and making a top 8 there. But the other thing to consider is the patch, right, Jack? I mean, this patch is a highly skill expressive patch that allows you to be able to cap out on level 9. And if there's someone I had to pick, like one person to save us because someone's got to build a board on level 9 and cap out higher than anyone else, that's Setsuko. That's what he's good at. So I think for those two reasons, understanding his domestic history and the patch that we have on hand, assuming that it does click and that he's able to make the adjustments with the little bit of time allotted since this patch has been out, I would expect Setsuko to perform extremely well this regionals.
I'm very excited to watch him play and learn how he's going to cap out boards and get there, because that has been his specialty, of even playing around the knife's edge of I'm gonna die and go 8th, or I'm going to win out. He is the best in the world at the win out, and so excited to watch him play. The next tier of players is the ones that we can't quite say if they don't make it to the Tactician's crown, I think this would be disappointment. But the ones that very much we'd say these guys should be in the final lobby, and that is the elite tier of players: Pokigam, Prestivant, Cambulee, Robin Songs, Marcel P, Bosso Skills, and Quintanilla.
I would split this category up a little bit. There are some players on there where them being in this list is a reflection of their entire career, right? Robin Songs being the most obvious, Prestivant as well. Cambulee post-merge has been one of the strongest players in general. And even though Cam had a weak set at large relative to his skill level, he came up and had a very strong week 1 performance to re-qualify to the TPC and get his spot here. And then we have players like Marcel, Bosso, Quinta, and I think Pocky is maybe in between, right? Because Pocky is elite long-term career-wise, but has had some ups and downs. I think that these other 4 players in this list is a reflection of how they've been performing this set. I mean, Pocky, going into the last Cup, was in a position to potentially beat Wage and Iverson for pro points until Wage won the entire thing. Marcel was right up there, Bosso and Quinta. All 4 of these players have had very, very strong sets. The one player I want to highlight of these 4, though, is Quintanilla. I was vocal last set on how I was not a huge believer in Quinta, especially going into international results. And Quinta has time and time again proven that wrong. He has been a very consistent force in the TPC over the last 6 events or so, has 3 top 8s in the last over the course of the last 2 TPCs, and has very quickly risen to be the strongest Brazilian representative in the TPC. So I think that if you are looking for someone who maybe their reputation hasn't quite caught up with their results, Quintanilla has to be that person for me.
Consistently doubted by us, probably, but definitely deserves the respect here. He just continues to show up and show off his skills. So excited to watch and see if they can continue that through regionals. I think another player that continues to impress is Marcel P, who time and time again puts up good tournament performances after really springing onto the scene last set and making his first Tactician's crown. He's someone that I know is hungry for a redemption arc and a second shot at the crown. And so I'm excited to see if they can make it back to the final lobby and get a slot back.
And the last thing I just want to say of the players on this list, Bosso Skills must be one of the best players in North America to have not made a Tactician's crown before, right? He's made it to regionals more than anyone else. I think it was him and Ripple Overdrive, right? Were the 2 players with the most regionals appearances without qualifying to a Tactician's crown before. And so he wants it. And this set he has shown that he's capable of doing it. And thanks to Wasian, it is easier than ever to make it to the TAC crown. So you're just looking for a final day, and maybe even 10th can get you there.
Well, everyone else on this slide has made TAC crown before.
Correct.
Yes. Everyone on this slide besides Chunnington has made it before. So looking really for Chunnington to really continue that momentum, because I think that is some of the best parts about the regional finals, is people finally making and getting a shot at the Tacticians crown. But I think this next tier of players is where we see a lot of people that there's a good amount of variance between the stories of people in the contender tier. And this is our biggest tier going into this, because we believe that there are a lot of players who have proven in different ways that they, on a good day, can absolutely contend for those top spots.
Yeah, obviously we don't have time to break down all of these stories, but the one that I want to talk about is Ego Illusions, who has been on a path of redemption over the last few sets. Ego Illusions post-merge in set 11 was looking like he was the fastest stock in Brazil to really rise and become one of the elites, not just in Brazil, but in the Americas at large. And then the last two sets have not gone his way. And so earning his way back to the TPC, making it through week one, Ego Illusions has now, in my mind, put himself back in the conversation to find out how good is this player exactly. I really want to see him do well this weekend.
I think there's a dichotomy of two players that I want to talk about, and they're both in the top left. Wigwug and K3 Soju. Obviously, Soju is the biggest name, not only in this tournament, but in all of TFT, and he's good. He is good, despite what his chat might say. Yeah. He is one of a few players in the whole world to consistently make the top 8 of these TPC events, and we know if he's locked in and playing seriously, he is one of the best in the world. Now, he's very experienced and has been playing this for a long time. Someone that is not very experienced, but is a beast, very much a beast, proved in week 1 that they're a beast. And rank 1 from week 1 is Wigwug, who showed up. We had some expectations for him. I put him as my dark horse last time. I thought that he was going to go on a run, and he very much did. Showed up, and now is a real threat to make it to that Tactician's crown.
Also was one of the players who qualified into the regional finals through multiple methods, right? So really earning his spot there.
Yeah, 100%. Let's move on to our final 2 categories, because the countdown, it's approaching 0 rapidly. Here we go. Dark horse category, the players that we look at saying, ooh, these guys might be up to something.
Yeah, it's like they don't have the historic prominence that really puts them in this contender category, but they've given us something, the promise of something that is to come. The player who I had as my dark horse for the last episode was Reddy, who was 9th at the Paris Open, had multiple strong finishes in tier 2, and has earned their spot in the TPC going into the final game, that final game of week 1, where we had multiple players relegated and promoted, a real photo finish. And so that is the player for me personally that I'm going to be having my eyes on.
Conda is definitely someone I want to talk about, because they have made it to the Tactician's crown before. They quit the game, and they've come back with a vengeance. And so they had an excellent week 1, and it's just hard to know their form because they quit and came back. But then we have this other last tier of players, last bucket, and it's the underdog tier. These are players that made it to the TPC. We're excited to see them play, and we don't have a ton of expectation for them to run the top of the tables for this event.
And the caveat there is that, of course, they have shown us something, right?
Yeah.
They earned their spot here. All the players got their spot in week 2 one way or another. None of these got to just coast in through TPC prior. The primary difference between what this category and the dark horse is that we don't feel that they've shown us enough promise for us to feel like their highs are high enough to contend with the TPC. The one player who I think is, if anyone in this category did give us a little taste of what's to come, to me, it's Bruh. If anyone did not watch that final game of week 1 where Bruh had the level 9 roll down, incredible transition, full open to earn their spot. I think they needed a 3rd place finish, and they got the exact spot they needed to lock in their spot in the TPC. If that's what Bruh is bringing to this weekend, then they're not an underdog. They're significantly better than that. But at large, all 5 of these players, I would say, have a lot to do in order to earn maybe not the respect, but the expectations of some of the other players in this field.
And specifically in tournament, and it's for various different reasons. Like Kai Wing on ladder, widely respected. Josue Deleted has played for a long time, but had a bad TPC, but a good regionals. And so it's just, these people are just, I don't know if they're confusing, but they're unproven in different ways. And so that makes them fun underdogs to root for as somebody that we look at as, maybe they'll make a run. We did compile all these in a tier list format just to put them all in here. Obviously, seeing that contender tier is definitely the most full, but there's a good amount. We did a good job keeping the favorites and elites, down to around 10 players that could possibly make it. It's a good look. To wrap up the show, as we do for these episodes, we have our predictions, and it's a little bit similar, Gangly. Let's talk about your predictions. I know we believe in our dark horses. Both of them made it, and now both of them are back, and we believe in them again as dark horses to make it through. But let's talk about our favorites a little bit.
Yeah, neither one of us put Wage Iverson as our favorite. I put Dish Soap. I feel like Dish Soap, despite having a strong set, despite looking good the entire time, has kind of been pushed out of the limelight a little bit to make way for Wage Iverson and Michael and Chunnington. And I think it's just time for us to pay respect to the GOAT, right? Dish Soap is perhaps the greatest TFT player of all time. And I think that it is just a disservice to him to not talk about him as the favorite to win the event. Yes, Wage Iverson is chasing the golden road. I just feel like Dish Soap is due for another win, and I can feel it. And for all the reasons I said earlier, Reddy is having an incredible set, has proven himself not only in Tier 2, but on the international stage in Paris. I'm glad that they made it to the TPC, and I'm excited to see how much further they can push this run.
And probably the spicier pick of this would definitely be Chunnington is my favorite, someone that has not made the Tactician's crown before. But when you go final lobby in all 3 TPCs, you're only really losing to Wage and Iverson. I think he's got a chance, definitely a favorite to make it out and be one of the 10 players representing the Americas at the Tactician's crown. And so I think there's a good chance that every single one of our predictions comes true. I'm down. I'm down for it to happen.
We can handshake it. I'm happy. Let's do it.
Deal. Agreed. Here's the graphic that we always end our show on, the competitive roadmap, because this is the second to last time that we'll look at this for this set. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey from the Paris Open all the way to here, halfway through the regional finals. It brings a tear to my eye.
It's a good set. Good set. These open sets are always great. The greatest set of all time is coming to an end, and I know that this is going to be an absolute banger of a weekend. The Lore and Legends regional finals has already been great through week 1, and I know there'll be more legends made through week 2 and the Tactician's crown coming up. So from Gangly, from Sealy, thank you for watching the roll down here on the pre-show. We are so excited for the regional finals and for Tactician's crown. So it's about to start. Hang in there. It's time for the regional finals.
Always rises. Cannons!
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the official Teamfight Tactics channel, where we will be welcoming you to week 2 of the Americas Regional Finals for Lore and Legends. My name is Necker, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be back alongside Hupe-san and Asa. Asa, first off, welcome back to the broadcast. We have missed you since our last Americas Finals. How are you?
Yeah, I wasn't able to make week 1, but really glad to be back and looking forward to exciting games in week 2.
And Hupe-san, what about you? It's been not too long, but how are you?
I love it, Negra. I mean, the convergence of week 1 and week 2, as you mentioned, Asa, and players are either already been here or they are totally new. So that merge, that mix is what will be so many flavor for this week.
Well, we're excited to be back with you. We hope that you'll join us next set to get your compete card, because this is the way that you can actually qualify and compete to be here at the Americas Regional Finals, or maybe even it's your journey to make it from the couch all the way to the Tactician's crown. Only one way to find out, and that's to scan the QR code and sign up to take part in the competitions that will be taking place for set 17. More info coming. But this weekend really is all about who will actually make it to the Tactician's crown and get the win in the Lore and Legends set. And as we take a look back at the competitive roadmap for this season, it's been really interesting to follow the pro circuit, but also, of course, that tier 2, the Tactician's Cups 1 and 2. Asa, I know you've coached quite a few players through their own journeys through the tier 2 circuit, and you're also friends with a bunch of the pros that are in the pro circuit. So what has this set looked like in terms of just the preparation that everybody has put in?
It's really exciting. I think even starting with the Paris Open, which of course isn't on the actual competitive circuit, but everyone's been trying really hard. I think definitely have been noticing kind of uptrend of people caring about this set. I mean, I personally consider it the best set ever. And yeah, I've been seeing so many people really study super hard because they really want to do well, and the competitors care a lot, so really looking forward to the fruits of their labor.
I mean, I remember back to the Paris Open, how much effort that you had put into competing there. You almost made it to that final lobby, which was so exciting to watch. And so we're very excited to have you here to lend your expertise to our broadcast once again. And as we just get ready for the weekend, Hupe, this is where we get so excited. While last weekend of the regional finals was really about promotion relegation for the pro circuit, this weekend is all about who's gonna get to the Tactician's crown to be the representatives for the Americas.
Yeah, today day 4, so it's more easygoing, if you will. The idea is to give players the most amount of games possible before cut. So 6 games, and then 24 will qualify to day 5. That will be the more eliminations day, if you will. But I want to focus also on the final day. Sunday will be the grand finals, and we'll have checkmate because of Weishan. He already won the 3 TPC Pro Circuit Cups. So because of that, we have more slots here in Americas, and now we will have for sure a checkmate format on the final day on Sunday.
Weishan Iverson, the champion of the Americas, people. Thank you for your service and for giving us extra slots at the Tactician's crown, and of course, for that final lobby that we'll be able to see in checkmate. Last weekend, though, was an absolute blast, full of just emotional roller coasters. Who was going to make it into the pro circuit? Who was going to get relegated? Who was going to have their dreams just come so short to making it to the second weekend? It was a wild ride, and we also got some really interesting comps from just that giant patch we had a week and a half ago. It really wasn't that long, but it feels like eternity.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the meta was all over the place. Asa, you go into this. You tell us about the highly capped boards, everything on reroll, and of course, a meta that shifted so much, it feels like a new set already.
Yeah, I think this patch made a lot of those unlockable champions a lot easier to access. So basically, there's effectively so many more options that players can play for every game than they previously had. And this is one of the biggest patches I've ever seen in the history of TFT, and with it coming out just a few days before week 1, a lot of players have different reads and different strategies, but going into week 2, as that has kind of solidified a bit, we'll have to see what players opt into.
3-cost reroll was on the menu for a lot of people, whether it was going to be from Jinx or going for Ari reroll. We also had the Malzahar and Zoe reroll, but we also ended up seeing, as you said, Hupe, a lot of these really big legendary high cap boards. Bilgewater max cap, totally back, but we did also see a lot of players just playing around Rise and the Shurima units.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, going for Mel, trying to cap out with those legendaries that have AoE, and that AP damage is just so strong in the late game that it's very easy to contest the rest. As we said, it will be a tempo fight versus who gets to that level 9 and actually stabilize with 2-cost legendary. So, I mean, I love it because it's like a sandwich that will happen, and of course, whoever gets there first will have the advantage and the leverage.
I'm really excited to see what this weekend has in store for us as we get a chance to talk a little bit deeper about the players we have here. We had 40 players enter into last weekend, and only 16 could join our elite half of the TFT Pro Circuit for Set 17's Pro Circuit. So congratulations to all of the players that are highlighted on this list. They will be able to compete in the Pro Circuit next set.
Yeah, that's so beautiful, right? That in the bottom center, we have the 16 players that have already demonstrated that they belong here and they were the best of the best on the PC. And as you mentioned, Necra, 16 from all over the place, right? From planes, from ladder, they came from the tier 2 circuit, and the possibility to re-enter also was also amazing. So, I mean, the mix that we have from elite players and players that want to challenge the world, I mean, it's amazing.
It's really cool for the TFT Pro Circuit players. They get a chance to start in week 2. They completely bypassed last weekend's competition. They got to sit back, relax, watch everybody else scramble through the patch, and learn a lot to tackle this week of competition. There was also a little bit of an extra leg up for our top 4 players from the TFT Pro Circuit. We actually separated them out into lobbies, and then they got to draft the entire lobby that they will play against for these first 2 games. This is a little bit different than what we've done for the lobby drafting in the past, where the person that gets picked then gets to pick somebody else. But no, Wajan Iverson, Chunnington, Michael, Marcel P, they all made their own beds for these first 2 games. And what did Marcel P do? Ace, so tell us about this, because Citadel and Vitality are all in one lobby.
Yeah, I think most of the lobby leaders try to pick from the remaining pool of players. They try to pick the weakest player available so they can get an easier lobby. But Marcel P, I'm really excited to see his performance here because he came in with so much confidence. I've never seen this from Marcel before, but he said he just wanted to pick really strong players that aren't going to do anything unpredictable, so they're going to be able to identify each other's lines early into the game. And Marcel thinks he can just outplay everyone, and so really looking forward to Lobby 4.
I mean, totally. The memes also. I mean, 3 Vitality players with CTG. And I want to highlight also what happened in Lobby 3. Michael was picking what he considers lower level players. And then in the end, he had Kambuli and Disho. And he was like, no, I want Disho. And it was like also a meme for all the players because Disho is recognized with Legacy as much stronger. But there's also a respect for Kambuli. And he said like, okay, no, I want to see Disho back at Tactician crown. Of course, this is only for 2 games. We will then shuffle. But it's very beautiful to see this type of possibilities happen.
Chad moves from both sides. And then, of course, Lobby 1 and 2 ended up playing out the way that they did, thanks to the efforts of Wajan Iverson and Chunnington making those decisions. And so, yeah, exactly. Only the first 2 games it will be like this, and then we'll go back to business as usual, reshuffling the lobbies based on the overall number of points that have been accumulated throughout those first 2 games. Let's dive a little bit deeper into the players themselves. As we see the lobbies in front of us, we got to talk about the new players to the TFT Pro Circuit. These are all players that have never made it before, and they get a chance to show us what they've got in the upcoming Pro Circuit. And honestly, I get really excited about somebody like Ego, because while the rest of this lobby or like this page is probably players that I think are a bit on the newer side of things, Ego is not. This is literally a Brazilian legend. When you think of TFT in Brazil, I think one of the first players that comes to mind has to be Ego. And after so many Copa Brasileira wins and Pro Legends wins, that's really what Ego cemented his legacy on, is those really big Brazilian tournaments. But, you know, he had a bit of a slump in the last couple of sets, and I think this has really been a comeback for him. And so I'm really excited to see him combat this weekend.
100%. I want to do a contrast. Obviously, Ego, as you mentioned, legacy player versus Wigwook. That for me is one of the players, one of the most uprising players. This was the best player in week 1, so he won week 1. Of course, there's not an award. The award is coming here, and of course the prize money. But he's realistic. He knows the game. He's preparing. He's humble. He's like, I know players are better than me, but I will prepare the rest that I can, and I want more. So this is a player that has potential, and we will see a lot more in the future. We see 3.0 in AVP, a total beast from now on.
Yeah, a lot of the other players who are coming up, they haven't quite been household names on the Pro Circuit. They're not who you would think of, but they've been there competing near the top. The Pro Circuit players will run into them all the time on North America ladder for most of them, especially Kai Wayne, who has been even rank 1 or very close to rank 1 pretty consistently throughout the past few sets.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how those ladder warriors do with Bra, Millennium Fox also as a part of that mix. And then, of course, you have the whispers of, this new study group being formed from Reddy and Bra and a couple of the other players over in EMEA. Then Ching Shen Li and Konda. I think two players that are definitely newer names, but maybe they can start to become a part of that TFT household as we see them perform this weekend and of course in the pro circuit next set. But we also have to call attention to the players that are coming back from relegation. These are two players that were a part of the pro circuit for KO Coliseum when we first released it, but they got relegated at the end in that regional finals. But they're back, they made it through that first weekend and are so excited to be competing today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Brosev back. Brosev is someone I've done some coaching with, and he's been getting more to his own coaching as well. Brosev, I think, is just one of the most passionate players I've ever met in TFT. He really loves the game, really works hard, and we're just really excited to see him. And he's been improving, like pretty much every single set. He's been doing better and better. So really looking forward to Brosev's performance, and I'm definitely rooting for him.
Totally. The other player coming back is JRC. If we see only the tournament AVP 3.4, so this guy smurfed all his way back to TPC right now, playing amazing from China, but obviously playing in the NA server and having great results. Another player to watch for sure, Necra, and who once again deserves to be here.
Excited to see them returning, and of course, as we see our returning players from the pro circuit from Lore and Legends, gotta talk about our competitors that made it through that gauntlet of a first weekend to be able to retain their spots in the pro circuit. And I think first up, I gotta call attention to Crazy Cat. Last set's regional finals, Crazy Cat didn't even have an idea that he could make it to the pro circuit from playing at regionals, and then he makes it. And he actually has a pretty okay pro circuit set. He did really well at the last couple of cups, but I still think that I'm excited that he gets to come back and be a part of the pro circuit once again.
Yeah, other of the players in this same segment is Kambuli. I really want to highlight because the respect that he has earned throughout the elite of the TFT community is so high. 2 times Tactician crown representative. 8th, he went to a final lobby, didn't manage to perform in that final lobby, but playing great, good tempo, good fast 9, good AVP, another player to watch and a total beast in TFT. Similar to this, Spencer, a guy that has been 3 times on Tactician crown, maybe not in recent events, but also a guy that when he pushed his mind, his focus into TFT, he becomes a total beast. Not the best tournament AVP right now, but the career stacks speak for themselves. When he gets focused, when he's able to practice and performing his best, he's obviously on the elite.
Yeah, Spencer and Kambuli have been competing for a long time, and while they don't have quite the household name recognition as maybe say Dish Soap, but they've always been very, very close, in the top, very much in the top of America's TFT. Kambuli in particular, he was drafted last pick, so you can see how much respect that all of the competitors have for him.
There's a lot of respect for those names that I think have been around for several sets of TFT. Kambuli and Spencer have certainly been staples, but I think when you look at some of the rest of the returning pro circuit players from that weekend one, you got to look at Deleted, who's coming as a comeback kid. He ended up not doing amazing in the pro circuit, but I think the fact that he was able to make it through that last weekend and also towards the top, Deleted comes in as a player that I have really high expectations for the rest of the regional finals. Similarly, Ladder Slayer comes in with a lot of community tournament experience, and then David Ace, he had a legendary run through Runeterra Reforged. I feel like the Runeterra sets almost feel like they're his to claim, with winning the LCQ and then getting 10th in the regional finals. It was exciting to see David Ace win that final game of weekend one in order to reclaim a spot in the pro circuit. But now we get to talk about our cream of the crop from Lore and Legends. These are the players that got a chance to completely bypass that first weekend of competition. And as we look at our players that came in 9th to 16th place, I feel like you're going to recognize a lot of these names, but I feel like there might be one in particular that people might have their eyes on here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dish Soap, of course, the 2-time Tactician's Crown winner, not just winning Tactician's Crown, consistently getting there. I think he's definitely one to look out for. And Soju, the most well-known TFT player, I think it was Frodan who said he's the most underrated and overrated player. Maybe overrated by a lot of his peers who have seen what he's capable of, and he's plays so well on his A game, but also maybe underrated by players who he just hasn't quite had the tournament results. So we'll see if he can overcome that and put up a good showing today.
Yeah, something similar with Setsuko, both in the same team, a player that is the ladder gatekeeper, if you will, having 2 Tactician crown in his spot, playing so amazing, and always been a fast 9 player. So it will be very interesting to see if that fast 9 possibility that he showed in the initial set and in the past is able to be transferred here for the Americas. So that will be huge. I mean, Setsuko, a player to watch for me, and he gets fuel from the haters. So of course, that would be a nice chance for him to demonstrate that he's prepared to go once again to the Tactician crown.
Gotta also talk about the Brazilian dominance that's on this slide. There has just been this new wave of Brazilian competitors that has started to take over those household names like Ego. And that's where we call attention to CMB, who actually came from the play-ins last regionals, ended up winning the whole thing, and accomplished something historical. It wasn't just the first win for Brazil at the Americas regional final since the merging of the regions, but it was also the first regional finals where Brazil also took second place. And that was Shaco. Ended up taking that second place at regionals and converting it into an 11th at the Tactician's crown. And then finally, Quintanilha, he had an amazing pro circuit run after what I would consider to be a kind of disappointing Tactician's crown performance. So for him, I think very exciting to see all 3 of them actually make it into that weekend 2 and retain their spots in competition. Want to also quickly call out, I think Pakigom comes in with a lot of top placements, hasn't quite had that regional win, and so this is going to be a big weekend for him to see if he can get that first major tournament win. And then for Darth Nub, kind of gets to sit easy, doesn't he? He already won a Pro Circuit Cup, actually had to go to EMEA to do that since Wei-Jin Iverson swept Americas, but he's already going to be qualified to the Tactician's crown. And so for Darth Nub, it's really all about getting more out of this weekend, and that would be the regional win. That's where we turn to our players sitting in 1st to 8th place, because I mean, what else can we really say? Wei-Jin Iverson sits at the top for a reason.
Yeah, Wei-Jin Iverson, wow, winning all 3 of the Tactician or of the cups in the pro circuit, this says absolutely incredible. Wei-Jin was already considered in the most elite echelon of players while he was in school full time for the past few sets, and now recently he's switched over to dedicating full time in TFT, and he's absolutely crushing it. Love to see Wei-Jin performing well. He's got such a good attitude about the game, and we'll see if he can pull off the golden road.
100%. I mean, he performed so well that even overshadowed Shonington and Michael, who was 2nd and 3rd, tied in points there in TPC. Michael having 4 appearances in Tactician crown, playing some amazing TFT, now in the tier list, also in the top. And Shonington, Boss of Skill, and Me First of Fate, the chance for them to go for the first time to a Tactician crown, players that are right now the best of the best, at least in recency. And there's a saying right now in TFT that recency is more important in this set. So it's very difficult to transfer, obviously, the legacy to this set, but for these players, it's their time to shine, Megra.
Yes, I think it's going to be a really interesting race as we're ready to get this first day started. I'm really excited to also see Robin Songs take the stage, a 2-time regional champion. Very elite few have been able to make that accomplishment happen, and also 4 times appearances at the Tactician's crown. And then of course for Prestivant, he does have 1 Tac crown appearance at the Into the Arcane Tac crown where he got 9th. But I think also for Prestivant, this would be a huge weekend to also show that he can get a regional final win. With all of that said, Hope-san, Asa, thank you so much for doing this preview with me. And now we get to get our first game underway. With that, we throw it over to our casters, Cieli and Dobbs.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk, and it's time to get it kicked off with our first game of the regional finals in week number 2. My name is Cieli, joined by Dobbs here. Are you so excited for 4v4?
I mean, for sure. I mean, who would ever thought we would have like a lobby like this? But almost 2 teams completely. Three players from one, 3 players from another team. Like if it's CLG and Vitality, it's amazing to watch. I love the draft.
Listen, I'm not biased at all. Okay, Listen, I definitely have a favorite team in this tournament, and this lobby is a dream come true because you get to watch them all at the same time. It's perfect.
It's amazing. Yeah, I feel like this opens a lot of a storyline. I mean, Marcel just picked every single player from his personal team, and as well as players from Vitality. So I love the way he put that on the draft, and I want to see how it's going to be played out.
Listen, and these drafts only last for 2 games, right? So it's not like it's the biggest deal in the world because they will reshuffle after these placements, but it sure does make for some good content and is absolutely going to be the one to watch. And that will be the first lobby that we join is lobby 4. It is going to be just quite a showdown because not only are these, interesting stories with teams, but they're also really elite players.
Yes, of course. I mean, they also picked like Rosef, one of the best players across the week 1, as well as Kampuli, that is one of the best players from previous sets. So I think this first lobby is so stacked. I mean, we are in week 2 of regionals, so from now on, we're just gonna be having like a lot of great lobbies.
100%, and I think we see possibly even the 44 teams lined up here. Brosif possibly joining CTG and Kambui here on the Vitality side. It's just fun to watch. If you're not familiar with 4v4, it is a different kind of competitive TFT that's only run a couple times a year, specifically around, hey, can us 4 as a unit in a game of TFT place higher than your group of 4? And it makes there some really fun dynamics between teammates. And for the record, that is not allowed here in the regional finals. But that is why this is so funny.
Yes, I mean, players of course are gonna let the team side down on this game and play the best of they can. And especially, I'm super excited to see what Soju can bring to the table. The last set he played so well in TPC as well as on this set, but let's see if he's going to be able to join the Tactician crown this time.
I think probably the most interesting character to me is Kambui in this lobby, who is someone that did not have the greatest TPC, especially to their standards, but clearly they are absolutely feared being the last pick in the draft. Now getting stuck in this lobby with a bunch of other great players, he had his worst set so far in about 3 sets, but was able to get out in the first 4, promoted to this week. So he's happy to be back, happy to have that off his back, and now really pushing towards qualifying for another Tactician's crown.
Yes, I mean, I want to highlight Brosef as well because from the players we watched from last week, I talked about him so much during the weekend because he had such a great game plan throughout the whole weekend, and he was able to qualify to week 2. So I really want to see if he is going to adapt his game plan or if it's just going to be played out as the same way as he did on week 1.
Another player that also played in week 1 and is now newly in the TPC is Kai Wang, one of the Citadel Gaming members. And he is someone that is a little bit interesting because he has some mixed expectations coming into this tournament. For him, he is a ladder warrior, so he's highly respected by a lot of players because every time they run into him on the ladder, he is doing quite well. But his tournament performances have been quite lackluster. There hasn't really been the signature Kai Wang moment in tournament, and so he's searching for one. He's very much due, but very few people expect him to perform maybe as well as some of his fellow players would expect from a player of his caliber.
Yeah, so on the flip side, we have Robin from the same team as Kai Wang, very conductor-rated player, 2-time champion in Americas, and played 4 Tactician crowns. So one of the best players in the world, but we can actually say that. And he can make his 5th appearance on Tactician crown. Very solid, very consistent player. So I always expect the best from him in the regional finals level.
Another player, and we can talk about these all throughout as the lobby is going on. Marcel P specifically is really one of the fastest rising stocks in all of TFT, period. Not even regardless of what region you're in. Qualified for his first Tactician's crown last set and had a lot of hype coming in because he was able to win a TPC last set, and now fighting for the spot, being 4th in pro points this set, really showing off, and now drafting the scariest lobby of all time in this regionals, showing some confidence going in. I've heard that he has prepped harder than anyone else, and so I'm excited to see what he can bring this weekend.
Yes, I'm actually very surprised that he picked his own teammates. I mean, I would say that I would not be surprised him picking like Vitality players. He could like make a narrative out of it, but picking his own teammates, it's like I don't know why he would ever do that. But maybe he actually know how they play out, so he thinks he can outperform them. So it's very interesting.
Well, here we go, jumping into game number 1 of our regional finals, week 2, to find out who's going to go to the Tactician's crown, and it is Vitality versus Citadel Gaming here in our first one. It's going to be interesting, especially because we know that this encounter is the LeBlanc encounter, which allows your augments to be given earlier in the game. So as soon as we see stage 2 line up, all the players will be looking at that top bar to see when exactly these augments will be coming.
For sure, it's a great point that you made, and also sometimes open crazy spot like especially on the second stage in the game. You can actually pick two augments that are just going to be able to be played out on this specific encounter. So the game can actually go crazy with some combinations.
We're talking about, hey, why did Marcel draft this lobby? Why did this all happen? And I think a lot of it, for him, he said he just wants to draft people that he knows will be consistent. Will play some normal games of TFT, and because of that, it'll be something he's used to. So maybe drafting his teammates was just for, I'm familiar with these guys. I know how they play the game. I've played with them a lot. He's played with, it's true. But then you load into a game of TFT, you get random augments and augment timings, and the consistency kind of goes away a little bit.
Yes, for sure. I mean, other way around would be like a Rise encounter for the second game. I'm just down for that.
I mean, who's not down for Rise Encounter? I mean, it makes for some of the best content. It's maybe not the most fun to play for some people. I personally really enjoy it.
Of course.
I'll go 8th a lot, though. It's fun.
Yes, I mean, when you're not competing at this level and like, even if you're not in the last game of the series, I mean, I'm down for the Rise encounter. As long as I'm not the player.
Top of our screen, we see all augments on stage 2, which means you can get some crazy combos. We are starting off with silver, which means not too much here, but will be at least very, very accelerated tempo of the game.
Yes, for sure. I mean, you have, and as you have all the 3 augments on the first stage of the game, I mean, you have to pick some economy augments as long as you can, because it's gonna be very important for you to build up your game.
So far on the right side, we've seen 4 people already select econ augments, 5 now with Brosif selecting Silver Spoon, and Prestivan with Silver Spoon as well. So lots of econ coming through, just like you called out. But the little bit of outliers we do want to call is for Marcel and Camberley, who are both taking item augments, which are also scaling, but not quite the same way.
Yes, for sure. I mean, for Marcel, he didn't even roll Icon on Eye. So I think that in his perspective, this was a great augment, because he had, if he wanted just a regular item augment, he could pick like a Thief's Gloves augment and look for economy in the roll, but he didn't, so he might think this augment is very, very strong.
On board with Soju, looking for some tempo Bilgewater here to start. Do have Scion locked in shop, but it looks like we have already committed to playing around AD. Maybe we'll play around that Jinx and Warwick line that we see played so much here in the current meta.
Yes, a very interesting call from Soju in here, because when you know that in the next couple rounds you're gonna receive the next augment, sometimes you can actually wait a little bit until you see your second augment to pick a line. But as you're playing towards Bilgewater, you actually want to commit very soon, because the first 2 rounds are really important to you to stack your serpents.
Camberley on the other side is also committed, but in a different way, just towards that AP line, which is definitely the most dominant of the lines currently, because of the amount of units that are flexibly using these items quite well. Having that shred and extra damage early is incredible, but here's the most exciting stage 2 of all time. Another augment already coming up. We do have gold.
Yes, this augment's very strange for the Soju setup. Groundswheel, not a very good pick in here. I mean, neither of these are actually very good.
Oh,
I feel he
Two
had
Trick.
to hold every single one.
I do like 2-trick a lot, especially because you're on 2-3.
Okay.
You get a little bit more, but we're going to just go for some items here. Maybe we can even slam that Rage Blade. Having an extra component on this augment now from the last patch is, or is it 2 patches ago? Either
I
way.
love this
well,
change. It's
yeah.
so amazing. I mean, from all of augments except the one that gives you a glove, they put an extra item, and I feel that was a great call because sometimes you can have more. You can actually play and do some stuff like Sojourning here is slammed Rage Blade, and also he can search for a item from his first line, so it open up much more play.
The Ionia this game is around the XP Ionia, being a Path of the Enlightened, but uniquely this game, in our second augment choice, we have multiple players taking things that give them random outputs. First, checking on Brosif and his spreading roots. Looks like we got Demacia and Piltover to get us started. As we look at the bottom of our screen, we'll see the status of the whole lobby.
Hey, look at the 2 aura farming, and this game's gonna be brutal for some players, especially for Soju. I feel like if he doesn't catch up on the early game, it's gonna be so hard because it's very hard to come back when you're behind with Bilgewater. And 2 players having a 2-star, a legendary unit on 4-2 is gonna be huge.
Picking up important units here. Setsuko also going for some sort of melee carry here, going for the Infinity Force. Brosif's spot is a very interesting one. Having 4 Piltover early is quite good, but you know, with T-Hex not quite in the meta as much as it used to, it is not nearly as good as it was previously.
Yes, for sure. You're totally right. I feel that usually you can pivot out of it later on. I feel like 4 Piltover is very strong, but having extra emblems can lead him into very good situations, especially with the Demacia emblem, because it's very easy to unlock the Galio, and you can play some sort of legendary units, and you just play like 2 Piltovers at the end. So a very good list of emblems he got.
Holy moly. Kai Wing having aura farming here, which, you know, taking a little bit later means you can get a little bit extra value out of that. Does get Annie too, which is one of my personal favorite ones. And he already had AP item slams, so this is perfect for his game plan.
I mean, Annie, I guess, is the best unit that you can pick from aura farming, because you not just have like the damage, you also have the front line. So it's like, I mean, it's amazing. The best unit that you can have.
Third augment already here for our players.
Oh my god,
being another gold augment. So no prismatics, but now, hey, we're going to be relaxing and cruising through the rest of these rounds because the augments have already all arrived and given so much direction for our players. Marcel P here, Epoch, one that is quite good and many players would take here. Yeah, he does end up going for that. And we see Azir being his aura farming as well, which I think is another great one.
Yes, this is such a great unit to have on 4-2 because you still have time to think if you want to sack for the Xerath, or if you can have some HP on the line, some extra HP. So very good unit to have early.
Ooh, Setsuko on the other side taking Cooking Pot, slamming Vanquisher Emblem, so his direction is clear, but it is a unique one. This is not something that we've seen be very popular in the meta right now, being specifically that Bel'Veth Slayers line. But, you know, in his spot, with the augments he does have, I like it.
Yes, I feel like Slayers are in the certain spot that if you have a great opener for it, they can still perform. We've seen last week some players having good results with some artifacts. Last game though, we had David Ace playing the Slayers and actually winning the game. So I feel like Setsuko just picked the line that he had like great units for it on the early game, and he has great combat augments for it as well.
Precedent here, playing around Darius 2. This guy's Darius 2 already. That's pretty insane here. Using that Silver Spoon, getting that Draven online, and getting to 5 as quick as possible to get those odds for 3 costs. We do have some very unique items, and I wonder if we will be going around this reroll Draven, Darius, LeBlanc line that has been really exploded onto the meta this patch.
Yes, I mean, for sure. I mean, last week we didn't see much of Darius, but throughout the week, we've seen some players actually improving their strategy based on the Darius items that he changed a little bit. And I feel like on this spot is actually amazing because he has half rolls that is gonna improve his combat. So I feel like he's in such a great spot, and of course he's streaked the early game, so great spot for him.
Broseph hoping to continue his as well. Going to be 100 streaking and not facing Precedent yet, so we'll have another 6 streak for them if they're able to both win. But Soju on the other side does have some early 4 costs, but no major upgrades, which is going to make this board much weaker. The board-wide buff from Piltover, as well as the Piltover units getting buffed with Acceleration Gate, is going to make this very hard to beat for the side of Broseph here. I'm very curious about this Piltover line. Is there a world for you, Dobbs, where you do try to lean into 6 Piltover and play around that, or is this just something to be flexible with late game?
I feel like before this patch, Rex was such an amazing unit, but nowadays I feel like you just play like some legendary board with Piltover on the line. I mean, I would stay with 4 Piltover as long as I can, and then try to put like some great units on the board, like Mao and maybe Rise, and some high quality units.
Marcel P having some high quality units with that upgraded Darius. Robin Songs playing around this Bard Aphelios reroll did go very deep here in rolling. Doesn't have Ixtal on board, but maybe it's just tempoing this. He has 7 of these Aphelios already.
Yes, I mean, the Aphelios is actually holding his economy, but when you're playing some compositions like this, you have to roll very deep on stage 3. Unless you're gonna take too much damage and you wanna play some tempo as well, you're gonna punish the lobby, unless you're gonna be taken down by the legendary units. So I think this is the right call in here, and maybe he can actually construct a win streak.
Ooh. And Precedent barely keeping his streak. Do you see that sliver of HP on this Draven? Able to beat Broseph here and break his streak and keep his own. For Broseph here, he wishes this shop was here last round, having 2 upgrades that are incredibly important for this board to give it some more strength. But we saw Robin Song's board give that 6-0, right? That's the power that he's really pushing the tempo, trying to show the lobby that he is in control here. And especially if you can hit that Aphelios as soon as possible, that would definitely be ideal. But Dobbs, I have a question about this Luden's Echo. Is there a unit that you're specifically looking at to play that with?
Well, I feel that I didn't check much on this item throughout the set. I feel that it doesn't seems to be very great. Maybe he just put in on Draven because he has 3 items. Maybe on LeBlanc 3 would be a great call. But I feel that this augment shined a couple sets ago, and this set doesn't have any great units in particular, if I am not mistaken.
Yeah, none stick out to me. It would be interesting to specifically look at what his other options were. We see Robin Songs now taking the win streak away from Precedent, so he is looking to establish his streak of his own. But I don't know what exactly that is. But we do have 3 pans on Carousel, which there's one player in particular that's looking for that, and that would be Setsuko.
Yes, for sure. I mean, another pan for Setsuko would be huge because he can make a lot of things. He can play Juggernaut. Maybe he can play another Vanquisher unit. So I wonder if he is able to get it, because sometimes you can, even if you have Cooking Pot, you cannot afford a pen because you're gonna miss like a component. So it depends on how good your item economy is.
Well, he didn't even take it, so
Yes,
it's not going to be
probably
that.
because of that.
Listen, my for fun mode would never let me not take a pan when I have Cooking
Yes, of course.
Right?
I mean, I give the reason to you.
Yeah, of course. It just makes sense sometimes. Looking at the rest of this lobby, now on board with Soju, we do see him being level 7 here already, playing around Pandora's Bench, which is one of these riskier of these augments, because sometimes it's literally the best thing to ever exist because it gets you the easiest 3-star forecast of your life, and sometimes it does nothing.
Yes, you're totally right. I feel that this augment plays out very slowly. Sometimes it gives you great units. Sometimes you have to break up your economy in order to actually roll more units on the line. And I don't like this augment to push levels because I feel that you don't take any advantage of it unless you're like super far ahead on the game. So I feel like Soju is very behind on the game right now. Oh, maybe this shop can actually help him.
It sure looks like it. Misfortune and Fizz now on board. We can get the 7 Bilgewater ASAP, which will start getting all of our Serpents up as well. So this is looking like a good way to possibly ramp up. We know we can get to our Twisted or Tom Kench earlier now this patch with the unlocked changes, and so excited to see where he does end up and how he prioritizes using these resources.
Yes, I mean if he can actually survive a little bit, he's gonna be a threat on the line because as long as the Pandora can build up some sort of forecast for him, he can make it through. But the problem is he healthy enough? I don't think so. So he's gonna have to actually stabilize very soon.
Somebody who's also a little bit behind is Kambui, who's level 6, has great AP item slams, has some pretty good AP units, and now putting together a little 3 streak to end this stage is great for him, but he does have maybe a little bit of lack of direction. I'm not sure exactly where he'll end up, somewhere in the AP world, but maybe the game's just waiting to show him what he should play.
Well, I feel that he may be towards Demacia because he's not like that rich to go level 9, so he have to roll an 8. So I feel that's a great line to you to roll an 8 very deep and stabilize, and having like a great stage 4 can lead you to a certain good spots in the game later.
Prismatic orbs here
prismatic
for
orb.
our lobby. That is
And
so many more resources.
A lot of items as well.
Insane.
Oh my god, this one gets me very dizzy. Three items.
Completed items. And it's so hard to prioritize which ones you want here because there's so many options, right? You could complete your tanks. You could make a whole nother carry. You could do so many things, but what I do know is that any composition that's playing around a duo carry will be in luck here.
Yes, I mean, I can think of Satsuko having like a great spot because he has multiple carries on the line, and I feel that for Soju at least it's actually very unlucky because players are going to be very strong right now, and they can actually punish even more. And his spot is like, I mean, he needed like a slow play to get the 3-star for cost online.
And you think of anyone that took an item augment, giving them that extra combat power through that, it's now a little bit minimized because all of a sudden everyone has more items to work around. So if you took Econ to use your gold a different way, that will be much, much better. Robinsong is going to be losing his streak here. This is very, very close. Phyllis trying their best, but not quite enough. Brosif able to continue. Could you imagine if he didn't lose that one round? He'd be on an 11 streak.
Yes, it's still in a good spot, but I feel who is in a good spot is the players that took for our farming, because they have a 2-star legendary unit with 3 items. So having more items like this is great when you're playing legendaries.
Soju currently now escaping the bottom of the table with a win there in the last round, is rolling some of these forecasts to try and get stabilized. Robinsong's rolling almost all the way down to see if he can complete some of his 3-stars and has not quite done that outside of the Aphelios. So really close on a lot of these units. One away from this Bard, where Bard being 3-star is a huge buff to that unit. But Satsuko on the other side has now hit 2-star Mbessa, and this is might start getting out of hand. He looks quite strong.
Wow, Satsuko is so strong right now, and I feel like he's playing on the curve of the comp. Because when you have like 2-star Mbessa very soon, and you have the replay augment, the Trinity that gives you extra shield, you can plenish the lobby on stage 4 very much. So you can see the comp that plays tempo, like Robbins, and he didn't have like any chance on the fight.
Across the lobby, you're seeing a lot of upgrades come through. Setsuko still having some important pairs, but definitely in a spot where he'll win some fights and stabilize here. Across our lobby, the only person that is basically making any kind of interest is Prestivant, who has won a round and is sitting up there, where Marcel now has his 2-star Zero online through aura farming and is looking quite scary.
Yeah, he doesn't have any Shurimans yet, so I wonder if he's getting he's getting actually. He won a round, so he win. This one he can get the Renekton, but if he loses, it's gonna be very near to the Zero.
Yeah, Xerath is the, probably premier unit when it comes to this, but it depends on what your board needs. If you need more tank, then we need to go for that Nasus. If we need more AP damage, that Xerath is great because it also brings charms, and then also the Renekton being an AD bruiser. So he will win again there, unlocking this Renekton, and it looks like he'll probably just only stay with those 2 Shirimans.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he doesn't have much HP to work with, so I feel like 2 Shuriman is gonna be the maximum that he's reached on this game. But he can still afford like a decent front line. Maybe he can buy like Wukong 2 or maybe Taric and Skarner. Very units that are very you can fit in whatever composition you're playing. So he can actually try to build a flex play in here and still make a good shot on the game.
The other interesting part about Marcel is his items are wonderful. Now has some Magic Shred alongside that to go on Seraphine. It looks like he's opting to not quite push 9 yet. Not solid about his position here, but soon enough we'll be aiming for going to that next level.
Yes, for sure. I feel like he doesn't have much HP to go 9 still, so it's better to actually have like a great board, unless you're trying to risk it much. So I feel like he probably going to try to start the Renekton before going 9.
I imagine TG on the 2-star Renekton would go pretty hard for this board here. Preston on the other side is re-rolling. He's staying on level 7, re-rolling for Draven and Darius and LeBlanc and whatever else he can find. Setsuko, though, taking a big loss here to Brosif on the other side. Brosif's playing some flex TFT. We saw him play that a lot last weekend. He was the player that was probably the most creative out of anyone, playing lines that people just weren't playing.
Yes, exactly. And speaking of people were not playing, here comes a Galio with T-Rex. I mean, I've never seen that before.
It does look like the TX came off the board, opting to play 3 Demacia instead. But I imagine this can find a spot back on the board at some point, right? This TX is it's a scary dragon that breathes lasers. It's pretty sick.
Yes, I'm surprised that he's on the bench right now, but he couldn't fit. I mean, Oriana is a great trade bot as well as Vi, so he opted the T-Rex to be on the bench. In the flip side, we have Soju that got Lucian, Senna, Chu.
Yeah. Yep. I think this Pandora's bench might be paying off a little bit for Soju. He's now got a few wins in a row where we might need to keep an eye on someone like Kambuli in our lobby, who is a little bit lower HP as well and has lost a lot of this stage. Kai Wang alongside that, who's playing around Annie too.
Yes, the unit that we said that is one of the best out of auto farming, but he ended up losing a lot of HP. I'm actually very surprised no one picked Yoni line on this game, and I feel that it's mostly because of the first augments in the game being very early in the match, so players actually committed every single line very early.
Yeah, and it's maybe not an Ionia. I mean, it's an Ionia that I like with the XP one specifically.
Not one of the best. Used it to be the best one, but now, of course,
yeah,
it's not great.
A solid okay for this augment choice. For Robin songs here, we have the ability to possibly make what people would say is best in slot on our Philios, but instead we're just going to level and play this Lulu for the team-wide Arcanist buff and see what we can do to make this board a little bit stronger, because we have lost a few rounds, but he has now found that Bard 3, which is quite important to the damage.
Yes, I mean, this comp, he actually plays out with a certain tempo. he didn't miss 2 rounds. I feel that he didn't hit the Nico 3 on the curve, so he lost a couple rounds that he didn't want to.
Broseph on the other side, looking like he's going to start econing up here. The Seraphine cast does go wide, and the Nico still standing strong there as the rest of the units do ramp up. And so this Philo is going to try and take down the backline for Broseph, but Bard able to come through with a lot of damage there. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, such a close fight. Now Robin has the ability to play Nidalee, one of the greatest units that you can pair with Nico 3. If he can actually get some good units for her, she is going to help him a lot.
Marcel P, level 9 now, going to be unlocking Rise here, which is one of the main points of damage for this board, alongside now 2-star Azir and 2-star Seraphine and 2-star Renekton. The board is coming together, but he did lose his last round alongside Camberley, so both these players are in danger.
Oh my god, the 2 players from Aura Farming. We're gonna see whoever got the best pick out of it, Azir through against any. I mean, any item's just great, as well as luck. So this fight is gonna be very important for both of them.
And as a reminder, Marcel P drafted this lobby, and now he's staring 8th place down, and he's facing his teammate from CTG across the way. New to the TPC is Kai Wang, and Marcel P will be falling out in 8th place of the lobby that he drafted himself into.
Oh my god, I mean, TFT is amazing. You can actually predict everything, but you can predict what Mortogs want to do, right? This lobby was crazy because of the augments and the encounter. So a hope start for Marcel P, but still a lot of games that he can play. I'm certain that he will bounce back.
Camberley's playing around quite an interesting board. Has Ionia 2 out of 3, and just playing around what he did hit, which uniquely was not really the same line here. Kind of still playing flex between the two and figuring out as he goes. And it looks like Kai Wang is looking to be the Grim Reaper of this lobby and take out the players one by one, because with that Annie 2 comes Tibbers 2, and that means solid backline and solid frontline.
Yes, oh my god, I feel like for Kamboli it's very tough because he's facing a version of himself, but even better, with Annie2 and Lux with better items. So unfortunately he's going down in here, but I feel that from the early game he didn't have tools. His spot was to play level 8 AP units, so he had to stay on the Lux, and I feel like he didn't go quite well because his spot wasn't great.
Also falling down is Prestivant, our first Vitality member of this lobby, falling out in 6th place. Wasn't quite able to get that Darius Draven LeBlanc reroll online. The Noxus just didn't find its way to the shop quick enough. And so looking at the top of our lobby, specifically the player on fire, 8 wins in a row, is K3 Soju, playing around Bilgewater tempo. And we saw 7 Bilgewater early, gives you so many more resources. And so for him now, it is looking quite good to, at the very least, top 4.
Wow, I mean, when we've seen the spot from Soju on stage 3, he had one of the worst spots in the game, but that's one of the things that we discussed before, right? Pandora's bench is actually crazy because sometimes it gives you nothing, but for Soju, it gave him Lucian Senna 2, and that stabilized him so much. And he is actually very strong right now. So the more he can actually stay alive, he can actually cook other great units with the Pandoras.
For Robin's songs here, he is currently the player with the lowest HP in the lobby, but this Nidalee that is untargetable is onto the Velveth in the backline for Setsuko, but the lack of armor for this Nico will be the death of Robin's songs here, dropping down and out of the game. I believe that's perfect 0 here on stage 5 as well. So 2 CTG in the bot 4, and Kai Wang looking to now reclaim the spot and save it for Citadel here in this lobby. Soju took a loss in that recent fight.
Yes, I mean, not a great start for the CTG players, Marcel and Robin, but taking a top 5 with the Robin setup is not the worst. I feel like sometimes you know that the top 5 is actually the best thing you could ever done. So depending on the game, you actually be okay with it. So I feel like he had a decent spot, didn't have the tools to fight for anything else than a 50.
Now Soju facing off against his teammate Setsuko on the other side. Like we called out, we do have that 2-star Lucian Senna, the 2-star Misfortune, and trying to get this board in a spot where it can do enough single target damage to take down these units. Looks like it will here. Setsuko taking a big loss and dropping down towards the bottom of our top 4 here. Kaiwing, we're seeing this time and time again. This Annie 2 is absolutely dominating the lobby.
Yes, I mean, NH2, it's just very strong when you can hit very early. But look at the Setsuko. He's cooking, trying to cook a Belvet 3 stars. He's 2 Belvets away from it. So things can still change on this game.
Yeah, I was hearing some pings come through, and I'm sure that is what it was. Is people looking at Setsuko's board and saying, uh-oh, hello, pay attention. We need to buy some Belvets in order to stop this Belvet 3 from happening. Because, again, look at these items, right? It's not only that he has an option of Belvet 3, but it's 2 really good Belvet 2s on his board doing tons of damage.
Yes, for sure. And I feel nothing more than Setsuko's playstyle than actually putting an R for 4 rounds in a row and getting an extra artifact. And look at what he got. He got like a RFC, one of the best choices for Belvet. And the other Belvet's actually very well built as well. So he's still in a good position to take a third in here, depending on the matchup he can get.
Bad news. He is facing Kaiwing on the other side. It looks like that will be his matchup. So can he do something to get onto that Annie early, maybe even stop Annie from casting? We are the opposite side, and the Silas is towards all of our carries. The Silas cast comes through and will stun up most of the important units on his board. Setsuko, though, the units are wrapping around onto the other side, but double Bramble Vest Tibbers, with the amount of armor that it does have, will not fall down easily. We're going to have to bypass it, but we will not. Stand strong. The Bear will win here, and Brosif also falls down in fourth place.
Got it. I mean, Setsuko getting a third here, very good for his game. And I mean, look at the Kaiwing's items. So 2 Bramble Vests against a heavy AD comp, as well as Soju that is playing AD as well. Very good setup, and still have a 3-item Galio with 2 helmets. It's an incredible setup.
Now, I do want to call out, obviously Soju's board is quite strong. We did just print a Flicker Blades, and so that could be the very difference in this fight here. That Horn being able to get us an extra artifact is going to be quite strong. The giant stun from the Silas is going to make the ramping of Soju's board slow down significantly. Kaiwing, the Annie has casted, the whole board is burning, but it does fall down there quite quickly. The Tibbers still standing strong, and the Galio doing so much damage here. CTG's Kaiwing, not quite knocking out Soju.
Yeah, I still can play one more round, but I feel like it's very hard for him to take out Kaiwing board due to the item quality Kaiwing has, and the counter. It seems like a counter matchup because Annie can actually burn the backline before Soju can actually play it. Oh my God, Silas too. It's one of the best units on the game right now.
It is exactly what he's looking for to tap off this board completely. We do have our carries split on either side. The last minute swap of the Silas towards our main tank doesn't quite find what it's looking for. We do have that clump spread out, but we'll hit both of our ramping carries on the right side. The Lux taking one of them down as well. This one looks significantly better than the previous as well, as Annie casts and burns the whole board. Kaiwing making a statement here in game number 1 and taking the first victory over Soju. It will be a CTG 4v4 W in this lobby. Brosif's on the team.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
I mean, exactly. I mean, if you were playing 4v4, Marcel P just did what he needed to do, playing his teammate, getting a top 1. But jokes aside, Kaiwing just converted the high roll. I mean, when you get an NH2, you have to convert it, and he did that amazingly and got the first on his first game.
And listen, I'm not biased at all, but I'm really happy to see Kaiwing succeed here in game number 1. And we will have another game before these lobbies do shuffle. So it's very interesting because they'll be able to run it back and play it in the same lobbies once again. But we will run it back here shortly. But there's going to be a quick break. Our analyst desk will be right back to break down this game, and then we'll head into our game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
An exciting first game with the most intense lobby that we have had here for this weekend. Hopefully on Asa and I back on the desk to break down that action before we get into the second game. And let's talk about it, because I think that's the biggest story of this lobby, is that this, I do believe, is the lobby of death from R4, and it proved to be so.
Yeah, we saw 2 out of farming players, one with the best side of it with the Annie. Obviously, you had the front and the back, like Dub was saying in the casting. That was Skyway on the front, playing amazing, good tempo, pressuring the lobby, and getting the great end of it. So, I mean, Fast Night, we knew it was the cap, and players trying to reroll didn't actually hit that fast, so they couldn't be able to pressure these high kite boards.
Yeah, Pressfit never hit the LeBlanc, and on the other end of the aura farming, Marcel P drafting this tough lobby, but also getting the aura farming Azir a little unlucky, because a lot of Azir's power is in his support traits between Shurima and the Sand Soldier, so not as good as stabilizing as a carry as Kaiway's Annie.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit unlucky on that side of things, but then also we were all talking a little bit about the prismatic orb that ended up getting dropped in the middle of the game. That gave out a lot of completed items to players, and there were definitely some players that were happier about that than others.
Yeah, normally you can use more like the duo carry possibilities, or going to Fast 9 and having so many legendaries that can actually cap your board, and you always need that additional item. So players obviously like Kaiwen were the ones who got the end of the stick better. Brose play great, trying to play a comp that is not in the best moment. Lee Seraphine with a good fourth. and Robin together with Presby trying to reroll but different costs. So two costs for Robin and 3 costs, so they didn't help themselves. That's why they stood in the middle of the table.
Yeah, the prismatic orb giving everyone so many items turned out pretty poorly for Robin, who had to put full items on a Vi 2 and then later admittedly won. So not being able to get the benefits from those, as we saw Kaiwing basically had all his items on 2-star legendaries.
I mean, the Galio as well. That was a really nice unit to have come in and hit the board and also be beefed up like that. I thought we were going to maybe see another 3-star forecast. I was kind of crossing my fingers that we'd be able to see Setsuko actually hit the Belpath 3. And then we could have said at least a forecast reroll was actually successful. But at the end of it all, I think it was kind of what we expected. This Arcanist Flex board, Kaiwing ended up able to put that together beautifully with that Mini 2 and then seal this first game. And I'm excited to see how that lobby turns out next time, because yeah, I don't know if one game is enough sample size for me to have like firm conviction on this, but I think everybody in that lobby is in danger. That one's quite tough.
100%. I wanted to highlight also for the last lobby Soyu. He played amazing playing Bilgewater without the Tam Kench, and that's not easy to navigate. Early game was not good. He played strongest board, played the Brown as the tank that is normally should be, but actually getting a second in that lobby was so pressured. Feels about the flexibility and adaptability of Soyu being right now in a good spot.
Yeah, we were watching Soju's spot backstage. I thought for sure he was going 8th. Near the bottom of HP, playing Bilgewater, had the Pandora's Bench and just use it just to get standard forecasts and end up playing second, which is amazing.
I think it works out when you're not contested either, so I think that Soju definitely had a lot more wiggle room to play around with. Let's see how this next lobby fares as we send it back over to our casters, Sealy and Dubs, to bring us through this next one.
Thank you, Desk, for breaking that one down. So excited to get into another one where in this lobby, we have so many stories from our previous weekend to talk about. Dobbs, it's going to be a great one.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like I really want to see how the players coming from week 1 are going to face Michael and Dishsoap and Northnub, as well as Kintai and Shaco. I feel like those players were doing an amazing job on week 1, but here comes the bosses. So it's gonna be very interesting.
As we get into our game, oh, it's a calm day in Runeterra. There's nothing going on here. I personally, I don't like this one. This one, I just kind of want to boo. You know, it's a little bit, meh. Nothing really happens.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather get an extra 1 cost rather than getting nothing. I feel
Yep.
I don't like much the Holy Abyss encounter, the Lysandras, but it's still better than nothing, right? But for us that watched the first game, going crazy with that LeBlanc encounter, that's gonna be a game that's gonna be more the TFT regular one.
Well, let's talk about some of our players here, because this is the interesting part about the regional finals, and especially because we have these lobbies drafted, right? The person that drafted this lobby is Michael, who was dominant during the TPC, but was a little bit overshadowed by Wajan Iverson and his victories, but he did make every single TPC final this set, which is an incredible feat.
Yes, for sure. I mean, Michael has been one of the greatest players, if not the greatest players from Latam. And I feel like he played the Tactician crown last set, if I'm not mistaken. And this time he almost made it through, if it was not because Wajan was taking like every single crown, every single tournament. But he still have a great chance on the TPC, on regional finals. And I'm pretty sure he knows that, and he has the tools to reach the Tactician crown.
Wigwug, the star probably of the newly promoted players from Tier 2. He was our rank 1 from week 1, able to get out in just 8 games, and now stepping into our week 2, he started off not great. He had 8th place to start off in our previous lobby, and so excited to see what he does to bring it back. Makes 10 gold here on 1-4, which is a bold move. But when you're playing around some of these high econ augments, it can be a game winner. Gold augments to get us started, and calculated loss for somebody who already has a lot of gold. Not a bad start.
Yes, for sure. And also, he doesn't have any units on the board, so it's very hard to actually not take in calculated loss in here, because it's very unlikely that, okay, he just picked us 2-star 2 cost. So but you have to make it to level 9 in order to get the full value of this augment, which is an augment that recognizes digital Tactician Crawl wins. So I love this type of augments.
It sure does. Speaking of Dish Soap, he's also in this lobby, and he has Ixtal Expeditionist, which I definitely want to keep an eye on and see what his quest is as well as we go through this lobby, because that is going to be an absolute game changer, especially when there's no encounter.
Yes, for sure. And I wanna also talk about Michael. Look at his items. Is he playing Vigor? Because I feels like this is a BIS Vigor so far. So Necro should be very happy watching this game. So let's see if we can actually see a great Vigor in here, because we didn't see much of that on the first week.
And it's a very interesting game across the board. We do see Shaco is playing around Viego hero augments, which we know that Shadow Isles wasn't particularly popular last week. It didn't do too well, but I know there was some new tech this week, so I'm curious to see how we see this played out. For Dish Soap here, we're very curious what his Ixtal quest is. We do have obviously 3 Ixtal here, probably had it on 2-1 as well, but did win a fight, so we'll see what exactly it is as soon as we get confirmation from production.
Yes, I mean, I can say that it should be something that kills units, or maybe stay with Ixtal for huge amount of rounds, because he's limited items and he leveled it to level 4. So very interesting opener for Dish Soap. And this is a kind of player that you can expect the best out of a TFT game. And playing the Ixtal line, I will always expect him to make like certain great board at the end of the game.
And he will get another win here as well. So staying healthy is great, especially when you're at 110 HP to work with. But who has Ixtal +1 from his Legion of Threes? That is not good.
I mean, I feel like when you have the Legion of 3, sometimes you can actually forget about the emblem, as you have like an Ixtal and you don't have Ixtal units, so it's gonna roll.
You reforged it.
Okay, I'll make sure one. You can play a good sort of 3 cost reroll lines with this augment. So I feel like you can play Malzahar with Zoe and Leona, as well as some Draven GP and some Darius as well. But with Finksher, he's gonna have to cook a little bit, so let's see what he's actually aiming for.
Actually very curious to see what his Void mods are, because it looks like it might be going towards that Targon Malzahar reroll that has performed very, very well in week 1. But for Quintanilla here, we do see him already being on a 3 streak, staying at 100 HP alongside Ladder Slayer, so only 2 players currently streaking.
Wow, very interesting spot for Quintanilla. Actually playing Clear Mind and actually winning. So that can help him very much. And he's playing Yordos with that, so he's probably aiming towards Annie. So let's see if he's going to be able to actually perform well with this augment. Not an augment that people are actually aiming to get very, very often, but very interesting line.
Does get another upgrade, which means he can place more units onto this board. We do have 5 out of 6 Yordle online with a Poppy in shop that we can't quite buy here. For Dish Soap, we know that his quest now, he does have did get 20 from a previous quest. His quest now is have a full bench for 4 rounds, and so that is why we're seeing the chaos that is ensuing on his bench. Not making econ breakpoints here is tough, but the good news for this one is it does work over the neutral round.
Yeah, especially I love this type of quest that you can work with in the neutral round. So it's very important to pay attention on this spot, because you can actually finish a quest very soon, and he's going to pick a quest right before the stage 2, so you can aim for better quests later on.
Dishsoap is a player with super high expectations on him going into this tournament. He's obviously, if you've never watched TFT before, especially professional TFT, and you don't know who Dishsoap is, he is widely regarded as the greatest of all time because he is one of 2 people with 2 Tacticians crowns to his name. Dishsoap is by far one of the most consistent players in the whole world. And so going into this, he needs to qualify for another Tactician's crown to keep up his legacy in the race of becoming the greatest.
Yes, I mean, on the top of everything you said, that it's already amazing enough. He played 5 Tactician crown in a row, besides the last one. So he might be like willing to reclaim that spot on Tactician crown that he actually belongs.
By the way, last regionals he missed by 1 spot. He was
yes.
the one looking on the outside looking in, and so it's not like it wasn't close. And actually, the guy who knocked him out, he's facing right now in Quinta on the other side, who took the spot with Katarina reroll last set. So little fun rivalry here in this lobby.
Yeah, I love how the regional finals and the TBC actually build some very good storylines, and this is actually one of them.
Another player to definitely check out here is Darth Noob, who is down towards the bottom of our leaderboard. Playing around calculated loss is risky because oftentimes you sacrifice your HP for extra resources, specifically in this case rerolls, but also getting the gold from your loss streak means that you can have some crazy high cap boards later in the game.
Yes, for sure. I wonder if he's actually aiming for some 3 cost lines. Very good with this because you can get great items for it and then play tempo on stage 3, or if he's aiming to play some 4 cost or even 5 cost later on.
Win streaking in our lobby is Ladder Slayer as well, so we'll take a look at his board in a second. Darth playing around what we would expect a little bit here, playing around that Bard to continue to get some extra resources, where Shaco is very much playing around his tempo here, and now having Viego 3 already, still having 30 gold while being on level 5, so it is in a pretty great spot to tempo this throughout stage 3.
Yes, I mean, despite the fact that this is not like one of the top compositions in the game, if you get it online very soon, you're in a decent spot. So he's 30 gold, and actually with Viego 3 already. So usually you are 30 gold in a regular game without a Viego 3. So I feel like it's a great spot.
Obviously a dominating win here versus Dishsoap on the other side. Ladder Slayer continuing that win streak towards the top of our table. Wigwug, though, slamming some of these AP items, definitely going to be playing around some of the flex there. Needing to reach that level 9 like we talked about, making 40 gold, but our second augment will be silver, so not a ton of extra resources. And again, no encounter this game, so nothing crazy coming up.
Yes, unless Mortog puts a prismatic orb, just like last game.
True. And a prismatic
orbs are
maybe.
crazy. Yeah, maybe. I'm down for that. Let's have some fun.
Would be great. Want to check on bruh, who specifically taking branching out with Legion of Threes means, hey, now we get another emblem to work on. We're now Dishsoap getting another quest here. We'll get confirmation from our production on which one he did choose.
Yeah, we got the confirmation that the quest is having no items on the bench. So, very good option for him.
Yeah, able to get 70 more shards from that option, which will help propel him closer and closer towards proc. I don't know, Dobbs. I haven't played too much of Ixtal this patch specifically, but I know it is a little bit weaker than it had previously been. Do you still want to play towards Brock? Is it a plan to just to get some econ and get out? Are we playing towards Nidalee only? What's the idea here?
I mean, if you're not in a spot that you can play reroll, that I think it matches Dishsoap setup in here. it's unlikely that he's going to reroll Ishtal. You can play either Nidalee, as you said, and some AP flex, as any other comp that can actually play right now be played. You have a lot of units that can play flex items, like with legendary units, especially Mao and Rice. So if you're able to get the Brock, you're gonna use it like a powerful unit, but you're aiming to some great AP carries, even if it's Nidalee or if it's like an Mao or a Rice, depending on how rich you are.
Michael, playing around Yordles, we have the Vigar online on 3-3, so not only does this make the board a little bit stronger, you can start to get some stacks on Vigar. Just like in League of Legends, the more and more this unit casts and kills units, the more and more AP it can collect, which can scale into the late game and possibly even win some of these games. Dobbs, tell us more about the expectation around Yordles and this composition when that's your game plan heading into a game.
Well, I feel like when you're playing Yordles, if you have like such a great early game, we've seen players like Quintanilla is actually opting for that strategy. You can play towards the 8th Yordle very early in the game. Try to get as much as resources as you can, and then pivot that to any board that it can actually have like a great result. So you've seen a lot of Annies do great with this kind of strategy. But if you can unlock the Veigar having like a Rabadon and get it very soon on the game, as Michael is having here, you can try to maximize that power from its units. And also Veigar has an interesting combination of items, because he already crits on his spell, so you're gonna have Rabadons with strikers being his best in slot.
Darth Noob doing a bit of a roll down here on level 7, trying to stabilize this board and figure out how we can make it work.
Well, I feel like he just lost a lot of HP, didn't manage to get the Darius 2 just yet, he just got it. A little bit far behind the Darius. Interesting augment though, because when you're playing this comp, you want to play Darius like as a solo frontline, but he has the twin augment, so he has to play 2 units. So I wonder if that's going to actually help him, or maybe actually not be that good.
I mean, he knows he needs to stabilize here, right? He's at 34 HP. 8 losses in a row is quite a few, and so he needs to start winning now and probably through all of stage 4 in order to have a good shot in this game, unless this last augment can give him a lot of juice to help him reroll. Because now he's used a lot of his gold, and he rolled pretty deep. It's going to be a little bit hard to recover his economy here. And so, you know, when people like Ladder Slayer in this lobby pushing the tempo incredibly, it's going to be very difficult to stabilize.
Yes, I mean, when you're playing for like a calculated loss, you're gonna be very rich, but the downside is if you miss the tempo and you don't find the units that you need on the roll down, you're gonna be so low in HP. I mean, personally, I feel that Darknub is the player that can take all the risks that he wants, because he is already on Tactician Crown. But he's just going to aim for the best spot that he is trying to.
Wow, Dissop here already having 5 Ixtal online, being level 7, unlocking this Nidalee, unlocking Skarner all in the same turn, and this means every round he will be gaining 2 more HP to work with. So not only does he have HP from his opening augment being the Ixtal Expeditionist, he's gaining 2 every round to push this as far as possible, while having a new quest, getting 100 of these Sun Shards for having 15 of your units die in combat. And here's a good start. 7 have already died.
Yes, I mean, it's probably, if he can play level 8 for 1, he can finish this quest. But I feel that will cost him a lot of economy. So let's see if he's aiming to level on the next round, or if he's going to push levels on Fortune.
I think it is an option, but I think he would literally be 0 gold if he were to do that. And I'm not sure that waiting 1 more round, because the odds, he could win too, right? His board's not super weak. And so
Yes.
if he were to do that, ruin his econ and not get the cash out there, it would be very detrimental to his game.
Yeah, you're totally right. On the
Ladder
flip side, have
Slayer.
Ladder Slayer having like a great early game, a lot of HP to work with.
He did lose his win streak, which obviously at this point in the game, not the end of the world, but will not be ideal for keeping that economy up through that neutral stage. Looking across our lobby, I don't think we saw anyone level up to level 8 here. Lots of patience in this lobby because there's less inflation because of no encounter.
Yes, despite I mean, besides Quintanilla, I feel everybody doesn't have like much gold. Quintanilla may be in the position that he can level 8 because he's playing with Clear Mind and playing Yordles.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to keep an eye on see what he does. Shaco on the other side still playing around Shadow Isles, did get makeshift armor as a second augment to help just give some tankiness to his board while keeping the items off those units. And the Nidalee doing its best to kill as many units as possible for Dish Soap will be one off getting his cash, which we did talk about before this, which is a little sad, but it was what his expectation was going into that.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he didn't have to, he couldn't level, as you said, and I feel like now he can actually roll, and maybe even if he wins the round, he probably actually get in the quest line. Just
Gold
wanted
augments
to like
to finish off our game here. Nothing crazy being found. Who would definitely want to check on them because they did take 3 threes, and that is one of the craziest ones to possibly get. And now Quinta, who is playing around this tempo, playing around Yordles as well, which is contested in this lobby, now automatically gets Vigar because of this augment choice. And so it will be contested Vigar here in game number 2 of the regional finals.
Oh my god, that's actually crazy. I wonder if he's going to keep the Vagar or if he's using the Vagar to go healthy with to any. But look at Wigwag. Look at his augments. He took a prismatic one. Is that a win out?
Oh,
I think so.
It is.
He's going level 10, straightforward.
It should be. He's going at least level 9 first, taking a pick stop there and figuring it out. He does have a Garen 2 and a lot of power. Quinta looking quite good, but on the other side, we're seeing who is currently sitting at the bottom of this lobby. It is now has really good items for this Darius, but no golden units is going to make it very difficult.
Yes, for sure. I feel like Quintanilla is in a weird spot because he's going to lose a lot of HP throughout this stage. But if he can make it through on next stage and find the board that he wants to, Annie 2, Silas, we know that this is a comp that you can play on low HP because it's one of the best comps on the late game.
Darth Noob continuing to roll down here, stopping at 47. Scouting around, it does look like, so not quite fully committing because him and who are contesting one another on this reroll specifically. Not even one of them pushing tempo. They are both consisting this, but for Darth, he's the one on the win streak.
Oh my god, look at what Dart had to do on LeBlanc because he's missing AP items. So he had to put a frontline item on LeBlanc. Not quite bad though, because he gives him extra AP when the shield goes up, the shields go down. So you can still manage to do that, but not the optimal way that you actually want.
Michael having this Vigar, but no Vigar 2. He is paired on the Vigar. Will make this a little bit difficult to continue to win rounds, but he is killing a good amount of units, and it's looking quite good. The LeBlanc looking to try and take down as much as possible, but doesn't quite get there yet. Vigar standing strong here. I'm so confused that this unit's contested. We didn't see this barely at all have any success, and now multiple people are playing it.
Yes, I mean 2 players playing Vigar line on the same game, but I still think Quintanilla is actually trying to go any, but I don't think Michael enjoyed that so far because he took a Vigar away from the pool, so it's actually getting the Michael's game delayed a little bit.
Across our lobby, there's few people that we're seeing clear game plan from, at least at this point. Darth Nub, 53 gold, looking to go level 8 or continue rolling on level 7. Maybe even possibly waiting for a who to die from this game to release the units back to him. But also, Quinta looking to possibly go level 9 and play Yordles or Annie there. And also, specifically looking at, someone like Dish Soap, who's playing around Ixtal. for Darth Noob here, we are able to get double JG now. So lots of crits coming from this LeBlanc.
Yes, finally he was able to take out the defensive item from LeBlanc, and aiming that to the Scion gonna have like a better impact on his board.
Wigwag's board is probably the most interesting right now because he took an augment Money Monsoon that gives him 7 gold every single round, which not only allows you to play a little bit more confident in being able to roll down and stabilize your board more, but can really bring your board to some crazy high highs later in the game. Bruh, who on the other side though is playing around 7 Noxus, and we're seeing that Octagon really show its strength in this matchup.
Yes, I mean his augments are great for a reroll line, but the point is he didn't have a great spot for it, and having Noxus units actually is delaying Darth Noob's spot that are also aiming for this Noxus 3-star.
Being patient is Darth Noob here. A player that is already going to the Tactician's crown, so a very good talking point for him, because he went over to AMER and stole a slot from them in TPC2, the second of the cups to happen. And so his spot is great. He's kind of relaxing. He knows that he doesn't need to do too much. He's already going to that next level of competition. But in this game, playing patient, maybe even pushing it all the way to 5-1 to roll it down there.
Well, speak about patient. Look at Wigbot. Doesn't seem that he was not patient at all and rolled down to 0, and actually very far away from the first augment that he needs to go to level 9 in order to get on a 2-star legendary unit. So he's actually trying to save his spot in here.
Yeah.
Trying to save some placements because he's very far away from the augment. He's actually playing like 0 augments right now.
It's one of those plays where clearly he knows what his spot is in this game, and it's not ideal. He knows he probably won't be playing for first, and so, hey, salvage every position you can get, every point you can get, because they all matter here in this competition, especially with the amount of slots to the Tactician's crown that are on the line. Quintanilla now is level 9 here, and so we'll be rolling down 4 legendaries and hoping to stabilize around that. It is one of the best game plans you could possibly have in the current patch, but it's just a matter of what you do hit and what the game can give you.
Oh my god, I'm actually very scared because this is one of the best strategies, as you said, but he has to do a lot of work next round. And he's playing like 6 Rise as the like a previous patches, because he played Teemo with items, so he's gonna to unlock 6. So probably playing towards that.
Riggs is here. It was really good a few patches ago, but we don't even buy the Ziggs here. We just pass that right up and move along with our composition here. Going to be going for Silas, going to be going for all of these top units that are currently in the meta. We do pass Annie as well, so we'll be playing around Rise specifically, and maybe even around these bruisers alongside it.
Oh my god, this is such a difficult spot because he doesn't have much HP.
Aha.
He found great units. Didn't find Rouse 2 though.
We do also have Red Buff and Morello, which is definitely not ideal. But, you know, sometimes it
That's why we're not playing any.
Makes sense. You don't need 3 sources of anti-heal.
Yes. I mean, this could be a very important fight for him. If he's able to win this fight, he can actually have 2 lives. And that's gonna be very important. So he's doing a great job. Rise is not doing everything. Oh my god, he's 1 life.
Through 1 HP and a dream here for Quinta here. There's one chance to figure this out, and it's right now. Dissoap also down to 1 life, and specifically for these 2 players, they both went in the bot 3 last game, and so if they go in the bot 3 again, it is a very poor start to the tournament, and so they're going to have a lot of work to do to make up that ground.
Yes, I mean, very rough start for Dissoap as well as Quinta. Low on HP and low on the standings. But both of them are actually very close to be strong. So if they can survive a little bit, they can actually make a good board and still win the game. But depends on they are going to face.
Darth Noob going to be able to reset this set 2 quite quickly, even before it casts. which will be extremely important for this fight, especially if we can pick up this Darius that has so much HP. But the problem is, it is CC immune, so that will be quite difficult to do. For Darth Noob on the other side, we've hit 2 of our 3 important units, but not the LeBlanc quite yet. We are 1 off. And so for him, he'll be dropping to 1 life while Quinta stays in this game. Oh boy,
Oh my God.
it's coming down to it. Wait a second. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, he does
Oh my
lose.
God, it was so close. Look at that. This sub got a 7th, actually.
Wow. CLE fight judging.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry. It was like anybody's fight. It was so close.
Yeah.
And speaking of so close, Vigo actually found a way to reach that level 9. He was not that very close in the previous stage in the game, but as he leveled, he actually was able to get a Zillion too. And if he can survive, he's going to be able to get that Chivana online as well.
I really like this board from Michael. This is something that we had theorized and talked about a ton going into this weekend of, hey, with Vigar unlock being easier, is there a Vigar flex line that we can play? And it's what's happening on the other side right now. Playing around 3 Ionia while having some Yordles in as well is quite strong, but not as strong as the legendaries on level 9 for Wigwag here. And so he will be taking a big loss, as well as Darth dropping down to 1 life as well.
Yes, the game is quite close, but I would say that Wigwag is on such a great spot because he is about to upgrade the Chivana. So maybe he is the one that can actually ramp up in the standings in the game, even if it's low on HP.
Ping's coming through. That Noxus emblem, I know we have a couple Noxus players, but no one's seeming to want it. But for Wigwag here, getting that Demacia emblem could be quite powerful. While playing 7 Demacia, we can drop one of these units that we don't particularly want on our board, and instead replace it with something a little bit stronger, as well as give Demacia a trait.
Time to play some Silas Demacia.
Yeah. Ladder Slayer, though. Tarek 2 being in our shop is a very good upgrade for this front line.
He can make the Silas if he needs. He actually has the territory, so it's an option. But probably he's not doing right now because he doesn't want to sell the Garen. But later on, he finds another upgrade for his front line. He can actually do that.
Wow, that is a crazy looking Ambessa. Slayer BT Void Ambessa going crazy here for bruh, who, and will it win the mirror matchup on the other side? Kind of. 7 Noxus versus the Noxus reroll. It looks like 7 Noxus will be stronger here, and our current Tactician's Crown representative, Darth Noob, will go out in 6th place along with Michael.
Yes, Michael didn't find the tools to reach that level 9, but Veigar didn't paid out a lot. But not a bad start with of top 5 with Veigar.
Bruh, who is a player that going in, we would say, who are we? What are we doing here? And now they've
Oh my God!
torn
I'm
on
sorry.
the scene with
This
2
is
top
a
4
Silas
throw.
too.
What is happening? Wigwag.
Yeah, he just saw the Garen and he was able to find 3 Silas in a row.
Absolutely insane. While keeping 5 Demacia in, now just needs to find another Arcanist to complete this trait web and make it all the way there. But it's just terrifying because these players, especially when you can get those extra resources later in the game with Money Monsoon, these boards can become crazy with all the unlocks.
Yes, I mean, as well as the Cillian, I can still make it to 10. You actually gonna have like so many XP inside your Cillian, so he can still make it with this combo Cillian and Money Monsoon.
Deiko, we saw him earlier playing around this Viego Hero Augment, still playing around that, but now playing 5 Shadow Isles, 5 Warden, really using all of his tempo here to propel himself in a great spot. We're missing Thresh 2, actually we don't even have Thresh pair, but if we get Thresh 2, this board I know can challenge to win games, but Wigwag is going to be the player to look out for as the possible winner of this lobby.
Yes, for sure. All the players that lasted in the in the top 3. I feel that Shaco had the easiest job, I would say, because his early game was just perfect. But the other players, some of them, like Wigbug, had to ramp up into here.
Ooh.
Here comes the Galio too.
More upgrades. This guy is finding something every single turn to make his board stronger. We have 4 Arcanists online as well. We've moved Demacia Emblem over to our Shyvana too. It is crazy.
He opted to the item of Swain 1 instead of Tariq having 3 items. That's interesting. Just to guarantee the Swain can cast.
The CC from Swain, it can absolutely turn fights, but not having the multiplicative item and stat scaling on one unit by itemizing all of them will be the difference. But it would not have casted if we didn't have that on there. But uh-oh, this is looking kind of crazy here. Is Shaco's Shadow Isles board able to beat all of these legendaries? It's looking quite close, but not able to quite stand up in the end. The Silas coming down with the Garen ultimate is so cool.
Yes, I mean, the fight seemed to be on the side of Shaco as the Viego was able to take down the Zillion, but later on the fight, the Silas just did so much damage.
Tier 2.
Here comes the
sitting on
Tibers.
bench. Oh yeah, we're looking for more Arcanists on our board. Shaco here has so many extra bodies on the field with having makeshift armor. And so those
Amazing.
Azir soldiers and the dummies all get that extra armor and MR.
And perfect that he doesn't have any tank items. Look at his items, just offensive ones. So it's the best usage of makeshift ever.
Yeah, while having 5 Warden active to give extra tankiness to this board and all these units. So it's quite a good setup for him. We're seeing him be able to handedly deal with Ladder Slayer's board on the other side. But just Ghost Fight though.
Yeah, he can still make the top 2 finish, so it's gonna be important who is actually facing each other.
Wigbug
Very
lost.
true. Yeah, it seems to be anyone's game by now. Players are actually winning like paper, rock, and scissors.
Uh-huh. It's all about matchups here. And Ladder Slayer will be facing Shaco, who we saw the Ghost Fight go very much in the favor of Shaco. But it really is a matter of who will get Ghost, who will get Real, and see who can stand up to which board.
Yes, Ladder Slayer on the flip side still have 3 wins, so that might be a Ghost difference. But Ladder Slayer is actually facing Shaco, Rio Shaco.
It sure is. That Viego will be what we keep an eye on. It does look like it is quite even for now. The Galio coming down and getting that big cast will be extremely helpful. But the Viego HP bar is what we need to keep an eye on. It does look like the Thresh falls down here early. The Zillion's still casting a bunch, but the Viego does not care. Staying alive is Shaco, but also Wigbug still staying in this game. We go again.
Incredible that we're gonna have like a 6-5 game with 3 players alive.
Final items here to maybe complete some carries or some major tanks that we have on our board. Maybe getting Edge of Night for a Silas too. You know, some of these things that are quite good.
Yes, I mean, it's perfect to have an Edge of Night on Silas. Very hard to kill Silas too though, but still sometimes he can die very early and you miss such a great unit. Oh, Trash Tube for Shaco.
Oh man.
That might be a huge difference.
And we did drop out of 5 Shadow Isles as well, and also 5 Warden to include some more of these traits. Now, Quick Striker giving attack speed to our whole board, and Disruptor now helping the enemy board not do as much damage. And it will be Shaco versus Wigbug and Ladder Slayer versus Wigbug. So one of these players will have a Ghost Fight, and it will be Ladder Slayer, which is good news for him. So if we can watch the other fight and see who actually will fall out.
Oh my god, look at the Silas with the very good TG. That can make a huge difference.
It sure does. The Mana Reave does come through. The cast does not find any of the backline for Shaco. The Viego is tearing apart and wrapped all the way onto all of the priority carries for Wigbug, but there's so many other carries on his board. Shaco taking a sad third here. That board was so close to winning the game, and now Ladder Slayer taking a loss as well. We'll have one more fight here on stage 6 to see who wins this game.
Yes, I mean, the players were actually trading off like straight wins and losses against each other. But that Silas too, with great items from the Thief's Gloves, actually with great positioning, was able to take down Shaco.
Wigbug going 8th game 1, now coming back with a vengeance in game 2. This is exactly the kind of play and mental fortitude that's needed to move on to the Tactician's crown. And so going into this final fight, Wigwag hoping to secure his victory, put himself right back in the conversation.
Oh my god, look at that Thieves Glove from Silas once again. Even better items right now.
Oh man, just handpicked here for the Silas. You see the amount of damage come through from that CC, the amount of board-wide things going on Wigwag's board. He made it to level 10. He has so many of these really powerful units. It will be a win for Wigwag here in game number 2 after going 8th in the first game. The recovery going quite well for our winner from week 1. Rank 1 week 1, now looking pretty good here in week number 2.
Yes, totally. It's very good and feels good for the player when you can bounce back very soon into the standings. You just started with an 8, but the top 1 finish come right after. So very well played by Wigwag. And
a very, very exciting game. And you know what I'm curious about is how the players in the rest of our lobbies are doing, because there are 4 lobbies happening, 32 players competing this whole weekend, and so there's so much to cover. And thank goodness we have an analyst desk to help us break it down, because we couldn't do this on our own. So quick break will be happening. We'll get caught up with all the action happening. We'll reshuffle lobbies, and then games 3 and 4 will be just on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. We finished 2 games now for day 4 of the Americas Regional Finals, and Hupe-san, Asa, and I are here to break that down before we get into our next portion of the day. First up, we have we were able to move into the lobby that featured Dish Soap of course, one of our players that we are watching to see if he can make the return to the Tactician's crown. Unfortunately, though, this has been two actually back-to-back bot 4s for him to start out the tournament. We still, of course, have 4 more games for Dish Soap to actually come back and be able to kind of get back into things, but it might be a little bit tough. Ishtal Expeditionist was the augment that he started out the game, so he had clear direction on where he wanted to go.
Yeah, a top position, right? He knew he wanted to index on there. Maybe the quests were not ideal. Of course, we know that's the risky line, and he couldn't cap out. He couldn't get the rewards to actually go into a good spot. Darno, on the other hand, playing amazing, or trying to index on that Darius Draven, but didn't find the LeBlanc 3, coming short in the end there in the middle table.
Yeah, Brava also holding a 2-star copy of Darius LeBlanc and Draven, making it a little bit harder to darken up to hit. We saw this in the first game with Precedent as well, where the 3-cost reroll is a really risky line where it just takes a lot of gold to hit your final board. You can definitely cap pretty high if you do hit, but it just takes so long. We saw that, yeah, Darknub really wanted this LeBlanc. He prioritized the LeBlanc items, but wasn't able to get the 3-star LeBlanc.
It's tough because while you are waiting for your 3-star 3 costs to come online, that's giving everybody else time to actually start ramping up their boards. And we saw somebody really able to kind of take that room and work with it, and that was Wigwug. Got 8th in that very first game of the day, but made such a resilient comeback in the second one, where we saw him take like the augmented power, so that was going to give him augment choice of a higher 1-stage higher type, and he got Money Monsoon, so that actually allowed him to be able to hit that birthday reunion, get that legendary in, and then he really capped out the Arcanist Flex board to actually win it all at the end.
Yeah, playing that Demacia that is so important, strong Cillian 2, then finding the Silas. Also shout out for Checo that goes here in this fight, playing the Ruin King, Viego 3. Amazing, we didn't know how to expect. Probably the first hero augment we see on stream. And in the end, as you mentioned, Nekra, Woodwood, Demacia versus Demacia, with the 5 Demacia flex taking the win in the end.
Yeah, what really... Oh, you go ahead, Nekra.
No, I was just gonna say, we got our standings, so Ice, I'll let you take first stab at these. What's sticking out to you?
Yeah, so we're first looking at the bottom of the standings right here, 17 through 32. I mean, Dish Soap, obviously one of the heavy favorites going into regionals, but near the bottom. I mean, all these players, it's still early, anyone can still make it. For day 1 of week 2, you only need to be in the top 3 quarters to advance. So, of course, accumulating those points will be very important for everyone, but still, everyone can definitely still make it.
Now with the other slide, we see the top 16 right now, and we see a different story. JRC, a player that had to come back from relegation in TPC, now on first place. Just talking corners here with Weishan, mid-first of Nate, Sheiko, all of them with more than 14 points, a great place to advance. Is 6 games today, and as you mentioned, Asa, only few eliminated.
It's gonna be really exciting, of course, when we take a look at how the rest of the games are going to play out. We get to shake up those lobbies. So, you know, the first one that we covered with all the Vitality and Citadel players, maybe they don't actually end up in the same one again. That would be like quite nice to actually see everybody get a new lease on life, I guess, within this actual tournament. And we'll see who ends up coming out on top after that. But that's going to do it for the first 2 games. We are going to take a short break to allow those lobbies to get reshuffled. And when we come back, we will bring you game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Somewhere in the convergence, a magical library holds a history of iconic moments that have shaped Runeterra. Moments you will bring back to life in the newest TFT set, Lore and Legends. This is TFT's biggest set, with 100 champions total, but you'll only start with 60. You can build plenty of comps from that initial pool of champions, or you can complete quests each game that will unlock new champions and comps. These quests reimagine epic Runeterran legends. For example, you might want to unlock the hot-tempered barbarian, Tryndamere, but you'll need his bloodsworn, Ash, with 2 items before he can fight by her side. Not every quest is that simple, though. With 40 total unlockable champions, you'll have many paths to victory. Maybe you have a 2-star Lux, Garen, and Jarvan IV, but get the sudden, intense urge to betray Demacia. No judgment here. Sell them all, and you'll unlock everyone's favorite manacled mage, Silas. Want to know if you've discovered every unlockable? That's what the Lore Finder is for. Each time you discover an unlockable champion in-game for the first time, you can open the Lore Finder.
Welcome back, everyone. As I said, short break, and now Asa and I are here to bring you game number 3 of day 4 of the Americas Regional Finals. And Asa, now that you're here after sitting on the sidelines, what are you excited to see for this upcoming game?
Just excited to see Weijin play, who's been dominating this entire set, going into this game. So that'll be fun. Also looking forward to see Robin play, who was actually the first person I met in the TFT community. So just excited to see him play.
Really? That's very interesting, Asa lore, because I feel like Robin Songs has always been one of those people, like, is super friendly, right? I still get that vibe from him as also one of the first players that I met in the TFT community.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, we'll see if Jiso can pull it back. He had a rough start, but as we talked about earlier, still anyone can make it. So these players at the bottom definitely may be more inclined to go for some more 1st or 8th lines. Higher variance lines to try to get those high placements.
However, I feel like that was something that Dish Soap went for last time with the Ishtal Expeditionist. It still feels risky. You have this HP as a resource to play around with, but you're kind of beholden to, like, what quests are you going to get? Can you actually get to Brock? And then do you have enough HP to withstand some of these players like the early Viego 3 that we saw that might be dealing some hefty blows?
Yeah, definitely. You only get 3 quests every time you have a choice, and some of them, sometimes you get good ones, sometimes you get bad ones. So there's a lot of risk in it, but when you respect the rest of your lobby, you gotta take those risks. You can't just play safe and expect to win.
Ooh, well, here's a nice and spicy thing to welcome you with. We got a prismatic augment guaranteed for our first one of the game. And when you know that it's prismatic, what are certain things that you're looking for or you might think to play around?
Prismatic, as a first augment, there is an encounter that makes everything prismatic, where you expect super high cap. But as first augment prismatic, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Everything is like pretty viable because nothing else is weird about the game besides just the first augment.
Do you know if there's like a specific rate that the rest of the augments in the game might also be prismatic?
Yeah, Little Buddy Bot is a website that has pretty much all the information for all these kind of questions. Would highly recommend checking it out, but it'll show you if you go there. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it'll show you what the chances are the next augment is going to be each one, and then also your 4th augment as well. So shout out to Mindful One, who's developed Little Buddy Bot. It's completely free to use. I support him on Patreon if you. But yeah, great asset to the TFT community.
It's a shameless plug because I also use that resource a lot, as well as all the other community-made resources to actually help craft my game plans. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if the rest of the game ends up being prismatic augments offered too, but at the very least, we know that the first one we're going to see is going to be prismatic. As for the Ionia pathway, haven't seen too many players actually obviously lock into something yet, but we do have Path of the Prosperous, so it's going to be getting gold for all certain number of takedowns.
Yeah, Jishop's got a Rek'Sai 2 already. Also has a really good item for it as well, so probably looking to get a good streak from the early game with that. Hopefully he can get like a Cho'Gath would be a perfect fit for his board.
Oh, trait tree.
I know
Trait
Disrupt
tree
really
is-
loves this augment.
It's been heavily clicked.
Yeah, with the Rek'Sai 2 already, it makes it maybe a tiny bit worse since if you get something that doesn't interact at all, it might not be as good, but still it just gives you a lot of power. Looks like he wants to go for the unexpectedness though. Econ being really, really valuable, and this being one of the augments that can give you Econ and it does give you gold in this patch to get those unlocked as fast as you can.
Oh, well, Changshen Li is going to pick Trait Tree, even though Dish Soap was offered. Changshen Li is going to be one of 2 players in this lobby that actually takes it, getting an Ishtal emblem as well as Arcanist and Disruptor. What do you think of that combo?
Yeah, Ishtal and Arcanist is just a full Nico, and the fact that he already has Ishtal and 2-1 is really, really good. The Trait Tree does give a bit of combat power, so it's reasonably likely he can make it to Brock this game, which of course is going to give you a pretty powerful spike in the end game.
Bro got Prismatic Destiny into Hedge Fund? What?
Yeah, that's it's really good to boost your. It just gives you that little bit of extra scaling to get your hedge fund start, which is great. And we got Robin here with the Shimmer Skull Essence, Upgrade Shen, and the Spirit Visage on Prosperous Ionia. So he's actually going to get an incredible econ boost while winning rounds with a strong board. So Robin's spot looking great.
Chongton also took Trait Tree and has an Ishtal emblem as well as a Freljord and a Piltover. It does not look to me like this Ishtal emblem is going to stay, given that it's not being played around at the moment. But also, who knows? I guess it's nice to get the Piltover online to even just have the Piltover mod for the early game.
Yeah, Ishtal, if you don't get it early, is probably one of the most useless ones. So, Trait Tree really nice now that gives the Reforger that you can reforge the ones that you don't want to have. Really curious about Weijon's spot here with the Prismatic Destiny. Will be interesting to see what he chooses to go for. We'll probably roll for Bard next round. And maybe he'll just flex whatever options are in his shop. Does already have an Artie, so that is one option with Prosperous.
I was gonna say that maybe you do go for the Ari roll, but I wonder how much of a trap that might be. Maybe you can use the free rolls instead to try to get like the Yone online. That might not be too bad. Except as many
Yeah, it'll
copies
just
you
end
have.
up what we see in his shop. It's interesting, we just saw CMB with 9 lives, but actually won both his rounds.
Honestly, pretty good. I don't know what to make of that augment. I feel like I never click it because I'm not a risk taker. So I don't like touching the augments that look a little strange. But what do you think about the 9 lives augment?
Yeah, you normally have about 9 lives over the course of a TFT game anyway. If you're losing early on, you have more than that. But if you take about 9 losses later on, that is pretty close to what you have. So, but I would just say it gives you a good mix of everything. It's kind of similar to Unexpected Expectedness, except you only get the rewards once you start losing. So because you don't have any rewards at all at the start of the game, you often lose at the start of the game. It's pretty rare to see CMB on the 3-win streak here with it. Not even playing a strong board, just getting good matchmaking.
That pan was an instant pickup by Chunnington. He does already have the Trait Tree, so maybe, adding one more emblem is not going to hurt. I feel like that has definitely been a change over the course of this set. You used to go by and you would be sad if you got stuck with one if you were at the top of the lobby, but now I think that they're very handy.
Yeah, Chunnington still has a Reforger, so if he does want to go for a spat, he could maybe potentially like a double Freljord spat. I'm not really sure what Chunnington will want to do here. But yeah, really interesting. And I love the emblem change that happened during this set. Compared to the rest of all of TFT, all the emblems give a little bit of combat strength. They're worth, depending on how good the emblem itself is, can be worth maybe like half of an item. which just makes him so much more desirable and allows us to see all these new fun comps with everyone taking trade tree.
Felt unclickable at the beginning of the set because it just was didn't feel as good as being able to take something that might have given you items or just initial economy up front. CMB had that win streak. We'll see if that continues. Doesn't feel likely given the fact that he's actually playing against an upgraded board with the Starvin 2 and the Anivia 2. And so CMB does actually take his first loss.
Yeah, you definitely expect to start losing rounds with 9 lives as he hasn't gotten anything from his Prismatic yet, but now he's going to start getting extra econ. Your first few losses with 9 lives will give you econ, and then towards the end you'll start getting items.
Look at Bruh. Okay, so Bruh unlocked the LeBlanc. We've seen a couple of players so far actually go for the Noxus reroll, but I wonder if you actually want... I would consider, like, Bilgewater here.
Yeah, it's curious what Brevero will play. I think with the hedge fund, he's going to play around legendaries just because if you can get to level 9, your gold is just really, really efficient. You see so many legendaries in your shop and you're able to 2-star them, and that ends up being the strongest of the game. So with that Destiny into hedge fund, extra econ boost, I would expect him to try and play around 2-star legendaries.
That's where I was thinking maybe the Bilgewater for tempo is not such a bad idea, and then you can actually try to cap that out later with all of those legendary units. It's just maybe because I was like, ooh, you could just get an upgraded frontline here with the Illaoi, but I think he decides to opt against it.
Yeah, the decent tempo, he has the Illaoi and Scion as a front line, and then oftentimes you'll play LeBlanc with Invoker, oftentimes Kobuko, who's another bruiser, and then that will kind of allow you to save HP, maybe even win some rounds in the mid-game, and transition nicely into those level 9 AP carries with LeBlanc being the item holder. If you do fit in Bilgewater, you'll get about 1 extra gold per turn, but normally it's not really worth it if you have to play 2 extra units that you don't want to play just to get a small boost of econ. You'd rather play a stronger board and kill units.
It was juicy because I saw the Twisted Fate in the shop as well, and I was like, well, maybe we could actually see that pivot, but no, it does make sense to just kind of keep what you had unlocked there with that LeBlanc, and then we'll see how Shen Li can actually start to put some things together. Got those extra duplicators.
Got a golden duplicator, really interesting. That makes me feel like you really want to use it on a 5 cost if possible. Obviously, it's not always going to be the case, but they'll probably be looking for that. Maybe even a Brock 2 would be great.
But the fact that we have Tonnington that's actually going to flex in the Ishalt even just for some early rewards, they're actually going to play up against each other. So one of them will win this. I think they're both actually winning so far, so I don't think there's a lot of streak up play for Qing Shen Li.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who play really weak boards, and this is actually pretty common in prismatic lobbies because some of the prismatics, like Trade Tree, give you so much power early that if you don't have one of them, you just kind of concede the early game and don't push levels, maybe even greed your items for better item quality, and then spike later on in the game. But yeah, there's a huge disparity in power, and that'll converge in stage 4 when winning rounds for everyone becomes really important.
We've got a gold augment now to follow up the first prismatic that was guaranteed, and we'll already see some things locked in. Is that forward thinking for Dish Soap?
Yeah, Dish Soap takes the forward thinking, so he has basically double econ, really healthy, so Dish Soap looks like a great spot to play around legendaries this game. That Fast 9 strategy that's really effective in this set, especially due to the unlocks where you can unlock your carry and have it guaranteed, but then even on top of that, to 2-star you only need 2 more copies instead of 3 more copies, makes it much more reliable.
We do have Qing Shen Li that also picked forward thinking. We got explosive growth for Bruh, so we're gonna have that extra XP coming in. And we got some really interesting choices, one of which is for Wei Iverson here with the Mogul's Mail.
Yeah, the Golden Dragon. This is a pretty interesting augment that makes you play down one unit, but it makes the unit that you have Mobile Smell on a lot stronger. So I almost think of playing down one unit as if you're kind of playing a synergy unit. Maybe instead of this extra unit, you would be playing as if you were playing like an extra defender for this rumble, right? In this case, he does have defender, but it's quite strong if you need a front line. So really cool augment. Really like this one. It does look like he's gonna go for the Malzahar reroll.
That would be very exciting. Malzahar, do you think it's also going to be with like the Zoe as well as the Leona?
Yeah, so it looks like Weijin will probably level next round on 3-5 and roll on level 7 for 3-cost odds, I'm expecting. And then while you're already rolling for 3 costs, you might as well roll for a bunch of them. So yeah, Zoe and Leona are very commonly played with Malzahar. That's what I would expect this Golden Dragon to eventually end up on, but no, he goes for the Juggernaut emblem. So might go for Nautilus and Loris instead.
Well, I guess it depends on what you end up hitting here, but the fact that you're able to put this on a Tarek doesn't feel too bad as you're waiting to actually buy some time there for the reroll. Now, CMB is in a 4-loss streak, has actually lost quite a few of those 9 lives at this point. Maybe he's able to get a little bit of a saving grace here versus Weijin Iverson's board, but Malzahar damage is starting to stack up.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Weijin hasn't spiked it. He's probably playing to level next round. You can see he's banked up quite a lot of free rerolls and saving up his gold with the Bard. So Weijin, perfect time to fight against Weijin, honestly, for anyone else.
That's going to be a scary board later on as we take a look at the rest of the lobby. What do you think of this Robin Song's augment choice? This is one of the Ionia ones.
Yeah, this is just a team-wide combat augment. It becomes a decent bit stronger if you're playing Ionia. In fact, you should definitely not take it if you're not playing Ionia. But it's just, I feel like it's a good choice in Robin's spot. He already has a lot of econ from his win streak, and his first augment is a mix of econ and items. But from that spot, you kind of want to diversify what you have. So getting that team-wide combat augment, kind of having the luxury to do it even is really nice. And we can see Weijin rolling now for the Malzahar.
Well, Malzahar too feels pretty good, and as you called out, he is going to start picking up the Loris as well as the Nautilus to get into the board. Loris too also feels really nice to have, and that's going to be an instant sell of the Tarek to swap over those items.
Yeah, good spot for, well, I mean, he hit the 2-star frontliner and the 2-star backliner for Weijin, so without having to go too deep in gold, this is pretty reasonable, so I think Weijin's got to be reasonably happy with his roll down on this round.
Do you think he's trying to go for Juggernaut 4? Like, is this something where you actually really like to have the Void mutations unlocked so you can have the Leeching Nucleus? Would you end up maybe swapping out that Leona for Swain?
Yeah, so eventually you want to swap out the Leona for Seraphine in order to get the Disruptor and the Piltover. You can see he's 1 out of 2 of both online. And then the Bard eventually wants to go as well. He's just kind of using it for Econ right now, but eventually you don't really want to play the Bard on your final board. In fact, you can see he's not even trying to upgrade it.
I was just looking at the Juggernaut emblem and thinking like, oh, but what if you had Juggernaut 4? I don't know how important that is, but the fact that you have the Juggernaut synergy online definitely feels like a good one. Chunnington made a second Piltover emblem. That's cool.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. He must have reforged into that since he took Spreading Roots, so he has 5 emblems from his augments, and he took the pan off the first carousel. So he actually is going to have at least 6 emblems this game, and he still has 2 Reforgers, which is really nice. Double Freljord, double Piltover, so good synergy already. And Disruptor, of course, synergizing as well as with double Piltover emblem. You're definitely going to be looking for Seraphine. He's got the Acceleration Gate, which is the best 4-piece for her. So Chunnington's, even though he has 6 emblems, his line is pretty straightforward here with the Freljord and Piltover. So pretty cool to see.
That is awesome. Do you think, does this become Rise later then, with the fact that you can get so many synergies unlocked?
I think with Chunnington's spot, since he took 2 item augments basically in a prismatic lobby, I don't think he's going to be trying to play around to level 9. Maybe if he gets really lucky, he can get there eventually, but from Chunnington's spot, he didn't take any econ augments, so he needs to just play around a level 8 board and use the level 8 board with those extra items to kind of compete against level 9 boards. There's quite a lot of people with a super high econ in this lobby. We can see Barbara's level 8 with 100 gold in the bank, and Robin's also level 8 with 50.
Well, I mean, Bra kind of hit the lottery there, right? With like the prismatic destiny to hedge fund into explosive growth. So I think he is going to be able to use that gold very effectively. But then Robin Songs with 100 streak all the way through stage 2 and 3. He's definitely got a really good thing going for him as well.
Yeah, I think both of these players are in really good spots. They're able to get to level 9 before other players and take these legendaries that actually there's not that many in the pool. If you find the Fast 9 becomes too contested, it actually becomes very hard to 2-star your carries. But Robin and Bravo both will definitely be some of the players that can make it there.
It's looking like, I mean, it's a hefty loss here for Bruh, but we do know that the level up is coming. So I'm really excited to see what he ends up actually playing, since he's got quite a few different things online. And it's a gold augment to finish out our slate.
Yeah, Brava picks his augment really quickly. You should always do that on 4-2. Pick your augment within just a few seconds if you have a lot of decisions to make. So now he wants to level... Oh, is he thinking about going fast 10?
Wow.
Oh, he wants to unlock his units and then roll, of course.
That makes sense. Then we got to take a look at some of our other players, as we do see Bra just at a small stopping point. Robin Songs is waiting to actually put together some... Oh my god, wait, what's going on here? 2 gunslinger emblems?
Yeah, that's really interesting. Probably think about playing around maybe Jinx and Warwick. You can already see Jisop has quite a lot of the Zon units, but I don't really know, honestly.
Are you sure?
He is level 9, so maybe we'll just play around Senna.
Baron. Why not Baron?
Yeah, it could be.
I
definitely has a lot of options here.
I would get so dizzy in this spot after putting together this board. I would be very intrigued, but that's crazy. We have Dish Soap at level 9. We also have a level 9 for Bruh, who might be unlocking things here. That makes sense.
Yeah, I guess with 2 gunslinger emblems, you don't have to play any gunslingers at all. You can just use both of them and you get the benefits. They're not really amazing on Kaisa or Baron, since gunslinger emblem does give you AD, but they're mostly it's mostly good for champions that do a lot of damage with their basic attacks, which Kaisa and Baron are both more AD casters. It's still nice that you can use both of them at least.
Yeah, you just get an extra synergy online, but let's watch the roll down here for Bruh. He's already midway through it, but he gets the Zillion 2, as well as at least a pair of Garen. But this very much screams to me he wants to go down that Arcanist route, already has a pair of Annie.
Yeah, this is a really classic composition. We see Bro playing. This is one of the first Fast 9 boards. We saw a lot even at Paris. Only one more Garen being able to fit in a Silas would be really nice. Playing 3 Arcanists right now, so 3 Arcanists and I believe 1 out of 2 Defender with the Kennen, so the Silas would be kind of the perfect fit on this board.
Stabilizing a little bit here. I think having a 2-star Zillion is certainly going to do that. As CMB is also slowly starting to put things together for that Noxus board.
Yeah, we've seen someone play this Noxus board in every single game so far, but they haven't done very well, so we'll see if CMB can break the curse and top 4 with this board that Precipice and Darth Nub were not able to do.
Rachel Iverson is also playing a 3-cost reroll around the Malzahar. It looks like he might be rolling pretty soon as well. And so I'm very interested to see if he can actually start to get that online, as Darthneb also is on level 7 and might be trying to roll for the Jinx. But first up, let's check. Rachel Iverson is starting to get a couple of these Leonas online. He's decided to actually keep it. And so maybe just trying to see if he can actually get a couple other 3-stars. Very close to being able to get enough Zoe's to string things together, but like you're kind of spoiled for choice now. You actually had to sell a couple copies of units just to make space on the bench. As he gets to roll faster, that's a Leona 3. And keep going!
Oh,
he just
a little
missed
close.
it.
CMB doesn't look too strong, so I don't think he's going to get punished for it, but we'll have to see. But yeah, the Leona is the best tank here, and dumping in a lot of extra resources into it with this Golden Dragon, which is basically, again, like playing an extra unit for the benefits that gives you, and the Juggernaut Emblem. So really, really strong Leona. Has the Malzahar 3 coming in next round, so Weijin just got a huge power spike, even though he's near the bottom of the lobby in HP. Would definitely be expecting him to start winning rounds.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool Malzahar 3, maybe a couple copies off of that Zoe. So we're going to actually see him think about rolling, but I don't think he needs to. I really don't
Yeah,
think
as
he
you
needs
mentioned earlier with the 4 Juggernaut, I think he just wants to go level 8 and get that 4th Juggernaut in. Swain or Shyvana are both amazing units to play, so you don't really mind having to play one of those. I guess he's just going to play the Zoe, actually.
Yeah, it just goes level 8 and 6. I mean, he's 2 copies away from the Zoe.
Yeah.
Not too far off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he wants to roll for the Zoe before leveling. I assume he will, but he might just level for the guaranteed spike.
Oh, look at this board.
Yeah. Yeah, Chennington going with a kind of classic Lissandra Seraphine board, but of course also has the extra Freljord emblem. So just, I mean, it's nice when you have 2 of them, because that way you can just play the exact board you would normally play, and then you get an next breakpoint kind of for free, without having to think too hard about it. And wow,
Ooh, the
Legend does
Lissandra's...
get taken down.
Oh, the targeting from the Lissandra just felt like it insta-melted the Leona. Even from what felt like almost full HP. That was a really tough fight for Weijin to lose, but he still has some HP to play around with. Meanwhile, I kind of want to see actually where Darthneb is going to take this. He's 17 HP, 40 gold, and I thought he might have been trying to play around like a bit more of this Warwick, but are you waiting to roll here?
Yeah, kind of surprised Darthneb is staying on this much gold with so little HP, but I think without even a Warwick pair, he doesn't really, he's not really able to reliably hit Warwick, so he'd rather just econ back up and maximize his chances of hitting the Warwick 2, which he really needs to have any chance of surviving this stage.
I mean, what if you just if you natural a volley too? That might be
that'd be
nice,
good
but...
too.
Oh, he has to sell it to actually afford the Warwick 2. Maybe that will stabilize him a little, but it's looking kind of bleak.
Yeah, Darthneb's board is not looking super good. Chennington just taking down Weijin Iverson over here, getting a lot of value from his emblems, but then has the upgraded frontline, has the upgraded backline, so in a pretty good spot.
Alright, Robin Songs though, level 9 and going for it, but it feels like a fairly classic Ionia board. You can see the Quick Strikers waiting on the bench in terms of the Kindred as well as the Yunara, but I think Robin Song's like, he might be trying to go 10.
Yeah, I think Robin needs way too many upgrades. I think Robin wanted to roll more in this round, but I think he wasn't fast enough, is my guess by looking at his board, because he had so many impactful pairs, but then he was still sitting on a lot of gold, so I think he ran out of time.
Qingshan Li gets an artifact. What would you take there?
Yeah, just a light shield I think is good. He already has his carries pretty much fully itemized. I mean, there's a 1-star Azir that we don't care that much about, so just getting more frontline for this Senna 2 and this Milio to deal damage makes sense there with the light shield.
Gets a Reforger, so you could the Visage as well as the blue buff. And needs to actually start to put together some wins. Robin Sox actually has a Silas on his board. Like, on his bench. Wow.
Yeah, Robin kind of playing around.
What is he doing?
Yeah, Ionia right now, but probably wants to transition to better level 9 units if he has the opportunity to. Probably wants to finish Silas. But
Oh.
okay.
CMB hits the LeBlanc. Has had the Darius for a little bit here, but LeBlanc is huge. I just wonder if it's coming a little too late. He's on his last life.
Yeah, 1 life. There's a lot of people who just spiked in this lobby, so we'll have to see if this is enough. I mean, being stuck at level 7 here is not the best, but he does hit the LeBlanc and the Darius, which the other players were not able to do. I mean, see, Dish Soap didn't end up being able to go for the Baron. Had to roll on 9 in order to stabilize.
And he does have a Ziggs too, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Wow, it's just not nearly enough though. I think CMB can breathe a little sigh of relief that it was Dish Soap they ended up playing against, but Wajan Iverson, Darth Nub, Chunnington, they're all at 3 HP.
Yeah, even
There,
Transient
oh my
Leon
gosh.
4 is basically 1 life. The minimum amount of damage you can take in stage 5 from a loss is 11, which is how much life he has. So 5 players could be knocked out in the next round.
But it's so close for everybody else. Bruh, Dish Soap on 2 lives left. Robin Songs is still leading the lobby. That 100 streak through stage 2 and 3 really coming in clutch for him.
Yeah, Robin saved a ton of HP, but his endgame board is not quite cutting it. He's on a 4 loss streak right now, and it didn't seem like a lot of those losses were that close, so we'll have to see if Robin can end up transitioning his huge advantage into a strong endgame board.
This is a big deal here. Wajan Iverson did get all of the 3-star 3 costs that he wanted in terms of the Leona, the Malzahar, and the Zoe, but sitting at such a low HP total, I wonder who he's actually going to be able to take down. Darth Nub has all of the pieces that he needs upgraded for the Zon board, but is still kind of missing out on those legendary units to actually make that strong.
And we have Dish Soap and Wajan going up against each other. Dish Soap's Leona is really good in this matchup. We saw it get melted by the Leona earlier, but Leona reduces instances of damage, and if you watch Kais's ability, it shoots a whole bunch of small missiles, and each one of those is reduced by Leona. So, really good matchup for Wajan, I believe.
Doesn't really feel like there's an explosive amount of damage available like that Lysandra that we saw Wajan lose to earlier. That Leona looks very healthy to end up finishing out that fight. Now Dish Soap is within 1 life. CMB and Chang Shin Lee both got knocked out in the last round.
Yeah, CMB continuing to be the trend of the only reroll we've seen in every game so far was this Darius LeBlanc, and none of them have top 4 yet. Unfortunate for CMB.
I think we've learned something. Right? What is it? Like 2 is something that the saying is like some number is like a coincidence, but then like you actually get to a pattern. I think this is the pattern. Don't play Noxus reroll. It is too expensive and it isn't working. Same with Veigar. Avoid at all costs. It is also not gotten a top 4 in any of the games we've seen.
Chunnington getting to go level 9 on this round for 7 pro yard. Huge power spike. Also was able to beat Wajan last time, and yeah, the Lysandra does all her damage in 1 burst, so it's one of the units that can actually just get through this Leona, and that's going to be it for Wajan.
Oh man, bad matchup happening again to knock Wajan Iverson out of this game, but he does get a, I was gonna say, ooh, close. 6th place for Wajan Iverson and a 5th place for Dish Soap.
Yeah, Robin still has not been able to win a single round since stage 4 on the 6th loss streak. Just right into the top 4 off the back of his early game, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to win any against these really strong boards at the end. I'm really impressed by Darth Nub's board going on a 3 win, playing around the 3 out 2-star Jinx, like the Warwick. Darth Nub also had a 2-star Senna that he didn't have any removers to put items on, so I wonder if he's going to be able to itemize that Senna going to stage 6.
Feel
We're
like,
looking at Brabra's board here. Probably the strongest in the lobby, I would say, on the 8
Yeah.
streak.
well, I think so. He's not missing that many upgrades either. Could even probably pop this anvil, maybe get like a thieves gloves here for the set, or even just like a third item or a different item there to like start building out the set. It looks good.
Yeah.
He's definitely the player to beat.
Going up against Darth Nove's board. Has good TGs on this, well, not really on the Senna, but I don't think it's going to be enough against Brabra's level 10 full 2-star legendary board.
I don't think so. I would be really surprised if this Jinx was able to do enough damage without getting burned down, and does not even look close. Bra is going to take the first place spot, it feels like. But Robin Songs, he does win a very critical round, and he gets second.
Yeah, that's crazy. Robin was on a 6-loss streak, but was able to hit the Silas 2 and then finally win a round. Yeah, super critical round. That was probably a 2-placement swing, and you know, just unlikely to outcap Bravra, but we'll see what he can do. Just kind of coming to a very simple line with a 7 Ionia.
Okay,
Just
but like
got that one win.
Snipers focus Silas in the back line. I'm ready to be surprised if this Snipers focus
Yeah.
Silas or this Rage Blade Silas is gonna do the
Yeah.
trick.
For those who don't know, Sniper's focus has actually changed during the set. It no longer gives increased range. It just makes you do more damage against units that are far away. So when Silas rolls a Lux Laser, it can actually deal some damage.
Robin is winning.
Yeah, it's really close.
Robin
my
is
God.
winning. Oh, Robin is not winning. That was insane. That it came down to a 1v1, and you know what? I was ready to be here if Robin Songs actually did take that and get the first place afterwards, but no, a very deserved second place for Robin and a very well-deserved first place there for Bruh.
Yeah, well played by both of them. Bravra going into the 2-1 Prismatic Econ and the 3-2 Explosive Growth, able to get to all those legendaries really quickly and then just stabilize and just full win streak.
Who knew that if you had a lot of money that you could win the game? I think it just looks as easy as that for these players. We're gonna take a short break though and let our analyst desk break that game down even further when we come back. So don't go anywhere.
Convergence, a magical library, holds a history of iconic moments that have shaped Runeterra. Moments you will bring back to life in the newest TFT set, Lore and Legends. This is TFT's biggest set, with 100 champions total, but you'll only start with 60. You can build plenty of comps from that initial pool of champions, or you can complete quests each game that will unlock new champions and comps. These quests reimagine epic Runeterran legends. For example, you might want to unlock the hot-tempered barbarian, Tryndamere, but you'll need his Bloodsworn, Ash, with 2 items before he can fight by her side. Not every quest is that simple, though. With 40 total unlockable champions, you'll have many paths to victory. Maybe you have a 2-star Lux, Garen, and Jarvan IV, but get the sudden, intense urge to betray Demacia. No judgment here. Sell them all, and you'll unlock everyone's favorite manacled mage, Silas. Want to know if you've discovered every unlockable? That's what the Lore Finder is for. Each time you discover an unlockable champion in-game for the first time, you can open the Lore Finder and see your whole collection. From there, you can learn more about each of the 40 unlockables and where you are on the rewards path. Because discovering unlockables brings you closer to freebies like emotes, little legends, and an exclusive portal if you manage to get top 4 with all 40. Whether you want to rekindle past rivalries or honor old alliances, there are so many legends to explore and secrets to unlock in TFT Lore and Legends. Good luck and have fun.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TFT Regional Finals over here in the Americas. I'm CLE, joined by Dobbs and Hupeson to break down that last game. And Dobbs, what was your biggest takeaway?
Well, this game was wild. I mean, I love prismatic lobbies. The first augment is just being a prismatic open up so many great lines, and actually having Destiny into hedge fund was incredible. Tons of economy for him, and he was able to go level 10 and make like a super high cap legendary board.
Yeah, also Robin, we see him in second place, getting good artifacts, trying to tempo with Ari, playing Yone. Normally a comp that we haven't seen that much today because you have to play it with Ari 3 to actually get a good placement. He played tempo, finds the set, finds the Silas, huge win streak until the end, getting an amazing second place also.
Down the board, we see a little bit of some unique choices with CMB taking 9 lives, which I thought was, it used to be very good with some of these reroll lines, specifically 3 costs. So it makes sense that that would be a little bit better. Didn't quite pay off in this game, but we saw Dish Soap specifically with the unexpected expectedness, having some unique options come his way. Maybe not exactly what he was hoping for, and so only a 5th for him. Another bot 4 for the GOAT means that he's in a little bit of a rough spot in the leaderboard.
Yes, for sure. But what about Sherrington playing that Freyord line with, I mean, how could he ever accomplish that composition with so many perfect emblems? I mean, if I think about when a player have like Pandora's items, he cannot have that great emblems. He was crazy. He had just perfect like double Freyord, double built over, whatever. And he was able to secure a easy top 3 with that.
Yeah, for Weishan suffering a little there, not stabilizing with the Zoe 3, getting a little late into the game. Obviously still high there in position and possibilities. Shansen Lee getting also a good spot or trying to play around the Emilio 3. He got a good early start, but then in the late game, Jack, it just fell off. It's like you only have a Milo to cap your board and then just play tempo in the end. So it didn't work out. He took an 8th.
Yeah, it makes it pretty challenging to work there. For Weijin here, having to go up against his teammate from TFT Academy on the other side, and taking him down to 1 life after he would then lose out the next round. This Juggernaut spat on Leona, strong, but seemed to be a little bit of bait there for, you know, what would be the normal kind of composition there, leading into a bot 4.
Yes, I feel like when the lobby is so stacked like this, maybe getting that 5th is not even that bad. And on the top of that, we still have the comeback story from Dotnub, one of the best augments that you can play with the Warwick line. So good choice that he made on the game.
Yeah, for Bro, once again, first place. Had a good run, like you say, Dobbs, getting the hedge fund, but in the end, it was so cool, the board. Having the Silas, having the Annie, just capping with Legendary in the end, giving something amazing. So a huge expectation once again for him.
Well, we're going to see some more TFT action because we are just at the halfway point of our day here. And so game 4 is coming up, then we'll reshuffle the lobbies after that. But we have our casters to take it away. So, Necra, Asa, let us know how this game's going to go.
Thanks so much, Desk. Yup, host Necra putting on the casting hat. I'm happy to do it alongside Asa. What are you looking forward to for this next game?
I mean, it's such a pivotal game for game 4 is such a pivotal game for a lot of the players. It's really the point where it might be the point of no return if you get a bad placement for a lot of those players who are near the bottom. So really just so important for those players.
At least there's still 3 more games before we actually determine that cut. It's not like our elimination like crazy days where we actually have cuts that happen after every 2 games. This one is just 6 games, nice and easy, and then we cut the bottom 8. And so there's some comeback potential even for those players that are sitting towards the bottom of the standings. But I think that that's what really speaks to me when we actually look at what the overall leaderboard even looks like for week 2. I start to get a little bit nervous because I think a lot of the favorites that I would have said, oh, I would totally see them as a representative for the Americas at the Tactician's crown. I think it's a little bit like a weird timeline that Dish Soap has had 3 bot 4s back to back, or I think especially for somebody that's also been sort of a favorite as well, Kambuli also taking 3 bot 4s back to back. That's a player that I'm looking at that needs a good game in this upcoming one.
Yeah, like you said, there's no cut after game 4, so even after going 3 bot 4s, if they get 3 good placements, they'll put them in the middle of the pack. And again, 3 out of 4 players are going to make it to the next day. Ideally, you'll have a lot of points, but with the format, if you make it to the next day, you can make it to the Worlds. So even for someone like Reddy with only 7 points, still very much in contention to make Worlds.
Oh, for sure. Anything can happen, especially after we get into this 4th game. And look at that, Asa. We got Prismatic for the start, but now Seraphine is giving us a whole party.
Yeah, this Prismatic, full Prismatic, changes the dynamic of the game. You really expect people to be hitting those full legendary boards with the power of multiple Prismatic Econ. So because of that, it's very important to either have high tempo or have a very high cap. And oftentimes you'll see multiple players going to Fast 9, and we might even see some of the favorite level 9 units be really contested, and some of them might not be able to hit those 2 stars. So really exciting to see what kind of endgame caps we'll have here.
Is this ever a scenario where you think about actually just going double econ? So
Oh,
you
absolutely.
can get there faster?
Absolutely. Double econ is honestly quite a high roll in a lot of spots, especially because some of the econ augments synergize with others. Like, for example, level up in particular makes each point of gold or each like coin of gold you have worth more. So when you're taking a prismatic econ, same thing with something like prismatic ticket. So if you compare those with other prismatic econs, they become even more powerful than they normally would be.
I'm excited for the first slate of augments to hit us shortly, and then we can really start to get a feel of the direction for some of our players. I'm also curious to know what the Ionia is, given that Wigwag is actually sitting on 2 copies of the Shen, and even though I know, yeah, it has good bruiser synergy, I am just curious if, like, Path of the Prosperous would be available, just, like, increase that gold output.
Yeah, definitely. You can kind of supplement, because so many people are going to be looking for those econs on 2-1. If you have a Prismatic that gives you combat on 2-1, you can actually supplement your econ with a trait like Ionia or Bilgewater and then kind of make up for it. And then, as we saw with Robin last game, if you are able to save all that HP going to the late game, you'll do well. So we'll see Wigwag here doing the thing where he doesn't have a prismatic power. He doesn't have any power from this 9 lives, so he's most likely going to lose at the start. And other players can take advantage of that.
Oh, me, Forster 8th, and Kambuli actually both blocked in the Remix Rumble augment really fast. That's going to be extra artifacts once you hit a 40 HP? It's a 30 low. It's a lot. It's very little HP.
Yeah, I believe this was from the I don't remember, Trash to Treasure? I can't remember what the old augment is, but this augment was buffed very recently, where it used to be 35 HP for the entire set, but now it'll give you 3 extra artifacts when you hit 40 HP. It's actually quite strong for the early game as well, as being an artifact up. Compared to anyone else in the lobby, it's actually one of the strongest things you can have. It's only overshadowed by maybe Radiant Relics or maybe something like Going Long that lets you play extra units, but yeah, it gives you a really strong early game and gives you a good boost of power in the late game. I think I'm a huge fan of this augment.
It's wild to see actually 3 players hit like that in, with Marcel P also picking it. Ego, I want to say, is unexpected. Expected unexpectedness. Jeez, that's a mouthful. And then Reddy was actually the only one that picked just straight up econ with the hedge fund.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all augments everyone was offered, but it definitely looks like a very weak early game. You can see Wigwag on the right side is the only player in the entire lobby who opted to level to 4. A lot of these players not even like Reddy, not even making items for the hedge fund, just kind of committing to losing the early game, but actually won the first round despite that.
I don't think that's going to stay the case, as Kambuli already has that 2-star Sona with the Blighting Jewel. What do you think about that artifact? Where do you actually see that going? Because we saw Blighting Jewel Malzahar for a little while, but is that still something that you think about with that item?
Blighting Jewel's effect is it reduces your opponent's MR on every damage take. In previous sets, the effect was almost the entire value of the augment, so it's very useful on like damage over time champions. So it would apply a bunch of tiny instances of damage. But more recently, I believe it was in this set, Blighting Jewel was changed to where most of the value of it is actually just in the high amount of AP it gives you. So you can basically use it interchangeably as a death cap. So it has a Spark, has a Sona too. So Campbell's opener with the Blighting Jewel is actually quite good already.
Cool. Definitely has a couple of flexible options there if everyone's trying to get to that level 9 and those legendary boards. But for Wigwag and Broseph, they are both sitting on the 9 lives augment. And now, like, oh, what a weird race between the two of them.
Yeah, it's basically going to be a battle of if these players who have the Econ augments, like Ready with a hedge fund, and 9 lives potentially, or Unexpected Expectedness. It's going to be a battle if these players with the Econ augments can get to their 2-star legendaries and compete against the other players who might have 4 extra artifacts on their board from the Fortune Strength.
That's gonna be a lot of items. This is also kind of like the trend. While we did see Hedge Fund getting selected by only one player, Ready, yeah, there's a lot of other items that are going to be at play here. We even saw the Shimmer Scale augment actually being taken by Prestivan.
Yeah, the
Nice
Shimmer Scale is
early
kind of a
Lumia.
mixture of an item and an Econ augment. It doesn't give you as much gold as Hedge Fund, or not as much artifacts as Fortune Strength, but it'll give you it'll give you some of both, right? Like it gives you some item power and some Econ power.
See where everybody decides to actually end up. I'm seeing some like just interesting completed items. Like I saw the Titans on
Yeah.
Marcel's board.
P. Marcel with a Fortune Strength made a Titans, which honestly isn't that great on his board right now, but Forge and Strength will of course give you 3 random artifacts, and a huge percentage of the artifacts are for melee carries. So Marcel P probably already thinking about playing towards Yone perhaps. You're just so likely to get really strong melee artifacts such as Hellfire Hatchet, Death Defiance, Triforce. There's just so many of them with that.
Yeah, and I saw the pickup of the sword too. So having 2 swords to actually make other items so that you can fill out 2 full melee carries. I really like the start that we're seeing for Marcel P. Happy for him too, because you know that lobby of death he created to start our day? He did get 8th in that first game, but ended up getting 2nd in the following one. So it kind of worked out for him. It balances out.
Yeah, I mean, 8-2 is almost as close as possible to the average amount of points you can have. So good to see Marcel making a comeback. He's probably one of the people I talk to most competing in this tournament, so I want to see him do well.
But he's very rich.
Yeah.
Very... wow.
Ready rolled for Bard, interestingly enough, so it does seem like Ready might go for the Darius LeBlanc reroll with the hedge fund that we've seen.
No! No! It is not,
This might be
it's
his
not
time,
good.
maybe. It might be good.
Okay, 2 was a coincidence. 3 bot 4s is a pattern. 4 bot 4s in a row. Get it off my screen. So Ready,
Yeah.
please change the fate of all of our Noxus reroll players.
Yeah. We saw both of these players trying to lose, putting their weakest units in the front and their tanks in the back, so both the carries died right away. And Marcel P will lose his loss streak here, but at least gets a little bit of consolation gold from the Mogul's Mail. Yeah, so Ready able to keep that loss streak going to neutrals.
Me First or 8th is going to keep the win streak on the flip side of things. Unfortunately, Prestivan actually lost out on being able to maintain that, so he's going to have to restart for stage number 3.
Yeah, Me First or 8th and Marcel P, both with the Fortune Strength. There's a couple ways you can go with this. A lot of people think because you get your cash out at 40 HP, a lot of people are pretty comfortable. We see Marcel P just losing rounds until you get that cash out, and then you spike, but I think this is actually one of the best win streak augments. Being an artifact of just makes you stronger than almost anyone else. So me first or eighth able to full win streak with that artifact.
But I also just like it too because I feel like we've seen players get into this trap a lot where, especially in this set, last streaking just doesn't feel as good as being able to actually string together wins or at least play from ahead. And so I really like to see our players actually try to preserve as much HP as possible instead of getting into that situation where, oh, you really need to have more HP, or that can be the difference between the critical points that you're going to get from coming in third or coming in seventh.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think in previous sets that honestly weren't as well balanced. I think lost streaking, you sacrifice your HP, but because of that, you get a huge econ advantage, and you can get to that S tier line, roll for it before anyone else does. And if you hit your board, no one else can beat you. But because in this set, the game is pretty well balanced, there's a lot of lines people that can play that even if you have the huge econ advantage and you get to the board you want, other people can just get to boards that are just as good. And if you only have 1 or 2 lives, you can just take those losses and take a bot forward very easily.
Wigwag and Broseph, both of them on 9 lives, playing against each other. So one of them is going to lose one of their very precious lives, and it is going to be Wigwag. That is 3 losses now for him. And so at least you're getting a couple more rewards online, but this is also critical. The second prismatic augment for everyone.
Yeah, prismatic party is such a high variance portal where if the players who want econ aren't offered econ, or vice versa, the players who want items aren't offered items. It can be such a huge swing here. Wigwag looking at the coronation, which will give him some additional power right now, a much needed backline item, which he doesn't have.
I mean, I feel like sometimes I think about coronation as well as econ in itself, because you're not paying for that extra gold to actually be able to get that additional unit in. Of course, the trade-off is that you don't get the increased shop odds for those higher value units, but I do like that you have that to, yes, soften the blows so far.
Yeah, it'll let you, if you need a comp that requires a specific amount of units, it'll let you fit that comp 1 level earlier. Normally I wouldn't say that is too relevant because you'll need to roll on the appropriate level for those units, but it can definitely help setting up your comp.
We got Tree picked for Marcel P and Reddy, and Kiambuli Prismatic Destiny into Celestial Blessing.
Yeah, 3-2 Prismatic Destiny definitely has its risk. Probably not what Kambuli is looking for, playing a pretty front to back comp. Doesn't benefit that much from Celestial Blessing, but hey, I mean, the Destiny gives you quite a lot of gold already, and I mean, it's just a gamble. That's why it is the Prismatic Destiny. I would say probably not what he was looking for, but does get the extra gold from the Destiny at least.
That's the Fates take the wheel. Alright, that's a level 6 and 80 gold for me, first or 8th. But as we check into Reddy's board with this trait tree, you can see the Noxus emblem that we, I think this is going to feel great for that comp. Wow.
Yeah, I wonder what Reddy will do. Reddy might just opt to go for a level 9, using the Bard for extra econ, thinking, hey, I have the hedge fund, I'm just going to lose anyway. So it'll be really interesting to see if Reddy wants to roll next round. It does seem like they're just going to go for the level 9, though.
Easy to get there, but the 6 loss streak is going to keep working out some econ as Prestivan and Kambuli now fight up against each other. You've got that Gambler's Blade that's been unlocked. Prestivan also ended up taking the red buff and the blue buff, so that's going to be additional items for the board. No additional econ.
Yeah, the Shimmer Scale does give you some econ, but he does have 4 extra full items from his augment, so Prestivan probably just looking to get a really strong stage 3 from this. Being up 4 items against someone who might not have any power from their Prismatic during this stage is obviously a huge boon.
Broseph is still streaking 7 wins together with those 9 lives intact. And also with that Noxus board, with those items, do you think this could be a Mel angle?
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. He has a setup for it, and he has a good items for it. I think it's very likely Broseph will go into that. Already has like so much of the board, which is really nice because yeah, you just have the stacking. So now Ready, we'll have to see if he wants to roll on 7 or if he wants to push levels here.
80 gold. It's so tempting. You could be try to be one of the first people to actually hit some of these 3 costs, but I think it would be wiser to just hold onto it and go level 8.
Yeah,
Level
it looks
9.
like Ready just wants to go 9. Brosiv, on the other hand, has a 9 lives, so his HP bar is deceptively low, but also only level 6 on 3-5 here, so I would think Brosiv, especially with the item setup that he has on Scion, eventually wants to go into Darius, so Brosiv is definitely angling towards this Darius 3 level up 3 composition that Necro loves so much.
So nice. I guess like the reason why I wasn't sure if you might want to try to go for Mel instead is because like what really is the likelihood that you're going to be able to actually get this comp online? Everybody has faltered at that last hurdle, not having enough gold to be able to actually get the upgrades. And when you know that somebody like me first or 8th might try to also get the Warwick comp online, or you have Hedge Fund being picked by Ready and also trying to probably get Mel or even Rise, I don't know if I would lock into a 3-cost reroll.
Yeah, you're right. Brosiv, he might go for Mel. I'm not really sure what Brosiv will do. It will be quite interesting to see. I was just judging based on his items that it looks like he wants to play around the 3 Dark Start Darius, but actually with his second augment giving the big duplicator, it does make more sense to try to use that on a 5 cost as opposed to the 3 cost composition.
Only time will tell, but
Yeah.
you know, I fear for all of those Darius players that have struggled so far in this tournament to actually get a top 4. So please don't.
Marcel P here, pulling off some wins in stage 3, which is really nice. Has that early Belveth and really good items for it. So Marcel P seems like probably off the back of that Belveth, going more towards the Slayer's board, which will get a huge spike once the Fortune Seal gets 3 extra artifacts. So really have to be looking out for if they hit the artifacts they're looking for, and yeah, they can stabilize off of that.
Yeah, I mean, first or 8th and Kambuli are getting quite close to being able to hit that HP threshold to unlock those extra artifacts. And that might happen in the next round. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on them. Me first or 8th and Kambuli have both also put together some loss streaks.
He's just going for a level 8 roll down with a Hedge Fund. Not what I expected, but wants to get that Mel right away, finds the Ambessa, just gotta put 1 item on it. Oh wait, Ready has 2 Noxus emblems, so could go for the 10 Noxus. In fact, definitely will go for the 10 Noxus.
That's crazy. The verticals have been really hard to hit. And then you know that was a trademark of this set. That's something that the devs have talked about, because in past sets, the verticals were such high chase traits that, and almost felt like it was a necessity in some patches. But this time, it's rare, and I really like to see it when people can actually get that prismatic unlocked.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't seen much of. Part of it's so hard to get to level 10, but on this patch, you can actually cheat it by going level 9, unlocking Galio, and putting the emblem on the Galio. So, we'll see if Ready wants to do that, but Ready definitely looking like a huge favorite to win the lobby, in my opinion.
If he can get there,
very favorite to go first for Ready.
for sure. But now let's take a look, because both Kambuli and Me First or 8th actually did fall below 40 HP. You saw with a pickup already for Me First or 8th to be able to pop those items, gets the Death Defiance there on the Warwick, and Kambuli is also going to be able to get the Indomitable Will, the Dawncore, the Hell Crusher. Ooh, those are fun. Do you like them, though, for this comp?
Yeah, I think Kambuli actually got quite lucky with their artifacts, because they got a good mix of backline AP artifacts with the, I believe, a Dawncore to go with the Blind Jewel they have, and frontline artifacts, which is pretty much what they wanted, because they're already kind of in that AP front-to-back composition. So I think, honestly, like, really fortunate artifacts for Cambouli. You can see the Zillion holding 2 of them and the Garen holding the other 2. Not getting any of those kind of melee artifacts like Death Defiance. So I think Cambouli's got to be really happy with cash out here.
Yeah, but it's a tough opponent. And you've got Reddy
Yeah.
that's actually started to put this Noxus board together. Cambouli's found enough to be able to stabilize with the 3 items on the Lux as well. But with Mel unlocked here for Reddy, he actually might try to push the gas, get to level 9. Seeing a roll down though from Ego.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Reddy isn't holding the Demonstrate units to do the Galio trick. It's almost guaranteed to get with the amount of gold he has, and he could just have the 10 Noxus right away, but maybe he feels confident he could just get to level 10 anyway. I mean, definitely has a lot of gold with a pretty strong board.
Wow. All right, well, in the midst of the action, Ego is actually able to get the Leona 3 as well as the Malzahar 3, just missing a couple copies of the Zoe to actually put this together. The Talisman of Ascension of Leona.
Yeah, he reforged the Luden's Echo. Honestly, a pretty risky reforge if you get like an AD artifact, but if the Leona ascends, she will definitely be able to solo everything. But yeah, Ego just hitting his 3 stars, so quite strong right now going up against Broseph. Is still sitting on 50 gold. Reddy takes another loss here.
Wigwig and Broseph are also on 4 lives remaining of the 9. And you're right, Ego is also very close to getting eliminated. With the 3 stars online, though, I think that's going to feel maybe, I don't know, I would hope that you can actually start to make a bit of a comeback there. But Percival is also playing 3-cost reroll. Got the Ari and the Kennen both 3-starred.
Yeah, this lobby is the first that we've seen with 3 different players going for the 3-cost reroll. So they all kind of help each other out by pulling a bunch of units out of the pool. Like Perseverance holding 18 copies alone of Ari and Kennen, not even to mention the Kobako. Ego's holding 18 copies alone, not even mentioning like the Zoes. So they're all kind of helping each other to hit. Broseph looking for the Darius, the Noxus units, and yeah, I mean, it honestly seems like a ticking time bomb where Reddy is almost guaranteed to have this 10 Noxus, I would say, from this point in the game on 5-1. At that point, no one, I believe, is going to be able to beat him, so preserving HP is going to be super important for everyone else in the lobby right now.
So I'm starting to get a little worried about me versus 8, since, you know, this is a board that we've seen sometimes struggle a little bit. That Warwick with the Zon. We're not gonna be checking in on that just yet, though, as Broseph has started to get these Arcanists up. It's gonna be an Annie 2 with the blue buff as well as that Shojin, but it's just not able to stand up tall to this Ari reroll. And Wigwag 2 actually also taking a loss with that 9 lives.
Yeah, really worried about both of these players. Only 3 lives left for each of them. Ego with only 1 life left, so the moment he fights 10 Noxus on stage 5, he's going to die. Reddy with enough HP to guarantee make it there. Really good spot for Precedent with an 85 HP, because everyone else being so low is probably going to guarantee him a top spot, even if he isn't able to win any rounds. But yeah, Reddy, even if he takes a maximum loss here, is guaranteed to reach that 10 Noxus.
For Wigwag, though, it's got to be about stabilization. He has spent all of his gold, and that is going to leave him pretty broke to try to actually get this Galio 2 put together and get this board into a spot where Wigwag can actually try to bring himself back into this. He's already accumulated 15 points on the day, and we've been able to see him actually take quite a big comeback between our second and third games. But he's got a long way to go. After that's going to be a loss for him, and Broseph also going to take another loss, both of them down to only 2 lives left.
It is not looking good for Noxus reroll, like you said, Nekra. It's probably going to be 4 in a row. The bot 4s that we've seen are Darius 3. Broseph has an Annie 2 on level 7, which is kind of interesting.
I
that's
don't like
unexpected.
this. Yeah, he's had this Annie too for a while, actually. Like, the last time we checked in on him, like, before the carousel, he had this Annie too. But I would have thought that maybe you would have actually tried to, like, flex in something else. But, you know, it is what it is. But Brosif's got to roll now if he really wants to actually have a chance.
Oh wow, Prismatic Orb gave everyone a Radiant Thieves Gloves and a regular Thieves Gloves, so that's going to be a huge buff to certain players, while other players are not going to be able to use them effectively. As we mentioned earlier, Ready of course being the 10 Noxus. I don't think anyone's board will really be able to stand up to that. So everyone out is just praying to not fight him. Matchmaking becomes such a big factor here. That's just how TFT goes. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. It's going to be a huge factor in the final placements for everyone here.
Well, Ready is the Grim Reaper and also Gangley's Dark Horse to actually take the entire tournament. So maybe it's just a little bit of a caster blessing there over for Ready to get that 10 Noxus online. For Brosif, though, he is so close to being able to actually get these upgraded units, but he's still missing a copy of the Draven as well as 2 copies of the Darius and the LeBlanc. That's another life he's going to have to lose as Wigwug also takes a loss. Ago eliminated. Maybe he was the unlucky one versus the 10 Noxus board.
Yeah, Brosif and Wigwug both down to 1 life. Brosif, honestly, I mean, it's not looking good. I think even if he hits at this point, I'm not sure his board will be strong enough to compete against some of the other boards that we've seen in this lobby.
It's tough because I actually had seen Ago hit the Zoe through as well, so I feel like that's kind of like the only thing that makes sense to me is that he got really unlucky matchmaking. But for Brosif and Wigwug, at least it's not in 8th place, but you've got to be able to get a little bit more out of these next fights. And for Wigwug, this is an 0-7. I'm so sorry to say that, but it is Ready on the other side. Ready's going to take another one to the grave.
Yeah, one nice thing about 9 lives normally is you always go to exactly 0 so you can win tiebreakers, but there's no one else who can go below 0 HP here besides our 9 lives players. They both go to exactly 0.
Oh no. Oh, Brosif in 7th, Wigwug in 6th. That is the craziest smirk of all time from Ready, knowing that he has eliminated 2 players by himself. And it's gonna be another one soon. I feel it. Kambuli and me for Surrey, they're also knocking on death's door right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's sitting on a lot of gold, but doesn't really have that much to do with it. He can level next round. But yeah, just really praying that he gets a good matchup here. Every single round becomes so important.
Ooh, well, it's not Ready. It's going to be Marcel P. And I hope for Kambuli that he's not going up against Ready either. That would be very unfun. But I don't think either of them are actually... Ooh, I don't know about that. I'm not about to do the math on the elimination on broadcast. Let's just hope for me first or 8 for now. That is going to be a win for him. This Jinx is casting like crazy. And it's going to be a close one with this Warwick trying to be that final nail here for this Yone. And it's not going to work.
Such a close fight with a triple artifact Warwick against a double artifact Yone. Both these players have so many items with Force and Strength, and then the Prismatic Orb giving everyone 2 TGs. Almost every single unit is itemized on both their boards.
Really fun when that can also end up being some of these higher cost units that you just might not actually normally have those items for. And it's another TG pickup here from me for Sir 8th. He's going to deny that at least from somebody, but he doesn't really have a great item holder for it. When you're looking at that Blitzcrank as well as that Vi that don't have items for now. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, one more regular item doesn't really do anything. Might as well give a Blitzcrank a TG. Someone who doesn't normally get to enjoy items in the late game, but every once in a while.
Someone's gonna lose here. Kambuli and me first or 8th are that elimination station. Ready still hoping that he can just knock down the front doors of these players that have a little bit more HP than him. Prestivant and Marcel P. They want to try to preserve it as they know that that's going to be a matchup they have to face later. For me first or 8th, it's going to be a battle against Prestivant. Prestivant has been able to put such a strong board together with this RE3 that has absolutely ripping through these front lines. And I don't know if this is going to be enough for me first or 8th to actually try to break through that with this set 2 coming in clutch.
And there's so many stuns on this Warwick with a cannon. The Warwick not having the 3 artifacts and not having the CC immunity that it normally does. Pressman, yeah, just able to take it.
First or 8th goes down in 5th, and Kambuli at least is able to get away with a top 4. But yeah, this is a very close battle for 2nd place now, as Marcel P and Prestivant are hoping that they just don't run into Ready.
Yeah, it looks like Marcel is going up against Prestivant here. When Marcel's HP deficit, it's going to be hard to overcome, but maybe a win here will allow him to get into that 2nd place.
He's lucky. It's Prestivant. And I know you had been ready for that, but I was like, maybe it's going to be a ghost, so that might have been even more of a saving grace. The set is going to go for those push-ups and sit-ups pretty early, though. I'm going to come in with a huge slam onto the board.
Yeah, there's so much variance in what these Radiant PGs give these players. So we can see with Marcel P's, Wukong has a death cap and a striker slow. Not what he wanted, but it was still, Marcel's board was still just too strong for Prestivant, and now all the HPs are really close.
Very, very close, but I think even if you go up against the Ghost of Ready, you're still going to be taking quite a bit of damage. I would be concerned as we are entering into stage 6 very soon.
Yeah, definitely. Whoever fights Ghost next is just hoping that's not Ready. Ghosts are slightly easier than normal boards, so even if you lost to the real board, when you fight the Ghost, you will have a chance to win. And given how close the Prestivant and Marcel P matchup is, I think Prestivant definitely has a decent chance against Marcel's Ghost if that's the matchup he gets.
Ready is still making upgrades with a Mel 2 now on his board, and this really big Shyvana. I think it's now going to be almost impossible for there to be any sort of comeback. I mean, I love that he's just like still upgrading units, even though I don't think he needs to.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, you got nothing else to do.
I would have gone for like a
Positioning.
or Mel. Who knows?
Yeah. Preston's trying his best to kill as many units as possible, but it's on the wrong side, targeting the strongest tanks instead of the weaker tanks.
And for Marcel P, who is he playing against? Because that's also going to be a very telling tale. For now, we know that Prestivant is going to take this loss versus Ready, and Marcel P playing a Ghost over there is also going to lose.
Yeah, so Marcel fought Prestivant before. Prestivant just fought Ready, so that means Marcel will be going against Ready's Real, and Prestivant will be going against Ghost. So if Prestivant can get a good Ghost fight, he also has a little bit more HP than Marcel. The 3 extra HP becomes really relevant in spots like this. Killing 3 more units than the other player is actually quite difficult. So yeah, we'll see which one can pull out 2nd place here.
Still gonna be a tough one. Yeah, Prestivant actually gets the Ghost of Marcel. I feel like this could still be a win for Prestivant.
Yeah, Prestivant fighting Marcel's Ghost is the best case scenario he could have asked for. As Marcel is pretty much guaranteed dead here. If Prestivant kills enough units or even wins a round, then he'll secure that 2nd place.
Let's find out with Prestivant actually does take the win. So Marcel out in 3rd. Prestivant is going to get 2nd place. And congratulations to Ready. It's just one fight away here for Ready to actually take the win with the 10 Noxus. Very cool.
Yeah, he got the pan earlier and reforged it into the Noxus. Definitely a good line to look out for anytime you have 1 Noxus emblem. You only need 2. Another one you can look out for is Bilgewater. And we can see Prestivant going for the 3-star Yone, but he's not even close. And even if he does hit, he still has to deal with a pretty strong board on Ready's side with Mel 2, Shyvana 2, and of course, the Otacon.
Do you even win that with a 3-star Yone?
I'm not sure who would win.
10 Noxus? I want Mort to tell us the answer to that, who would win. I need a clip of that.
Yeah. You can kill the Otacon before a cast. I've seen it happen with even like a strong single target unit, like maybe like an AP Kaisa. but it's really hard to do.
Well, it's just a victory lap here for Reddy as he continues to take down player after player and eventually get that win once we got into that stage 6. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, our analyst desk will tell you more about that game and if there was even a fighting chance. I gotta know, could anybody have actually taken down that 10 Noxus board? We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals, where we're on the analyst desk to break down our game number 4. Where, hey guys, 10 Noxus? It's pretty good.
Yeah, I just got it out when I was watching the game with you guys. I've seen the setup was just amazing by Reddy. I mean, hedge fund into double Noxus spatulas. It's just so easy to reach that level 10 alongside great argument that he had on the mid game. Well played. I mean, nice reroll, but convert to the win. Very important to do that.
Yeah, and for Prestiven, something similar, right? He got the Gamblers player there, trying to tempo full, then got the 3-star Ari just playing fully the Kennen, and then in the end, trying to reroll also the Jonet, right? He needed that to win, or actually to make a fight, because we know this Atakan, when you have the 10 Noxus, is just too strong. So, an amazing game with the setup, gives us a lot of push and tempo since the start to the end.
And then down that leaderboard, we saw groupings of first prismatic augments. Forged in Strength being the one that is notable here, having 3 players choose that, and they go 3rd, 4th, 5th with that augment. And then right below them, in 6th and 7th, is our 9 lives players. So clearly we're seeing some AVPs of these augments really work their way out here.
Yes, I mean, we've watched so far a lot of crazy games. Another prismatic orb on this game as well. So very high variance until now for all of games that we have watched. And this one is very hard to tell. Besides the 10 knocks, it's very hard to tell how it's going to end because of those 3 prismatic augments. And the top of that, a prismatic orb, so much resources. And Reti actually bought it with a prismatic tier composition.
Yeah, 100%. Broseph and Wiggle trying to play 9 life, but couldn't cap out. Broseph trying to go Darius reroll on level 7. He got Annie Toothstar. So the game was actually looking another plan for him, trying to temper it out, but it wasn't just enough. And then in the final board, Marcel P, well played, also playing the Slayers angle here with the Jone, trying to fight out. It was an ideal 3rd place for him, and this was the final fight, just cinema here with the 10 Noxus once again.
I mean, it's not only that he had 10 Noxus, that Shyvana was one of the coolest units I've ever seen with the Radiant Sterax Bruiser. It was just a really powerful board, regardless of having 10 Noxus. So, especially in your Ready's position, through 3 games only having 7 points, now going 1st place, putting yourself steadily in the middle of the pack, that's exactly what you need to do in this stage of competition because, again, we have a bottom 8 cut today. So now he's really worked his way out of that one and now can set his sights on, okay, set myself up well to possibly make a run at the final lobby.
Yes, I mean, the players have to bounce back very soon if they want to make a day 2, especially Ego that went 8 on that last round. It's very tough when you get an 8-1 these prismatic lobbies because sometimes you didn't have the chance to fight those players that had so many great augments and great resources. But still got more games left. They still can come and have some good good
100%.
matchups.
Still a chance for any of them to qualify. Remember, these are the top 32 that are already on tier 1 for next set. And of course, day 1 is easy, like you easy. Well, you're against the best. Like you said, Jack, only 8 will be eliminated. But of course, you're against the best. So any slight error will punish you for sure. And these players are just locked in. We're learning so much great TFT in this new set. So, I mean, more to come.
Really almost does feel like a new set with the patch that just came out and all the unique unlocks and different ways players are capping out their boards. I think specifically we see every game won by what feels like a different composition and 10 Noxus this last one, but even before that, so many unique ways to win the games and even tempo into 2nd places. Like we saw Tempo Ionia, not even reroll, get 2nd place from Robin there. But the name of the game right now, and especially in the last 2 lobbies, is artifacts actually coming back into the light and being the way that players are getting those solid top 4s. Dobbs, which artifacts are you really looking for? Are you fond of clicking these augments?
Well, I used to be a fan of. Usually it was so broken. Nowadays it's very good depending on how your game actually is aiming to. So have great opportunity to play artifacts when you're playing like Slayer, some sort of Yone and Velvet. Usually you can play some great artifacts on Seraphine and as well as Ari. So I like those when you have the prismatic that it gives you 4 artifacts very strong, but it's a little bit risky because you're gonna lose a little bit of HP on the early game because you're gonna have like just 1 artifact, but later on you're going to be very powerful.
Yeah, also I love the way the comps maybe counter themselves. We see Leona, 3-star, very good against, small hits. So Jinx is not good there, maybe Jone even. Then you see comps that are full splashy damage with the AP, and of course the Leona is not good there. So actually, normally you have to play your spot, but that recognition also helps. We've seen Bramble slam a lot more. The Dragon's Claw also an item that was not good throughout the set. Now is great because your tank will be there strong against the AP damage. So meta evolving. This is what I love to see in TFT, and we will see a lot more this weekend.
And Shimmer Scale Essence probably being one of the most prevalent things in the last 2 lobbies, going 2nd and 2nd, getting econ and items, which, it's kind of the name of the game right now in TFT. But I think one of the most interesting parts about our current situation is that these players are fighting for Tactician's crown slots. And if you're just now joining us here about halfway through the show, we talked earlier about how this one's unique because Wajan Iverson took all of the slots from the TPC, moving them all to this regional finals where now 8 slots are up for grabs for our players. So make the final lobby, you're going to the Tactician's crown. Also, if either him or Darth Noob make the final lobby, then 9th and 10th on the standings can make it to the Tactician's crown. So we don't necessarily have to play for first in this whole cup, maybe not even for the final lobby. And so, Dobbs, how does that change your mindset going into the tournament? Does it change the way that you play at all?
I mean, I think it does, especially on the day 2. I would say on the first day, it's very unlikely that can actually change your game plan because there are too many games to be played unless you're going like on the bottom 8 on the first day. So I would say that your gameplay has to be really solid for that top 8 finish because you can't count that Weijian and Dartnub are going to be able to reach that. I mean, it's very likely that at least one of them do because they are doing a great performance so far. But you play for the top 8, but as the tournament goes, you can actually reset and rethink about what you're going to be your game plan, and you can adapt a little bit.
Well, let's see whose game plan needs to change as we look at the bottom half of our standings. And Hoope, tell us about some of these players that are, maybe in a precarious situation.
I mean, Ego here, Legacy for Brazil. Dobbs is not happy right now. Setsuko, so we were discussing, is he prepared for this new game? Some players were saying maybe he didn't adapt to the gameplay. Of course, he's out great in the Fast 9, not making it work for him. Surprises also in Spencer and Kambuli, 2 players that respectively 3 times and 2 times in Tactician crown, not able to surpass the 14-point threshold here. So these players are now in danger. So of course, 2 more games until the cutoff, and these are the ones who will try to risk it all. They need to play maybe Ixtal, maybe try to Fast 9 them without good economy. So let's see what's the adaptation they're going to make.
Yeah, so something that's very important to note, that's just 4 games so far. So the players can still bounce it back. And of course, if you have a hope start, it's very difficult to you to sometimes keep the momentum. But on the flip side, we have players that are doing very good. And on the top of that, we have GOC, Me108, Kai Wang, and Prestivet. 2 of them were actually, were playing from week 1. So very impressive what they could actually do from week 1 and still make a good shot in here in week 2 as well.
I want to call out the main character of this set so far, Weijian, being down at 14th after having a really strong start, did go 6th and then 8th place in his last 2 games, which is going to make the next few games very interesting to see if he can make a comeback for that final lobby. But we still have a lot of TFT left to play, and the scores are very close. Our bottom 2 are a little far away, and JRC's pulling far ahead, but that does not mean that anyone is out of it, because in the game of TFT, we know that any given game, Mortdog can give you a high roll.
100%. I mean, also Chonington and Michael, they're just having fun playing good TFT. Both of them tied in TPC in 2nd place, just behind Weijian, and they're doing good. They're doing what they have to, taking maybe not 1st, but 2nd place, 3rd, 4th, and obviously summon points. Make sure to advance to tomorrow, and then obviously maybe ramp up a little more, may take a little more risk to try to get to the finals, and of course to Tactician crown.
Well, we're excited.
I mean, so much
to get to the action quite soon here, because we just have a short break, and on the other side of that, we're going to jump into our game number 5 of the day. And remember, points don't reset. All of these games matter. And so on the other side of this break, we will talk all about our next lobbies and who we expect to see come out on top. Welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals, where we're ready for our game number 5 of the competition of 6 games throughout the day. The day's going pretty fast, gentlemen. You guys ready for the seemingly end of today?
Yes, I'm very down for the last 2 games. I know it's a little bit tough from some of the players that are going to say goodbye at the end of the day, but they actually made it into TPC, so we just want to meet the players that are reaching the Tactician crown. So I'm really excited to see.
I'm smiling because I remember the joke Luis told to you, like, okay, 3 months vacation until TPC next set. But of course, I mean, once I have to double down on the meta. It's so great that there's not a go-to comp. You cannot come here into a tournament and say, okay, I want to play Ari reroll. You cannot. You have to learn or detect what is the path that the game is giving you, what are the other players doing, what is your armor, what's your spot, and they go for it. So perfect meta to go against this.
I mean, and the display of skill is so high here in our regional finals. And it's making me really excited for the Tactician's crown as well, because that is the ultimate, form of mastery of the set. And we can see it from across the world and different playstyles come together. But we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, because we have the lobby in front of us right now. And what we are seeing is a clear tiers of players in their spot in the tournament. Prestevant and Who are ahead. Quintanilla and Setsuko, who maybe have come into this tournament as some of the favorites, are down towards the bottom of the table.
Yes, Quintanilla, one of the greatest players in Brazil right now. We've seen his past couple seasons being very good, and he had such a great performance last regional finals, making that final lobby, and of course making Tactician crown as well. Despite the fact that he didn't great on Tactician crown, but still have a great tier 1. But here, very low on standings, he has to bounce back. Right
100%, and it's once again Seraphine encounter here. So triple prismatic augment. We've seen what this type of encounter can do. Last game we saw already with that 10 Noxus. So interesting start for sure. So we will see some capped end game lobbies.
We see also these guys are friends, Chunnington and Wigbug, so they're just hanging out in game also, just on each other's board. They study together, and so it's fun to see them at this level of competition. But these prismatic games are some of the most insane games ever because of the combination of power that it can give you. You get something like, hedge fund into prismatic ticket. You can use all that gold super effectively, or level up into something crazy to help you push your econ as well. There's some really incredible ones that just really take over the game.
I mean, I don't know if the tournament is all like this, or we just got lucky. We first game we watched, it was like LeBlanc encounter, game going crazy with like a prismatic orb. We've just watched another prismatic lobby with a prismatic orb as well, and we are about to see another one. So games are just crazy today.
Yeah, I mean, looking for your spot, right? Reading what the game is giving you. You call it out in the beginning, Jack. I mean, what do we have to do? We have to go for that immediate influx in gold, economy, try to go for that fast 9. We've seen players not go to fast 9, immediately go to fast 10 in this triple prismatic. Or do you want to reroll? You want to lose streak, also maintaining the goal, and then pressure that midsection of the game when everyone is just trying to go 9, and then you ensure your placement there. So, lecturing, reading that tempo, and obviously go to your peak level at the exact moment will be the most important spot to take.
It's one of my favorite parts about this patch is both win streak and lose streak are quite good right now. The extra econ can be used in so many different ways because of high levels and being able to reroll, and our first augment choices coming through. The most popular one, or one of the most popular of the last 2 games, was Shimmer Scale Essence. Wigwug, though, snap picks Forged in Strength.
Wow, I mean, very solid choice in Shimmer Scale Essence, because you don't have to sack the early game. I feel like, at least for me, when I'm playing a triple prismatic lobby, I always avoid to be risky, unless I have like a great augment that will benefit me, because things can just go wild on the mid game or even in the late game, depending on the augment combinations.
Okay, hedge fund here, giving eyes to Prestimen. Already 2 players in Quintanilla and Ladder Slayer, but no, goes for the Twilight.
Ooh.
So we're going to see the Super Sinsao transform into Sahen and trying to once again help Demacia, or well, Ionia, into, and I mean, loaded time here for both open. Wigwood fully open here.
Really close fight
Well.
on our screen right now.
He just denied gold to
Yeah.
to Prestiman actually.
Yeah, it's because it's the Ionia is Path of the Prosperous, which means you get gold for kills. Now you're not killing anything because Wigwug said, I'm just gonna full open and get all of my artifacts on board. Setsuko, we did see take Prismatic Destiny into Pandora's items, which does give you Radiant item, and then all game will allow you to get your best in slot. So he won't be too upset about that, especially with the extra gold that comes with it.
Yeah, sir, you're right. I mean, choosing Prismatic Destiny, sometimes you can get like a bad outcome, but having the gold actually helps you accelerate the thresholds of your economy. So in the hands of good players like Setsuko, they always can be have some beneficial with that thresholds early in the game.
Yeah, makes sense. Here, Bro going for the LeBlanc. Amazing early start as always. Going for flexibility also in itemizations. So we just have a good item here to ramp up the tanks. Just trying to start and looking for a good placement. It's a way to see what the augments provides you in the later rounds. While Chonnington also take a chunks here of HP. We see a little more Jose deleted. Slamming the Gunblade. Just trying also to get a good chance, get some value out of the augment. But Prestiven still too strong here with the hero Xin Zhao.
Barely surviving there as well for that Xin Zhao. And I think one of the most interesting parts as we keep an eye on Prestiven's board is this didn't used to be prismatic. This version of it, it does give you a Xin Zhao now, but the sooner you hit Xin Zhao 3, the sooner that Zahen can show up and really push your strength. For Chunnington here, another one of our Forged in Strength players going to have a little bit of an awkward artifact to play around.
Yeah, so this one you can play on Warwick. It's not that bad. I'd say that it's actually a very good comp that you can play with artifacts because you play on level 7. You have like Jinx's good artifacts. Warwick use a bunch of them as well. You can still have like great frontline to use your frontline artifacts on the top of that. And losing a little bit of HP and farming the items you need is not a bad call when you're playing Tundra Wolf.
The Tundra. ¿Voltamos, Dobbs? We voltamos or we don't voltamos?
Voltamos. Which means we are back.
We back. So yeah, I mean, the Bilgewater player wants to be a little stronger. Maybe not the ideal placement here, not having any 2-star for now. Wants to get those Serpents to try to ramp out. We saw something interesting before from Soyu trying to play the Bilgewater without the Tam Kench, getting a 2-second. So once again, good possibilities for the comp, especially if you get it early and try to ramp out. Good chances here. We see Whitwood going for Bard start. 4 players going for Bard. Maybe just trying to go for that easy reroll, free reroll possibilities, and maybe just not defining themselves for the reroll line.
The lobby, there's really only one player I see committed to an actual line, and that's Prestiven because of Trials of Twilight. But even then, he could go either Demacia or Ionia.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be very interesting to watch 3-2 specifically and see how those augments start to really give that direction into what our players will go towards.
Usually you actually play early on the game that Demacia doesn't do much, and Ionia actually gives you extra gold. You are actually willing to play more of Ionia on early, but later on Demacia has a little bit more of value, so he can always change that. But with the addition of Yone being able to reach the comp, so he can always play Zahin Yone as well. But I feel Demacia is very good too.
For La Slayer there on the top, very good position because even though he's low in gold, he has upgrade mobility, he will be able to recover, and he has a good board right now, so he will not roll in a long time. This is the moment for him to start ramping up. Prestiven taking the L here, so good for the rest of the lobby not having someone win streaking for now. Only Bro, the one capable of maintaining a good win streak until the end if he wins this next round. So important for him to inflex into economy.
Loss streak as well. Chunnington on that 4 loss as well as Wigwug, so hopefully they're not facing one another. as we head into the later stages of this. But for Precedent here, we have not found a single other copy of Zinzao, which is very, very unfortunate. But for Bruh here, who has a very solid Noxus setup, we're already level 5. We have a Draven on bench to already have unlocked that Darius as well. And we are facing Josue Deleted on the other side, who has a strong board, but not really streaking in the early part of this game, just because that frontline isn't super upgraded.
Yes, I mean Nico won with these items, not quite enough to hold the line against the Noxus. I mean, this unit LeBlanc's such a great early game, very easy. It's very easy to unlock her, and the power that she gives you is actually insane.
Yeah, for Bro then, once again, great chance here. Just getting additional tempo. Has flexibility still on his items. Not fully committing, of course, holding that Noxus line. And that will be the preferred line for him to go into. Another player that is also being flexible here, just slamming this Goblin, slamming the red buff there in the front, and the Sunfire, just trying to get good tempo here. Once again, the name of the game for him is economy. Needs to maintain economy, needs to preserve HP as much as possible, try to go for that level 9 and cap out with whatever legendary, especially focus on Mel, could be a chance.
This augment it very much does exactly what you just said. It gives you cheaper XP leveling to help you get to level 9, and every time you level up, gives you some rerolls and some HP to keep those things high and keep your economy where it needs to be. Notably, Wigwug and Chunnington both maintain their 5 loss streak, so they are both quite rich in this lobby and also chasing their Forged in Strength. So once they get down to that 35 HP mark, they'll get the rest of their artifacts, which is when they really spike.
Yeah, highlights in there. I've seen Wigwug getting a Loris 2, and Chunnington getting a Jinx 2 for free. Both players getting decent upgrades. And here we've seen Delita having like a great Kog'Maw, good opener. I wonder if he's actually playing Kai'Sa from here.
Yeah, maintaining flexibility, obviously, probably will reforge the Gambler Blade in the future, trying to get something more combat-y later when the goal already has assembled. But yeah, interesting here, Dobbs, to see if he maintains this line. For now, holding the Malzahar, has a pair of Cho'Gath, so for sure will play it in the mid section of the game. Going against Liar Slayer, who's in also a good spot. Josecito seems stronger, access to the backline, and Gutega will win here a little breather to preserve a little more HP.
Our win streakers still on their streak, and our loss streakers still dodging each other, and we have our 3-2 augment coming through here. Setsuko taking Trait Tree while having Pandora's items. We see on the right side of our screen as these augments come in is very good. Bruh, who taking Trait Tree? Quintanilla taking Trait Tree. Anyone else? Anyone else want to take a Trait Tree?
Oh my god. I mean, you just click it, right? It's so good. Emblems are actually very good because you can always have like good synergies with the emblems. Sometimes count as items. They have like good status, so that's why players are actually aiming for it, and you always can play some sort of rise on the top of that. I'm very curious to see how Setsuko is going to play out this game, and is that 10 Ionia angle for press event?
Sure is. That is Walk the True Path. Gives you some lesser duplicators and allows you to hit 10 Ionia, which is not a prismatic trait you could get otherwise.
Right now we're seeing Chunnington going for that Jinx line. Doesn't have the best of economy, but did the due diligence here with 6 loss streak, and now with the possibility of 3-5, just trying to ram. Having the Jinx do is huge because he has it early, and then trying to go to the Warrior. He will for sure try to reroll, so it will be interesting what the third augment will be for him.
Well, I wonder actually if he's going to keep rolling for the Jingzhao, because I think if he can push levels, he just push it into the level, and he's gonna be able to win the game regardless the Zahan.
We just saw Setsuko using his Pandora's items to a good effect, having 2 of these Demacia spatulas on board with already having a Lux. So his game plan is now pretty clear of where he will end up. But for Bruh, who is another one of our Trait Tree players, a little bit less clear.
Yeah, a little tougher here with the augment. Has the Quick Striker, has Freljord for now Noxus. So Freljord is not active. So for sure, trying to find something to reforge here or trying to look for an angle. So not the best spot right now for Bro. Still good units. So have a chance to maintain or at least preserve HP also here with the win streak and maintains the 10. I mean, 100 win streak starting to diminish in level of power. This is great for Bro, but we'll have to find a path for the later into the game.
Well, one thing is interesting just to talk about the Bro setup is that he still have one dice to roll on the next stage, so he can actually wait until he gets the reward in order to see if he wants to reforge an emblem. So that things can actually change depending on what he gets.
Patience could definitely be rewarded, but for some of our players, the HP numbers are dropping rapidly. We're definitely going to want to check up on Wigwug because he is. Did he already hit? What's the HP number? Is it 35? He's 36 right now.
Yeah, correct.
Oh my god, he's very low on HP.
I know, and he's 36. Oh, there it is. Okay, he does have it right now. The 3 artifacts coming through are very AP focused, and we are currently playing around Jinx and Warwick. I think
Wit's End it's very good. I've checked the status of the third one. I forgot its name in English, sorry, but it's not that great on Warwick. But the first one and the Wit's End is actually very good. Okay. And of course, Lich Bane is terrible.
Yeah, I'm not even sure who that would go on in this
Maybe
composition. We also rolled a lot and didn't find Jinx. Yeah. So, very unfortunate.
Yeah, very low in resources right now for Widwood. 2 more rolls down here, but a difficult spot because the tempo of the lobby will be so high here. Needing to win games, need to find a spot, finds at least the Ambessa to hold the items for now, taking a win that is very important to stop the shred, the blood loss here. And this is what you mentioned, Setsuko, Jack. Very strong right now with the Demacia, the early locks, just going directly into that Demacia flex line. And I mean, great spot for him.
Well, I wonder if Setsuko is going to be able to get another spot later on. He can cook some crazy Demacia 11. But like having 2 Demacia emblems as well as Juggernaut is already good enough, because this Juggernaut spec is great for Gary, and any sort of front line actually goes very well with it. And on the flip side, we have Prestivate. Not a lot of economy, but his last augment are going to just say if he's going to be able to reach that level 10.
He gave up on Zahen.
I guess when the moment that he clicked on the second augment, he doesn't have to. He can't go to Zahen, because his win condition is actually getting to level 10. Yeah, and
That's
he can use the dupes. He can use the dupes to get the Yone.
Okay, maybe a fan of Xin Sao doesn't want to sacrifice Xin Sao humanity to go to Zahen. So Preston just playing Xin Sao tempo with hero augment, still good, but obviously not as powerful as Zahen can be.
And it's ethical, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we appreciate that. You know,
amazing.
And Zahen doesn't work properly if you also put Xin Zhao back on the board. And so you wouldn't be able to hit 10 Ionia because, again, your spot would be gone as well from that. But I did totally forget that there was a prismatic Demacia even in the game, and you need 3 Demacia spats, and we do have a player that could hit that this game. So we saw 10 Nox's last game. I'm here for 10 or 11 Demacia this time.
Oh my god, I'm down for that as well. Imagine we can see 11 Demacia against 10 Ionia. I mean, the games led me to dream. We had just a crazy prismatic loot orbs. Went crazy today, so let's just hope we can see some wild stuff.
Preston here, maintaining tempo, just trying to hold right now. This is the moment where probably, I mean, he could be one of the strongest in the lobby, but people will start rolling down for 2, getting those epics 2-star, and it will be tough for him to try to ramp out. Once again here, going again Wigwood. Wigwood still very low in HP, trying to stabilize, holding items here on a Bane. So very bad news right now for Wigwood, being in a very tough spot to come back.
Wow, Wigwag giving this round to Prestivet is just so good for him.
Yeah.
He's going to really need to get bailed out by this 4-2 augment. And a reminder, this will be prismatic once again because of our encounter. And this is going to shape the lobby for sure because we do have lots of these prismatics that work your way into some craziness. Prestivant taking Money Monsoon to get to that level 10 needed to get 10 Ionia in. This game's going to be cinema. I know it.
I think he's gonna make it.
Okay, economy
Insane.
for Wigwood, level 8, and he has to roll everything. Try to stabilize here. Is it enough? Also, economy here for Prestiven and Brobro. Tonington also, everyone wants the goal. They want to be stable right now because they know the tempo of the lobby will be so huge and everyone needs their 2-star. Ladder Slayer rolling here, doesn't find much. At least the Mel 2 is good. Has decent front line, finds the Draven. Not finding the Swing 2 could be the difference here.
I think we were digging for Ambessa there too. We did not find it, so we can't have Ambessa die with an item in order to unlock
He had
Mel.
Ambessa 2. He had Ambessa 2.
He did? Oh, sorry. I
Warwick,
missed
yeah,
it. Wigwag, though, we thought we was playing towards Warwick. Nope. We're going towards Kaisa instead with these items. This is a crazy-looking Bronze for Life board. I have not seen this, I don't know, ever.
I mean, we've seen Bronze for Life in the first patch, I guess, with this Kaisa. I don't even remember the correct board for it because it was like in the very first patch. But maybe he was just aiming to save some HP and try to make some placement because it doesn't seem that he have like a good shot.
Where did Azir 2 come from?
This is huge for Brobro because it's not only good items on the Azir, it's having the soldiers with more frontline, with more damage. In a perfect spot, Brobro is still very healthy, so finding this Azir is just an ensured top 4 right now for him.
Chunnington 2 off. This Jinx 3 does have all of his new artifacts online. Got to figure out what exactly to do with them. A lot of them are good tank items. This Blighting Jewel, though, is not going to be one that he really prefers to hang on to. So I wonder if he's really just praying for a Reforger or just going to continue on with what he has and figure it out.
Well, I feel that his artifact was way worse than the other player. It's just crazy. He can't use the 2 of them. It does nothing.
Yeah.
So he's just splashing on the front line.
He needs to get bailed out by an Ornn, so that way you get at
If
least
he gets an Ornn, it will be great because he can just put whatever artifact on him and he will get like tons of HP.
Let's get the buffy dude. No Ornn here in Carousel, so no bailout. We have a Senna interesting Azir, already Azir 2, so maybe not a priority right now.
Looking at the bottom of the screen, we can see some of the interesting things happening. One that I want to call out is Quinta, who has taken Dragon Guards here later onto the game and pivoting to Demacia fairly late. We saw him playing just pretty flex around his trait tree and now committing towards that vertical Demacia, able to hopefully get that Jarvan 3-star as well as this Shyvana that we know is one of the best units in this patch.
Yeah, I mean the HP of the lobby is actually very insane on the middle of the pack. I've seen some 2 players, Setsuko and Ro, having 70 HP, but the middle of the pack are actually sitting very close to each other.
Josecito one off Zoe, finds Zoe 3, but really needs the Leona. We already have a lot of damage. There it is. Leona 3 for Josecito, stabilizing here on 4-5 is huge for him, 33 HP. Not the most healthy right now, but right now this board is just so huge. At least until half of stage 5 will be amazing, and now he's the one punishing the lobby.
The big thing, though, this is not the Void mutation that you want on this composition. Usually you want Leeching Nucleus, and this one, it just ramps with your attack speed, just gives you a little bit more of a damage boost, which is great. You know, damage amp is fantastic, but it's not the ideal setup whatsoever for that healing. Obviously, Gunblade trying to mimic that as best as possible, but hitting your board, he's pretty strong now.
Yeah, so, I mean, he is very, very strong, but the thing is, there are some players that definitely are going to outperform him in the late game, so he has to save as much HP as he can.
Okay, right now going to Brobro's board. Brobro still very healthy. Now once again deleted. Strong. He should keep winning here. Prestiven going tempo right now with Yone. So indexing a little more on Ionia here. Just trying to get additional carries, right? The Sinsao will start to ramp down right now. He really needs the Yone too. Has a lot of gold right now, 83. So going for that fast 9 angle. And then trying to cap with legendaries for sure.
I mean, he's still missing Wukong, and he can actually unlock sets on the next round, so he doesn't get punished. But he's very close to that level 10 to get the 10 Ionia. He's very close to it.
He has obviously lots of gold, but with the Money Monsoon and plus the couple rounds going in between and farming a few gold here and there, I'm curious if he can go straight to level 10 on 5-1.
I mean, if he's not able to on 5-1, I mean on 5-2, he's very likely.
There it is, small goal coming in, and Brobros stabilizing, finds the bear. So big Bolivar, we know Bolivar is pretty huge in the patch. We don't see him much because of the archetype itself. Freljord, not a priority, at least on week 2. On week 1, we saw it a lot. And we see a little more here. Setsuko holding strong, 6 Demacia, trying to go for the 7th here. And another player, 61 gold, 3 rolls, going for that level 9 and then capping up the board.
Definitely want to see what Prestiven does here. See if he can make it all the way to level 10. I know he'll go 9. He does have 2 lives left, so he's definitely playing around that, but it is going to be very, very risky.
Yes, for sure. I mean, when you have this setup with the idea of getting 10 Ionia and a straight win, you just have to risk it all. And if you reach that level, you just win the game.
Okay, decides to not keep rolling here, having good pairs. Has a lot of pairs here. Surprises me that he's not rolling right now. Trying to get maybe the additional unlockable, or just tempoing a little more, trying to preserve a little gold. But yeah, a lot of pairs here for Setsuko, not finalizing his board yet.
No Reforger here for Chunnington means that these are still dead artifacts. This is the absolute nightmare scenario for this augment where, hey, you get a little bit of direction early on in the game, and then later on, once you get really low in HP and you don't have the time to figure it out, here's 3 more. Now figure it out. And for him, obviously Jinx 3 is going to win some few rounds, but it's going to be hard for him to push his way into the top.
Yes, very, very difficult artifacts to deal with, but still managed to win the round. Here comes. He can start selling some stuff. He doesn't need much upgrades.
1 more gold.
Yeah, he has it. Here it comes.
I don't even know what this does. What does this do? I've never hit this.
I mean, I've seen
game.
that. It's very cool. It's actually very cool.
Okay, you keep it surprised. We'll keep it surprised. We'll watch and see what happens.
The tension is building right now to see possibilities.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Wow.
Wait, but that's silent too? Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Does he win?
Then Ionia, everyone is enlightened, so everyone is strong. It's like everyone is just like a full beast.
And look at the animation in the board as well.
Yeah,
Guys.
beautiful.
Oh my god,
Hey,
is
guys.
he winning?
I think Taneomi is about to go 8th.
Oh my god.
No!
He just lose it.
Oh man!
I don't have any words. CLE, you do the job.
I mean, it's pretty cool. Taneomi is pretty cool.
Oh my god. I was hyping that Tenagonia the whole game and he just died?
Wow.
Oh my god.
I mean, what the synergy does is everyone gets stronger. But if you don't have like a lot of items, if no one is 2-star, of course you put in stronger people that are not. I mean, the potential that he had was amazing, but obviously lacking 2-star, lacking items. I mean, but it's sad. For me, this is just sad to see him lost and take the L here at 8th.
Asa is sending stats in our channel, and Tenaonia averages a 1.94 in a game. It has a 90% top 4 rate, and currently Prestiven is lowering all of those stats dramatically.
Yep.
Oh my god, yes. I mean, I feel like he just faced the strongest guy on Earth. The guy just had like Zillion 2, Silas 2 on 4th or 6 2. on the round 5-2 was incredible. I mean, he was just very strong, and he was like, he had to sell some upgrades in order to go level 10. So if he won that round, he was able to get a little bit more upgrades, he would never lose a round anytime soon. It was just lucky.
Yeah, for sure. We see Liar Slayer already with the Silas 2-star, Setsuko with Annie 2, Shonington with Jing 3, Sejuani 3, the Wolf, the Tundra already assembled there as well, not items for him still. So everyone in a great position right now, trying to surpass or not face the strongest in the lobby. And for sure now HP will start to lower significantly. No one in one life. Well, maybe Quintanilla here in a difficult position with 16. Already with Rise 2 also. Having the Shyvana plus Jarvan augment, I mean, great position. Everyone is just too strong right now.
And we have a lot of traits online for that Rise as well. And now with a really solid secondary tank, two solid secondary tanks upgraded in our front line alongside a 2-star Shyvana, we get the Silas 2. This board could be absolutely terrifying and possibly win this game.
Yeah, I mean, he still have a Galio on the bench, so sometimes we forget about it, but it's a 5 cost entering your board. So his board is actually very, very expensive. 2 7 cost and units 5 cost on the bench. But it doesn't seem he's gonna be able to beat the Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx fully online there, and Sejuani is soaking up so much of the damage. We see the Ornn also doing what we were talking about a few moments ago. Ornn triple artifacts being so huge. Ornn 1 still, but it's just too good. Quintanilla will try to hold on 1 life for him. Same for Brobro and Deleted. The 3 of them are in danger zone right now, trying to roll for anything. Doesn't find the Galio 2-star, doesn't find the Silas. This could be the end for Quintanilla in 6th place.
And of the 2 Fortune Strength players, I was not expecting Chunnington to be able to figure it out with the artifacts he did have, but that Jinx 3 and that composition just continues to show up and provide good results for its possible top 4. But Brubra on the other side has 2-star Mel, and that is a Vanquisher Mel alongside the 2-star Volley Bears. So we'll have a lot of strength there, and this is the battle of late game strength.
Well, I mean, Shurima Rise is one of the best traits that you can have, but you need time to that to scale.
Oh!
That fight's actually going to be enough. Oh my god, Rise just did an amazing job reaching the Mel on the back line, and I mean, not having like good items to generate mana on Mel didn't pay off at the end.
Yeah. Josecito also falls here in 6th place. Broblo taking the 5th. Important also to keep summing points. Remember, it's linear, the point system, so always good. Shonington keeping himself strong. 11 HP only for him. Quintanilla 2. So both of them, after this Dragon fight, will be in the difficult position, facing up against Setsuko, who's just in a 4-win streak together with Liar 35. So, I mean, the leaders are just getting stronger.
Look at the HP bar from Ord. Now he put the Ord online. Look at that.
The players that entered this lobby with the most amount of points are now in our bot 4. We do have another 3-star coming through for Chunnington. So now this board that was a little sketchy with one Ornn on board means that hey, this could get pretty powerful if we're able to upgrade, continue to upgrade more of our units. But for Quinta here, we are hoping that we can win out and do all that we can to make this as strong of an end game as possible.
Interesting fact that he changed the items from Jarvan to Nasus. So let's see if it's it's good enough, because Jarvan 3 is very good with this augment alongside Shyvana. Oh, it's facing Nanny and Setsuko with a Radiant.
Yeah, so tough. I mean, both boards looks amazing, but we have to get a little edge here for the Annie access to the backline, also with the Silas. Frontline still holding up. No one dead as of yet. Silas still alive. Good damage here coming through the Azir. Azir ramping up. Annie's down. Only the Bolivar maintains. Setsuko knows it will be a loss. Still healthy in HP. So great win here for Quintanilla, and Chunnington is the one to fall now in 4th place.
Setsuko using the HP to his advantage. Definitely going to be in the top 3 for him, but the question is, can either of these players take down Quinta? Setsuko finally going level 10. Ladder Slave rolling down, finding Azir 2 as well. So no gold left for Quinta to upgrade this board and no HP to work with. It's now or never.
Yeah, I mean, Quinta is very low on his standing, so this game is very important to him, especially if he is able to reach the top 1 finish, facing the Ghost right now.
Should be enough power here for Quintanilla to win against the Ghost. Obviously, in a difficult position right now, only 2 HP. There's the real lobby right now, Ladder Slayer against Setsuko on the front. Setsuko trying to access the backline, not possible. Lucian Senna trying to hold on, also cannot take the damage, so Setsuko is stronger. Ladder Slayer takes the loss, but Chonington also should win here, or not. Loses against the Ghost, Jack.
I mean, positioning. You've seen I've seen the Silas right on the face of the Rise.
And it's just like, for him, that it's such a strong board, hitting that Rise 2 when he did. And for Quinta specifically, who's entering this lobby alongside Setsuko as the lowest in the lobby. Obviously, top 3 is good, but he's really hoping for more than that in this game, because that's what he needed to play for. Setsuko, on the other hand, is playing this strategy perfectly. And it feels just like classic Setsuko. Going to level 9, capping out there, going to level 10, getting even stronger, and hopefully winning this game.
I mean, he plays so much this same line throughout the beginning of the set. Loves the Annie, loves to play around also the Silas. Now going up against Ladder Slayer. Both of them are huge. Mel giving a huge chunk of mana steal here for the rest. The Silas is on the back. The Silas is healing Annie. Annie's down. Setsuko Annie has been abolished here by Silas. This could turn around the fight completely.
But the problem is Annie's cast still goes through, and the burn is still happening, and it looks like Setsuko is still winning this fight, unless the Silas team can do something insane.
I mean, what a fight.
Annie.
He just takes the game.
Setsuko enjoying himself, laughing, seeing the win, and I mean, it was what you said, Jack. I mean, the burn was still going on, and his board was just too huge. So beautiful to see the Silas against the bear at the end. I mean, it just cinema.
I mean, that is lore accurate, right? The bear doing all the work there at the end where Annie's getting attacked and Tibbers coming through clutch at the end there. What high caps we saw there at the end, Dobbs. Great game from so many of our players.
Yes, I mean, we have seen the late fights with Setsuko and Quinta and also Chernington, and they were like, anyone could actually win. They had such a great boards with a lot of legendary units, and Setsuko actually took the win. Very good for him, because he is now reaching 21 points.
Yeah, and much more games and more legendaries to come, because we have our 6th and final game coming up. Before we do that, the analyst desk will be here to break down that game and tell us all about how 10 Ionia can go 8th place right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Americas Regional Finals. We have just finished up game number 5 of day 4, which means you only have one more game to go before we eliminate the bottom 8 players. Ace and I are back to break this down. Before we even show you that final standing screen, I just gotta say my analysis of this is that nobody played Darius reroll, so they all did great.
Yes, this is the first game where Darius reroll didn't go bot 4, so... But we did see some other 3-cost rerolls. Chainton went Jinx 3, and Deleted went Malzahar 3, but all throughout the entire day, none of these 3-cost rerolls have been performing very well. Chainton barely squeaking in a 4th is about as good as we've seen.
And then as the desk asked us, why did this Ionia 10 go 8th? I think that this graphic will actually show you why. Those are an unfortunate number of 1-star units on this board, but I do feel like Prestivet had a pretty difficult decision to make in terms of having that trial by Twilight augment and then being able to actually get that Ionia 10 online.
Yeah, I think Prestivet, when he was offered it on 3-2, he decided to change his game plan, and he thought, hey, if I can get to this 10 Ionia, I can win the game. But that was not the case. He actually lost pretty convincingly without his upgrades. Just barely having enough money to make it to level 10 and not having enough money to buy upgrades.
It's tough because, as you called out, there were a lot of other boards that were able to make use of their money in a bigger way, whether that was actually getting those 3-cost rerolls online, or in this triple prismatic lobby, they actually were able to get something like upward mobility or growth mindset to kind of help do 2 things at once, which was get the XP, but also use your gold efficiently.
Yeah, a lot of the boards we saw are really strong in these triple prismatic lobbies. You just get the extra econ in order to kind of skip to level 9, which is normally not possible in a TFT game. You're just going to die before you get there, or you're just not going to have enough gold to hit those 2-star legendaries. But because of the prismatic econs, you can kind of make your way to 9, and they all kind of also handshake each other in a way that they're all playing weak boards, saving HP against each other, and then when they do get to 9, they get the 2-star legendaries and are able to start winning out.
This is the saddest prismatic I've ever seen. That's actually tragic.
We saw the 10 Noxus in the other game. 10 Noxus wins the game just on Masters Plus in the ladder 90% of the time, but 10 Ionia actually only wins 60%. So it's actually like half the time you hit 10 Ionia, you're still not winning. So and we can see against these really strong boards that Prestivet had to go against. We saw him suffer from that.
The top 3 in this lobby, though, were 3 players that greatly need the points in this 5th game to keep themselves in the running for the Americas Regional Final Championship. And so, huge congratulations there to Setsuko, Ladder Slayer, and Quintanilla for being able to actually get those crucial points. As we get a chance to take a look at the scoreboard in a couple of moments, this is where things do get really scary, Asa, because the bottom 8 are going to get eliminated from the tournament. You do not get to play these next 2 days of competition, where the end goal is to make it to the Tactician's crown for Lore and Legends. And so you can see who's in the danger zone there. If you are in 25th or lower, this is got to be your make or break game.
Definitely. Normally, players will get on average, well, I guess on average they get 4.5, so the cutoff should go up to about 24 or 25 points. So I would say players like Ego and Chen Shen Li can't make it anymore, but really even Jishsoap or David Ace, if they get it first, they should be able to make it to the next day. And if you do make it to the next day, you absolutely are in contention to make it to Worlds.
But the problem is also the rest of the players on this page. When you take a look at the players that are actually in 17th to 20th, you're looking at players that are at that 20-point threshold, that are also in danger of having a bad game and going out. So my eyes are immediately drawn to Weijin Iverson sitting at 20 points. That is very scary. Setsuko as well, another one of our favorites as just like a top player in the Americas, sitting at 21 points. And that's not comfortable. It would be wild if Weijin Iverson was not able to make it through to the final rounds of the regional finals, and his golden run ending here.
Yeah, absolutely. Weijin's probably going to need like a 4th, so good luck to him.
Good luck to all of our players as we get ready for this final game. We send it back over to our casters, Sealy, Dobbs, and Hope-san to bring it home.
has been
So
Zephyr.
many. I know. Listen, I got Zephyr. Anyway, so many of our players down at the bottom of the table looking to work their way back up. And a lot of the favorites as well. So, especially as we look at our current lobby, there's so many that we need to see work their way back into contention.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed. We have a list with the bottom players having both Distop and Wation, not a thing that you expect in any tournament. But they still can bounce back. But the hard time here for Eagle, that's very low on the standings, still can make it if he gets lucky and gets first one place and have like good combinations from other players. So you just try your best and play for the win.
Yeah, the encounter will be Gwen's gift, so this means additional resources to anyone. Also pretty good. The first 3 carousels. After the first 3 carousels, she give a great gift with a special pair of scissors. So that would be interesting to watch, especially with the people getting there. I'm also looking forward to see maybe a 2x KO fight of Silas and Tivers once again. I like that one in the last game. So of course, good chances of seeing maybe that face-off.
Biggest name in this lobby is the biggest name in TFT, and that is K3 Soju, who is currently sitting in the top 8 of our current standings. And so many people, somebody said this on pre-show, that Soju is both the most overrated and underrated player of all time, because, you know, so many people have polarizing views of who he is. But when he's locked in, he is a great player. And Michael is another one of these great players who, alongside Soju, has had tons of TPC success specifically. And so for Michael, who is currently sitting towards the top of the leaderboard as well, right at 16th actually, he went 8th last game and is now looking to bring it back here in game number 6.
Yes, very important to bounce back right now. Both Soju and Michael very good on the standing, especially Soju. But it's very important to note that the points don't reset. So even though you're in the middle, you still want to make it through the next day with a win, because it's very important to start ramping some points in order to reach the final 8 in the third day.
Got a chance to talk with Michael before the tournament, and he sees this tournament not as a try to get top 4, that is actually his playstyle. He's like, no, this is a top 1 first of 8 tournament, because you need to get to day 3, and it's very hard to do it. And it's interesting because if you just tempo out and go 4-4-4, it will be interesting. But he was talking a little more about the meta also. It's very difficult to play a comp and say, okay, I want to go 4th with this. Reroll is difficult to accomplish. Even if you get everything 3-star, you can go 4th. It's not easy to get that angle for Fast 9. So for sure, a difficult meta, putting the players to the test. Now saw you here. Unlocking Oriana early and trying to find a good angle, slamming directly here, just trying to achieve good tempo.
You guys feel that? Do you feel like the calm and peace in this game because there's not prismatics?
Oh,
Oh my god.
Silver augments.
Can
relaxing.
we have a calm game on the last day? Because I feel like every single last game was like rise, angle, prismatic orbs, and crazy stuff. Maybe some calm game is gonna be good for our players.
A little of the rest right now. Millennium trying to hold items. So I mean, being fully open here, just trying to wait and be sure. It will be interesting if anyone else is trying to go for the lose streak. Of course, he's just saying the rest of the lobby. If we tie, we both lose. An interesting shame that was made a few sets ago, where if you lose against someone else with the open board, both of them lose the streak. So, I mean, it's tough. It's like a psychological game. I think he's just telling the rest of the lobby, okay, I'm open. I will not do any shenanigans, so if you want to contest, go ahead.
One of the interesting parts about patience as a virtue is it's not like calculated loss, where you just need to lose and you'll get your 2 free rolls. This is, you cannot buy units. And so when you're open fording with patience as a virtue, you're going to take full damage every single round until you decide that your board should stabilize here. And depending on what he's playing, it might not be for a while.
Yes, I mean, depending on how he wants to play, because you always can play Bard if you're playing Patience as a Virtue. So you roll on 2-3, and then you get some units, and then you just skip a lot of rounds. and then try to stabilize later. So unless he does that, he's not going to have any units until the PvE round.
Okay. Sells the Scion immediately here. So we were talking about this. Very difficult to put 3 Noxus in the early game. Normally not ideal until you're maybe level 6. So just sells the Scions. I'm going to play 2 Invokers, transfer the items directly to LeBlanc. And now we're seeing a little Me First of Fate, a player that has been doing amazing, a player that is not recognized internationally as one of the best. But if you ask the pro, this guy played an amazing TPC. Very respected, huge respect. And yeah, I mean, just playing great. And we're seeing right now 29 points. Looking good and already qualified to tomorrow.
Across the lobby, we're seeing Ego go on that win streak, and of course our open forwarder on our loss streak here. But for so many of our players, this opening carousel can give direction, especially if you can get a spatula. Maybe you can go for one of those verticals.
Yes, and a pen as well. Very important stuff in the game right now as well, and already picked by one of the players. So 3 players are going to aim for that, so they can have extra emblems to work with.
David A is getting the second one. Possibilities of going into that Noxus vertical. Michael, same as Ambrosiev. So those are the players to keep an eye on to see what vertical or at least flex possibilities they try to achieve. There's the Wen gift, giving the scissors. And of course, we will see this 2 more times after each carousel.
This is one of my favorite of the portals, just because you can slam your items and move them around so easily. And it makes your, basically the scissors are not only scissors, but also a good remover for your team. And so Millennium Fox here, maybe we're seeing a bit of direction found here with the Leona as well as his Bard. I'm curious what his Void mutation is, seeing if it is possibly Leeching Nucleus to play around that Leona and the Targons as well as the Malzahar.
Yes, if it feels like he is aiming towards that comp, he saw the Anari, maybe he's thinking that the player could lose to him because he actually wants to keep that lose streak. But certainly a great composition to aim for when you're playing Patience the Virtue.
Yeah, makes sense. Have built water here, finding tempo here with the Graves 2, Ilawi 2, already had the Twisted Fate. Great spot right now for Me First of Fate, trying to get those stacks, right? The takedowns to make sure the Serpents are stack up and have a chance to go to that level 9 where we see Bilgewater actually be a great comp that can win the game for sure.
Millennium Fox, we got confirmation that the Void mutation is not Leeching Nucleus, but it is the Spines. So extra damage there. It is not the worst one, probably the second best one in my opinion.
Second best,
to go along with that. And so Cafe could play around that, but there is some flex options you can play as well. Brosif on the other side here, playing around early. Demacia has that Juggernaut emblem, which we've seen be very good on Garen and specifically good on units like Warwick, but I'm not sure we're gonna end up there.
Yeah, look at Eagle's setup. He has the Gunslinger emblem and already have either Vi and Jinx on the bench. So looking very good. This is something that he needs. He needs to try to push this early game, try to fight a win condition, and of course, try to have some lucky with the other games so he can qualify for tomorrow. And then if he does, tomorrow just resets. You can still have good games and bounce back in the tournament.
David A is another player in danger zone. He needs a second to get to that 25 that we expect to be the threshold to be sure to advance. Of course, shenanigans can occur. 24 plus tiebreaker could also be a possibility of. That's why we aim for 25. Right now, just a good angle of LeBlanc. If he finds an early 2-star, could be an ideal spot to try to go to fast 9 as a possibility. So for now, Ego, the one punishing the lobby, and David A is just trying to ensure no frontline for him. That's tough.
And for all of our players, they're playing for more than just Tacticians crown slots. There's lots of prize money on the line as well. And so every placement will matter for each of these players. Millennium Fox looks like a line has been, somewhat committed to, and these items are very good. We're going to have our Nashers and our JG online. And reminder in this composition, you don't need your Shred or your Sunder or your Wound because Leona provides that and the Zoe provides the Shred.
Yeah, this is a very tricky comp. I feel like in TFT in the past years, I would say, not even sets, you have to build those items. But this is a comp that you don't need any of it, so it's very cool actually to look in this way.
Efficient for sure. Right now we're seeing Soyu being stable right now, Ego maintaining the win streak, and now good possibilities. We go for gold, so it started slow, it started like peacefully, as you said, Jack, and now we're ramping up for gold. I'm up for Prismatic in the last one just to give a little chaos.
I'm here for it. I got my rest in. We can ramp this up a little bit, make it interesting. Across the lobby, Michael's got the most interesting choice of the Gold Destiny, where Ego and me first or eighth are being a little bit more patient. Another Gold Destiny coming through and spreading roots alongside the branching out for Ego. Definitely want to take a look at that.
Yes, for sure. I mean, at least looking at Ego's board, it had to be a little bit risky because he not just needs to go well, he just to go first. So sometimes you can actually gamble, and maybe the emblems are not going to be great, but if it does, you can make like a great board at the end of the day.
Okay. CMB on the top, going for safety. We've seen Aphelios, easy way to go 5th, try to go 4th, even 7th, trying to go for a line that he knows he will not be contested. And of course, he right now with 23 points just needs maybe exactly that to be able to qualify. Of course, remember the points will not reset, so everyone is looking for the first always. And it's very difficult to achieve, not day 2, but really day 3, because only 8 will get there.
And CMB is our previous regionals champion. And so he very much knows what it takes to be elite at this stage and even win these tournaments. And so I expect to see him navigate these spots quite well, especially with how he has performed even this set in the TPC.
Yes, I mean, for sure. And I feel like, at least for Michael, it seems to be in a decent spot. He can rearrange his items in order to get BIS Darius, such a great composition right now, but need specific items. This portal, this encounter actually helps that a lot.
He's punishing a lot more the lobby. We know he's out, so he's not in contention because he will need more points than possible right now because he only has 15. But the fact that he's punishing the lobby is actually making everyone else weaker. So, of course, a huge element right now that we have in the lobby. Brosev still trying to find an angle. Oriana, a good holder right now for the AP damage on the Archangels. But on the other side, David Ace is just stronger. Holding on the LeBlanc and just trying to find good possibility. Good econ also for David Ace, 50 gold. And now we start to see interesting units here. The Garen for sure and the Leona to get a little closer to the reroll.
I think it's the combination of items that we're seeing be so incredibly popular with the double Nashers plus JG that David Ace is having, and also Millennium Fox is going for and hopefully securing. Instead, he's going to go for that frontline item, which makes sense. Obviously, that Leona is the pinnacle of that board. But looking across the bottom of the screen, we can see what our Gold Destiny players got as well. Care package for me first or eighth is fantastic out of that, as well as replication from Michael. And it looks like I'm not quite sure what he got. Probably some sort of tank item.
Okay. Okay, Millennium Falls finds double Leona, right, on the carousel. Now another one. So just stabilizing the board here, getting a good position. Decides to roll a little for value here. Very difficult to hit everything. Just trying to find some additional units. Yeah, trying to... Also, he has the duplicator, so he's actually a lot closer than it seems. Finds an additional Leona, can do Leona 3 if needed, but of course he wants to delay the duplicators as much as possible and try to at least find Leona 3 and Malzahar 3.
Yes, and of course, when you're playing Patient is a Virtue, sometimes you want to roll down a lot in a round instead of keep rolling. So he needs to stabilize and in order to wait the economy to ramp up a little bit and also have some extra rerolls on the line later on.
Every turn that you wait, you basically get 4 gold worth of rerolls, and so being able to leverage that as well as possible will be a key for him to possibly win this game. For Soju here, we are maybe a little bit lost as far as where we're going to end up. We don't have very many upgrades. We're on a 2-loss streak. We're losing HP pretty rapidly here at the end of stage 3, so I'm sure stage 4 will be very interesting for him. But for David Ace, we took Earth's Gambit, not really caring about the Gambit, but instead going for that Tactician's Crown to give that +1 unit slot.
Yeah, just beautiful.
Yes.
Michael also in a difficult spot here. Dobbs, Ego, your guy, out of contention, just pressuring the lobby, making sure his presence is being seen, going up against Michael, who is in a difficult position. He will try to reroll Darius plus LeBlanc. His economy is not ideal. He will try to go level 7 on 4-1 just to stabilize. He's very far away from everything, and he doesn't have another out. Michael very close to qualify for tomorrow. If he gets an 8th, he will not qualify. He has 23. So maybe tiebreaker will help him. He needs a 6, something a little better.
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about the Michael's spot, because the point is, when you're playing a 3-cross line, you need some sort of economy augments, or maybe have like a great early game when you have like a lot of gold, because the compositions are actually very expensive. So getting 3-star Darius, 3-star LeBlanc, you need a lot of gold for it. So he doesn't seem to have, but maybe he can find a great augment later on.
First to Wraith, the current point leader in this lobby, it has the access to 7 Bilgewater if he does want it here soon. A very strong board right now, and we'll continue to ramp up, especially as we can get more of these Silver Serpents and unlock Tom Kench and really tempo our way into the late game.
Okay, good position. As you mentioned, right now, level 7 will hold one more, probably, yeah, decides not to pull the trigger here. If not, his economy will be very much diminished. So 4-2 will be the moment to transfer. Michael, the same. Decides to wait one more round and do the full pivot. And of course, waiting for that augment that we mentioned. Very important, try to see what economy he has. Or maybe, I know Michael, there's a possibility where he says, okay, no, I'll play full tempo. I know I only need to pass to day 2 and then I can resemble. And there's a chance where he goes combat, for example, just get everything 2-star and try to go for a 6th place.
Definitely something that you can do if you recognize that your spot not that good. So this is something I expect a lot from high level players. They can actually see if they spot are actually good enough, and if it's not, they can adapt that to safe placements, and in a tournament that has multiple games that actually can pay off.
Last augment choice of the game on 4-2 will just be gold augments, so no prismatic. We did not fully scale this game. We're on board right now with Millennium Fox, who's playing around our 3-cost reroll and goes for some more items and gets the opposite of what he wants. We already have Shred. Oh my goodness, that's so bad.
Oh my god. I mean, Martog is laughing right now on his office. For sure.
So
This game is not that random.
Michael finds a duplicator, so closer to being that ramp up. So he will go for that reroll line. 34 HP, so maybe 3 lives for him. Difficult position, need to stabilize right now and then ramp up. Me First of 8 rolls everything just to be stable. Doesn't find some additional front line. So Nautilus still 1-star. Finds an Orn to try to be at least the placeholder for now.
Thank goodness for Gwen Scissors, because it just saved the entire game here.
And look at his items. They are actually very good. He used the cloak to make gargoyle, and he used the belt to get the second nexture that he didn't have. And he had decent spare items on Zoe, so at the end of the day, it was very good for him, but it was actually very funny.
Is
It
it
was almost
enough?
doomed.
Yeah. Very tough right now for everyone. Millennium Fox keeping himself strong. Michael here rose to 0. So trying to find an addition. Finds the Darius 3-star. Use the duplicator. So the most important unit is here. And now he will try to ramp up the economy again to find the LeBlanc as a win condition. This Darius should be enough for stage 4, but beginning stage 5, people will just be too strong and we need the additional damage for the LeBlanc. Will Michael be able to surpass this and get a good opportunity? If not, it could be the end for the Wonder Boy, Niño Maravilla from Latam.
You've seen all day this composition not do too hot. It has struggled to stabilize, but the Darius 3 is the main part of this. If you can get to that upgraded unit, your front line can stand strong. The damage will follow later, regardless of the star level. But being able to take a convincing win there is great. CMB also getting convincing win on this reroll. And so many of our players that are playing around the D key are having some success here. But this carousel, these 5 costs are some highly sought after ones.
Yes, I mean, it's always good to have a Shyvana and a Senna on your board. But speaking about Michael's and Darius' spot, today we've watched some crazy game due to the augments. We've seen 2 prismatic full lobbies, a lot of prismatic orbs as well. So those comps as Darius can actually fall a little bit due to the legendaries and the unpredictable stuff. But here in a regular lobby, silver plus gold and gold augment, it can be quite decent. So we had to look into the bigger picture. After today, we can see the status of the whole lobbies to see if this comp actually very good or not.
100%. Also, to get some additional information here from pro players, Crash the Dummies, the one Soyu has been one of the most picked augments in later stages of the game. It's just too much utility. You get the free front line. They go 3-star late into the game. So if you find that augment, be sure to pick it. It will always be safe and a good opportunity. CMB finds the Aphelios 3-star, has a good front line, doesn't have enough items in the front line, and will try to just ramp out here. In terms of HP, he's decent with 36, but a difficult opportunity. David Days already finds the Mel here.
The Swain cast right before it died might make the difference in this fight here, or may at least make it really close. Aphelios 3 able to ramp up quite enough. The good news for that board is those backline items look quite solved. Those are nearly best in slot, if not, for him there. So we can just focus solely on getting that front line in order.
Yes, exactly. I mean, depending on how many items he can get out of the last PvE, he can have like a good stage 5. If he gets just a few, it's gonna be a little bit complicated. But sometimes you drop full items, so in order to have a good finish, he might be willing to drop a little bit more of a component or so. Maybe 4 components will help him a lot.
Yeah, for Soyu here, composition that I personally like a lot, but it's not powerful right now in the meta due to Seraphine not being a premium epic cost. So, I mean, he found the angle, he has to play it. No Seraphine 2-star, no Lissandra 2-star, 0 gold. So difficult position also for Soyu, 32 XP. Going up against David 8 once again. Very strong with legendary 1-star, but it's just too much. And Soyu was not able to stabilize here.
That Mel just wiped the entire board.
Wow.
One-star Mel did so much damage there. And for Soju, it's looking like this could possibly just be an 8th. Staring that down, not even finding an Azir or another disruptor to go along with it. We're playing just an Echo 1 on our board instead. And so unless he can hit these upgrades, he doesn't even have pairs of these important damage dealers for his board. So it's looking quite doomed.
Yes, I mean, at least from the professional players, we've seen players actually complaining a lot. That's very hard to play without any economy augments. And when we look at Soju's augments, he has great combat ones, but he didn't have enough economy to reach the composition that he needed to. Even though it's a comp that's not very playable, but some units are contested. Lissandra 2 is out, so he doesn't have much gold to work with.
Yeah, finds the Brown, so good for frontline. Should be able to pass the items here from Loris to Brown, but there's no damage. He will try to hold on. He has the Ascension, so even damage is more important to be amplified by the Ascension. So, I mean, difficult position here. Michael finds the LeBlanc. So, in a great spot, once again, El Niño Maravilla does it again.
Damage is here. We have Rage Blade as well on this Draven, which we are a few off Draven 3.
Wow.
But this LeBlanc will do so much work alongside the rest of the board that is upgraded as well. We have the Swain 2 on 7. We have, obviously, Otacon coming in and doing a lot of damage. Millennium Fox on the other side falling down pretty quickly here and showing some weakness to this Malzahar Targon comp as well.
Wow, I'm impressed. They had similar comps, I would say. Both of them having some 3-star upgrades, 3 costs, but the fight was so one-sided. Michael just passed through the other comp and seem very impressive. The Darius as well as LeBlanc 3.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Wen gift is perfect here, right? Because he needs items for 3 carries. Additional items are also good. David Ace, the boogeyman of the lobby, he managed to get that Mel 2-star. Soyu still in a difficult position, 4 gold, no pairs, and it seems doomed right now. Last light for Vitality K3 Soyu.
I mean, what is he supposed to do
Well-
here, right? Like, he's just got none of his pairs upgraded.
He
He's
finds
facing
the
now...
Stillian here, Jack, directly into the Darius. That's a possibility because Darius, we know, will be finished in 10 seconds. Is it enough?
The time is ticking, right? We'll see, but the front line is just so lacking. So by the time we get there, the rest of the board will be dead. The Darius still has not fallen. The bomb was not enough. Soju going 8th place here, being in a really good spot at the top of the tables in 8th place. Now going 8th place in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the standings were actually pretty close, and we have seen Soju in 10th. But now, as he goes 8, he's going to be probably on the bottom side, but probably good enough to make it to tomorrow. So he still have room to bounce back and try to find the top 8 finish that he wants to.
Yeah, totally agree, Dobbs. We were saying that the predicted cutoff should be 25 points, so you will get 26 because of this. And now First of 8 gets a free, if you will, battle. Of course, we've seen some ghost rounds winning, so it's always not sure. Has 2-star Misfortune, so going to for a Misfortune 3-star angle here for First of 8, who is in a very good position in terms of points, just trying to get a lot more here.
I know this is a ghost board, but this was, wow, so incredibly close to falling out of this game where 2 of our other players do fall out. CMB and Millennium Fox do go. I'm curious to see what their positions are. Millennium Fox in 7th and CMB in 6th. And so, again, those are some of our players with more points. They're all on danger now there too.
Yeah, can you guys, do you guys remember the top of your head how many CMB points have? I'm trying to, okay, he
23.
was on the mid of the standings. Yeah, he probably is going to play tomorrow, but he needs to do a little bit better if he wants to defend the title.
Is it enough? Brosep right now, difficult position against, same as First of 8, Michael fully stabilized, and Ego, who is out of contention to advance to tomorrow, keeps winning here.
I mean, Brosif's board, he's once again just showing just his understanding of the set. We watched him a lot last weekend and his creativity. Now just playing around 5 Demacia and a little bit of a flex board. We don't usually see Freljord with Demacia, and you know, we played around what we hit. We hit a Lissandra 2.
Yep.
Lissandra 2 is going to stay on our board, and it's going to be itemized and do quite well.
Yeah, I mean, Brosep, at least from the players that we've watched the whole weekend, last weekend, I think Brosep was one of the most interesting players. He played like Darius alongside Draven, even before it was very common. And he played a lot of Aphelios, and now he's playing some sort of Freljord Lux, and he's going to be able to get a top 4. You can see that he was like very happy with that. So good finish at least by now. But let's see if we can make it even more.
Yeah, 100%. First of 8 with a 5th, so getting 4 additional points, getting good with 34, advancing to tomorrow in a good position. So doing the due diligence, getting good opportunities. Ego keeps being the boogeyman of the lobby. We see Michael holding strong, and now the ones in danger zone are Broseph and David Ace. Both of them, especially David Ace, needs a second to be able to advance to tomorrow. Of course, taking in consideration the potential cut point.
Broseph on the other side looking to upset David Ace here and stop that run, but the 2-star Lucian Senna is going to be quite a menace to the whole board here if we're not able to take down that front line quick enough, which is very, very solid for David Ace. Will not be able to take down that back line because of the lack of access to it. And it's looking like Broseph will accept his fate. Being in 4th, maybe. This Juggernaut emblem on the Garen is doing quite a bit of work, but not enough. The damage coming through will be solid. And at this point, the stage damage is enough.
Yes, for sure. I mean, great finish by Broseph. It was a very close fight against a Senna 2. If it was Senna 1, it should be on the side of Broseph. So having a Senna 2 on 8 might help David Ace to get another placement.
Yeah, 100%. And now to set the stage, once again, Ego 15 points, no matter the results. He's not qualified to tomorrow because we will have an 8-player cut. Michael needed a 6, for example, had a tough position in the start of the game, and now ramping up with the Darius 3 and the LeBlanc 3, looking with a good position to even take the game with a comp that wasn't performing, and David Ace needs a second or better to be in that potential cutoff point. So the 3 of them battling out in the end, 2 of them with a lot on the line.
I love that Ego is just playing spoiler. He's just going in here. It's like, I know who I am. I know I can play some good TFT. I'm gonna show you guys. Even though it didn't go my way originally, it's all right. We can still prove that we are one of the elites still. And one of my favorite parts about week 2 of the regional finals is no one's going home super sad because they've all made the TPC and have more chances to prove it next set.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. I feel that from Ego, I'm pretty sure that he's going to be a little bit mad if he doesn't make it through. It's very unlikely because he's a little bit low on points. But I'm pretty sure he's proud of what he has done on this season. He's gonna appearance for the first time on the TPC, and he proved himself a couple of sets ago, being one of the greatest in Brazil on the Americas. So he can make it through on next event, and he's gonna be one of the greatest.
Miguel's down.
TPC.
And as you mentioned, yeah, Ego, I mean, legacy players, so huge, coming back after so many runs on regionals, having 2 appearances also in Tactician Crown. This guy's just one of the elite. So great, met him in person. Of course, UDubs, having so much time with him. And going for Tundra. There's the Brazilian meet with Tundra, and this guy already has 6. So there's a chance we'll be able to see the 3-star Warwick if Ego loses here and give us a show for the next round.
Ego, maybe even going to get a Warwick 3-star here, but for David Ace, both of them. Both the players with the lowest amount of points in the lobby making their way into the top 2, and it's going to make our analyst desk and this post-game scoreboard very, very interesting to see who's in that bottom 8 cut for going into tomorrow, as Ego handedly takes this game with a huge HP advantage, 79 HP, winning the game, and, you know, just flexing a little bit. Actually, 23 points might be the tiebreaker. He could be in.
Yeah, he can still be in. This is something very important. Of course, if he doesn't, he still make a great finish. I'm pretty sure that this is the way that he wanted to play all day, but sometimes it doesn't work out. But let's hope that he can make it through.
For David Ace, also the boost of energy, Dobbs, you were talking about it's the importance to finish day 1 with a win. He ends up with a 2nd place, being with enough points. Probably we will see. Math always is not to be trusted sometimes in the final table. So I mean, 2 players that once again will be great if they advance. And I mean, Jack, I didn't thought it was possible. I really didn't. But when you said it, maybe 23 with help of the universe, there's a world with that 1st place can be the cutoff and can be the difference in the tiebreaker.
Anything is possible, and if I have learned anything, I try not to do math while live on air because it's, you know, I just get it wrong all the time. But you know who has been doing math? That would be our analyst desk, and thankfully they're going to be here to break it all down right after a short break, so stick around to see the scoreboard.
Somewhere in the convergence, a magical library holds a history of iconic moments that have shaped Runeterra. Moments you will bring back to life in the newest TFT set, Lore and Legends. This is TFT's biggest set, with 100 champions total, but you'll only start with 60. You can build plenty of comps from that initial pool of champions, or you can complete quests each game that will unlock new champions and comps. These quests reimagine epic Runeterran legends. For example, you might want to unlock the hot-tempered barbarian, Tryndamere, but you'll need his Bloodsworn, Ash, with 2 items before he can fight by her side. Not every quest is that simple, though. With 40 total unlockable champions, you'll have many paths to victory. Maybe you have a 2-star Lux, Garen, and Jarvan IV, but get the sudden, intense urge to betray Demacia. No judgment here. Sell them all and you'll unlock everyone's favorite manacled mage, Silas. Want to know if you've discovered every unlockable? That's what the Lore Finder is for. Each time you discover an unlockable champion.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the end of day 4 of the Americas Regional Finals. Asa and myself back to break down that final game, and then, of course, celebrate the players that will be moving forward into our next day of competition. Asa, what'd you think of what we just had?
I mean, Ego, you called it. Ego went first as one of the only 2 players in the entire tournament that wouldn't be able to make it to day 2, but at least he got the nice first place to send off his regionals.
Stylish with that 3-star Jinx as well. This was a unit I feel like a lot of people were chasing last weekend when we were looking at the different 3-cost reroll lines that had been opened up, and so I was happy to see Ego do that. My only wish is that we saw him actually spend that 50 gold, roll to 0, and get a Warwick 3 to get maximum style points, but still, very cool to see him be able to show us that. And of course, even though he was mathematically eliminated, we do actually get a chance to see him and the rest of our competitors getting eliminated today in the pro circuit for set 17. So we will be able to see them at the top of tier 1 later on.
Yeah, this is one of the first lobbies where we saw 4 different players reroll, so it kind of changed the tempo of the lobby compared to what we've seen before. There's a lot of pressure in stage 3 and stage 4 where all of these players have strong boards, so it's going to make it a lot harder to get to Fast 9 with enough HP. And this is the first time we saw the Darius 3 go top 4. 1 out of 5 is not bad, right?
It's, well, when you put it like that, a 20% top 4 rate doesn't sound very good to me. Maybe there's some other sample games that we had in our lobbies we did not feature on the main broadcast that might be able to help pump those numbers up a little bit, but I still don't think it passed my eye test for today, and so I think people will need to go back to the VOD review and think critically about whether or not they should actually use that line.
Yeah, I think 3-cost reroll in general didn't perform that well, at least in our lobby, so I'm really curious to see if people continue playing it tomorrow and on day 3.
At the end of it, though, we had some really key successes here. Of course, David Ace really did need a second place to keep himself in contention to avoid elimination. And as we take a look at our standing, it's going to be the bottom 8 that get cut here. And it is... Oh, we're starting with the top. Just kidding. Congratulations to JRC for winning the day. 36 points, is leading the pack, and it's very neat to be able to see all of our competitors that will be able to carry these points forward to the next day of competition.
Really interesting is all the CTG players, as well as Pressman and Pressman and Broseph, that's 5 out of 8 players in the first lobby we made, ended up in the top 8. So even though that they had to play against each other, they end up all performing really well. So props to all those players.
Yeah, that's a really good call out there. I thought Marcel P might have doomed himself after getting 8th in that first game, but I think he actually just called it correctly for who would make it into the top 16. Now, of course, as we flip the page, this is where the heartbreak starts, and our bottom 8 players are going to get eliminated. So unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to actually a handful of Brazilian players today, Quintanilha, Ego, and Conda. And then I think the biggest surprise of them all here has to be Weijin Iverson missing out on moving forward through the regional finals. That golden road does end here.
Yeah, fortunately for Weijin, he still has made it to Worlds based on his performances, his amazing performances throughout this set. And also like Wigwag coming out as the top point scorer in week 1 didn't make it, and Spencer another favorite as well.
As a reminder, we do get a chance to see all of our competitors here in this weekend in the TFT Pro Circuit for the following set. So we just got a little bit of a taste of what's to come for what will happen in set 17. But for now, as we say goodbye to them, we do get a chance to welcome our points leader to our broadcast for the day, and that is JRC. JRC, it's been such a pleasure to be able to actually see you evolve throughout the last set. And I was waiting to see JRC. Yes. Okay, hi. How are you? Can you hear us?
Yeah, good. Pretty good so far. Yeah, I'm getting first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you because JRC, we actually didn't get a chance to see any of your games on the main broadcast. So can you tell us what happened for you today?
Oh, so for today, I'm double checking my status. I'm just picking like my goal is like to play for top 4 each round, but I do get some of the lucky games. I play Annie, and like I play Annie and Raids, and also Extel. So
That's awesome. JRC, you're definitely pretty well respected amongst your competitors, but for the viewers, I think you're not as well known as some of the other players in the pro circuit. Can you tell us a bit about how long you've been playing TFT, how long you've been competing or taking it seriously?
oh yeah, so actually I played TFT for a long time ago. I actually started on set 3. I played like tournaments in NA, but after that I compete in like China server for like 6 to 7 seasons. Yeah, and coming back to NA for like on set 12, I think. Yeah. So I played a long time ago. Yeah.
I'm really curious, what are some of the, did you notice any differences between playing between the NA server and Chinese servers?
Yeah, there are like, I feel like it's a difference between the players, but I think for Chinese players they're trying to maximize the board to cap so high, so sometimes they will go lose streak a lot. But in NA, like you have to play, if you try not to lose streak, you always get like 10 lose streak a lot, because everyone is trying to stabilizing HP. Yeah.
So how do you feel like this patch has played for you? Do you like the changes that came last week with the patch?
Yeah.
And what are some of the comps that you're excited to play with now?
Yeah, I feel like this could be the best patch for this set, or even the last set. It's really good. You can have a lot of comps to do. You can try to go for annual raids for max cap, or you can play like the 3-star rerolls. So for me, I'm just trying to play my best starting like comp and try to find a way. I play for top 4 and try to hit like first.
Can you tell us a bit about your playstyle? What is something that you feel like you have an edge on compared to the other pro circuit players?
I feel like everyone is having their own skills, like techniques, somehow. So for me, I just feel like I got a couple lucky games, and I didn't like waste the luck, and yeah. So yeah, I hope to do like better tomorrow and try to hit 2 awards.
We're really excited to be able to watch you play, and as I was hoping to get to ask you is, you know, watching your evolution over this last set, You come back through the Tacticians Cup after getting relegated out of the pro circuit in KO Coliseum. Can you tell us a little bit about what that grind was like for you? You know, where did you put your efforts to make it back into the pro circuit for this set? How did you improve?
Yeah. So last set, I didn't. So last set was the Mac patch, so you have to play the Mac really well. But like I didn't preparing for that a lot, so that's why I kind of lost in the last set tournaments. For this set, I'm just trying to play for the best, and when I see it's like a better comp like the Annie or Raids, I'm just trying to learn it. At least I know when I'm in the spot to play that comp, I know how to do it. So yeah, just try to learn a lot for different comps and play make your best decision.
That's really cool. Is there a player that you think is really underrated in the pro circuit that you're a fan of?
For me, I watched Weishin a lot, to be honest, but for the others, I'm gonna say it yourself. Yeah, because I watched their games a lot.
They are
I feel-
definitely two of the
yeah.
best players to learn from, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it.
JRC, what would it mean to you to be able to make it to the TAC crown for this set? You know, is that the ultimate goal? Is to get there to win, or what does your future look like in TFT?
Yeah. So for me, I played this game for a long time ago, but like I'm doing it in part-time, like partially. So my goal is to play for making to the worlds and get some better scores. So yeah, it'll be nice if I can make to the final lobby and reach to a better, so I can maybe focus on TFT more. Yeah, that's kind of like how to say because I've been working a lot, so I'm happy to get some better results.
It's always nice when that hard work pays off. JRC, thank you so much for your time and for talking with us about your journey through TFT. We're wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. Before we let you go, is there anybody that you'd like to shout out or say some words to?
I'm gonna shout out to my fans because they've been supporting me a lot, even though I'm like kind of struggled in sometimes, but they still like supporting me.
All right, well, thank you so much and congratulations. Best of luck to you tomorrow. We're excited for you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm excited to get a chance to talk to JRC because despite the fact we actually saw him in the pro circuit for KO Coliseum, I also didn't really know a whole lot about him and his competitive TFT journey. But to hear about that background, playing, you know, Chinese TFT and then coming over to the Americas and hearing about those differences, it's really nice that we do have that cross-pollination of regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what he said about Chinese players playing for the win out is something I've heard before, where on ladder they just really only care about getting first place. Compared to NA, obviously there's a little mix of everything. But yeah, it's really fascinating to hear that. And he's always been kind of known as a good player amongst the competitors. But yeah, I also knew very little about JRC, so it's nice to get to hear him share some of his story.
JRC is going to finish the day with 36 points, but there is Kai Wing and Robin Songs that are not too far behind him with 35 points apiece. With the points carrying over to tomorrow, all of the games today are going to greatly affect what will happen when we reach the critical mass of the elimination stage that will take place tomorrow. Asa, any final thoughts on the day before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting day. Got to see how the meta changed from week one. I think, like, for example, we saw some Warwick, but not that much. 3 cost reroll. I'm really excited to see how this shapes up throughout the weekend. It was something that was pretty popular, honestly, like maybe about 2 per lobby on average, but performed quite poorly, at least in the games we watched. So it'll be really interesting to see how players adjust for the next day.
the meta development is definitely going to be interesting as we get closer to seeing who will make it to the Tactician's crown from the Americas. That's going to do it for us for day 4, and we will see you tomorrow for the continuation of these pro circuit players' journeys to the Tactician's crown. We'll see you then.